grant me unlimited endurance. Even then, it took everything I had to clear Wave 6. The next reward is at 12.
Percy was taken aback. He had no idea how the difficulty scaled, but he couldn't help but picture an army of green golems surrounding them.
What about the other challenges? He asked. There are only 2 more types. The Magiscript challenge doesn't involve any combat, but nobody under Blue bothers learning the art, as it takes decades to make any progress. Right now, I couldn't place down a single rune to save my life. And that's just the red version of the challenge. You can only earn rewards for your own grade, and the green one involves much more complicated inscriptions, Gabe said. As much as Percy would have loved to dip his toes into the field, he didn't argue back. Not only had he promised Gabe that he'd try saving him, but they also didn't have enough time for this. Even with their newly repaired body, he estimated they'd last a month or 2 at most. What about the other one? He asked. The Gauntlet challenge is admittedly the only one we might stand a chance at. Still, beating the 3rd wave was tough. I can't see myself clearing 3 more, especially since the last one will be on a whole different level. It definitely sounded like a tall order, but Percy wasn't one to give up easily. Then, I guess we'll have to be on a whole different level too. Chapter 80. Preparations. Evaluating request. Are you sure there is no other way? Gabe asked. Hey, don't complain. Tattoos might hide the core from monosense, but people would still be able to see it through your skin. And you obviously can't wear a shirt either due to your wings, Percy replied. Before they could begin filling up Gabe's 2nd core, they needed to ensure it was concealed. Based on what Percy had come to learn about the Vault of Magic, the last thing they needed were the gods in charge finding out such a juicy specimen had fallen into their grasp. Of course, Percy had inadvertently left plenty of evidence of his presence already, whether it was Gabe's miraculous survival or the extraordinary amount of life mana they had used up. Considering all the other things they were planning to do over the next few weeks, the cat was already halfway out of the bag. Though most of it couldn't be avoided, they could at least take care of the rest. Evaluation complete. Custom item is valued at 37 credits. Current balance, 26,130. Proceed with purchase? The soulless voice asked. Percy felt Gabe's heartache through the connection. I get it, but does it have to be so expensive? He groaned. It doesn't seem like a lot. It will barely put a dent in your balance, Percy said. That's because it hasn't been too long since I reached green. I still have most of my rewards from the fresh batch of challenges, Gabe explained. But I have to be mindful when spending them. Getting more won't be easy. Percy nodded in understanding. It should indeed be the case that a resident of the vault earned the majority of their resources shortly after advancing. The first few waves in each grade shouldn't be too difficult, though Gabe was already struggling to climb much further. His current credits would have to last him all the way to Blue, which was presumably several decades away. Just do it, or would you rather some god cut you open on an operating table? Gabe grumbled some more, but he ultimately acquiesced. Yes, he confirmed. Confirmed. Deducting credits. New balance, 26,093. Delivery in 900 writs. Percy raised an eyebrow. That would take over 15 minutes, a lot longer than that piece of meat had needed. Then again, the latter was probably an off-the-shelf product that was always in stock. As for the object they'd just requested, it would have to be manufactured on the spot. All things considered, it was already quite impressive that the vault system could accomplish the task at all, let alone on such short notice. It really was quite the testament to their advanced technology. Soon enough, the familiar circular hole opened in the ceiling, depositing the requested object on the bed.
The rolled-up strip of cloth had been cut out of an exquisite midnight blue fabric and densely embroidered in complex symbols, a few shades lighter. Percy picked it up, noting it was still quite warm, probably because it was fresh out of the oven. It was surprisingly soft to the touch, made of the finest silk he'd ever come across. As he unraveled it, he marveled at the intricate script decorating it. This bandage was both thinner and much shorter than his own, which only served to drive home the insurmountable gap between the vault's enchanters and Remior's. A quick tug revealed that the material was also somewhat flexible, yet still strong. It wouldn't be an issue if it had to stretch a little, and it was unlikely to tear easily. In any case, Percy couldn't help but study the runes a little longer. Due to all his secrets, it would serve him well to learn how to craft this type of enchantment for himself. Gabe didn't bother him either, giving him time to concentrate for a few minutes. Probably a gesture of goodwill, considering how much Percy had done for him already. Still, he didn't get very far. He had to begrudgingly give up after failing to understand anything. His host clearly hadn't lied when he'd said that Magiscript was a demanding field. Refusing to let his limitations get to him too much, Percy wrapped the bandage around their abdomen a couple of times, tying the loose ends behind their back. "There, all done, I think." Between the cube being stingy with the fabric and his host's transparent skin, the core was barely concealed. But it would have to do. "How do I explain it?" Gabe asked. "For the first couple of months, I can wrap a regular bandage on top and claim I was injured. But people will eventually start wondering why it's taking so long to heal." "Sorry, but I'll be gone by then. You'll have to figure that part out by yourself. For the time being, I suggest you focus on actually surviving." Percy replied. "Fair enough. So, what's the plan?" Percy considered their options for a while before replying, "Let me handle your second core for now. It took me about a week to fill mine up, but I'm sure I can do it even faster this time around." Without wasting a moment, he activated Mana Sense, peering inward for the new organ. His host's physiology was different to his own, but Percy was a bit of an expert in locating cores and mana channels in all sorts of alien bodies by now. "What should I do in the meantime?" Gabe asked. Can you dig up any information the Vault has on the Moirai?" Ever since he had obtained his second core, Percy had been winging it, mostly using his two affinities independently of one another. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing out on something important. An entire culture of people with two cores should have developed some more esoteric arts to fully exploit them. Yet Percy had never had the opportunity to learn about them. "Cube, what do you have on the Moirai? Also, while you're at it, check if you have any soul mana stored. User ID 004527945512, Gabe requested. Authorization granted. Evaluating request. Evaluation complete. There are 452 books, 1,121 research logs, 9 encyclopedias, and 32,653 news reports that mention Moirai. Part of the selection is restricted for your grade. Only 321 books, 354 research logs, 6 encyclopedias, and 7,564 news reports are available for purchase. Total cost, 35,431 credits. Current balance, 26,093. The response elicited different reactions from Percy and Gabe. The former couldn't help but rub his hands. He wanted to purchase everything and make his host binge read it, but he knew that wasn't realistic. As for the latter, the shocking price nearly gave him a heart attack. But the cube wasn't done quite yet. Evaluation complete. Soul mana is listed on the restricted section for green grade. It is only available through a bonus reward. As expected, they still had to work through the challenge, though it was nice to have confirmation that the mana actually existed. "Try filtering out the fluff?" Percy suggested, returning his attention to the available Moirai documentation. Gabe hesitated for a moment, probably thinking it would still be more than he'd be willing to pay, but he ultimately heeded Percy's request. "Get rid of anything on the Moirai's world, politics, history, and geography. Only identify information related directly to their magic. Evaluating request. Evaluation complete. There are 78 books, 185 research logs, 2 encyclopedias, and 67 news reports available for purchase. Total cost, 6,597 credits. Current balance, 26,093. That did seem to cut out a lot of encyclopedias and news reports, but not as many research logs, which, frankly, made sense. Still, it was way too pricey. Ignore everything relevant only to gods or specific affinities and bloodlines. Focus on general information about how the average Moirai mortal uses their 2 cores. Evaluating request. Evaluation complete. There are 24 books, 93 research logs, 0 encyclopedias, and 67 news reports available for purchase. Total cost, 2,597 credits. Current balance, 26,093. It's still way too much. Besides, we don't have enough time to read all that, Gabe insisted. Percy creased their brow. Why do I feel as though you're leaving out something? Look, it's possible to request the system to summarize the information, compiling it into a much shorter document while getting rid of redundancies.
It will add a charge for the service, though it should also give us a discount due to the eliminated information. That said, I doubt it's going to end up below 2,000 credits, Gabe explained. Hearing that, Percy wanted nothing more than to slap his host. He only held himself back because he knew it would hurt him too. "No, you look, you stingy piece of shit!" he fired back. "I'm doing my best to save your ass here, and you're skimping on me over a bunch of credits?" "Hey, I have to think about my life after you're gone," Gabe replied. "What's there to think about? I gave you a second core. You'll live twice as long and clear plenty more waves with it. A couple thousand credits are the least you can invest. You'll make them back in no time." Percy didn't let up, but his host shook his head. "I'll also need twice as much Sizian meat as before. It's not as simple as you make it sound." Well, that was true. Also, Percy would be lying if he said he wasn't prioritizing himself, too. Still, he firmly believed gaining the information was likewise in Gabe's best interest. The credits wouldn't do Gabe any good if they failed to fix his soul. Plus, Percy genuinely believed the insight contained in those books would pay for itself. "Gabe, the system has already confirmed that it contains the soul mana you need. And you've admitted you can't get to the next bonus reward as you are. We need to get you a lot stronger in a short amount of time. At the end of the day, it's your money and your life. But if you ask me, you'll have to take a gamble." Gabe remained silent for a few seconds, considering his options. Fine. Chapter 81. Gabe's Second Affinity. Percy figured he'd been in the vault for about a week, though keeping track of time was always difficult outside Remior. It had only taken him a few days to clear enough mana channels to fill up his host's second core. Piling on to the good news, the event had also gone down surprisingly smoothly. Sure, an elemental affinity wasn't the flashiest one to have, but it was definitely more useful than pure mana. Even better, activating the core did strengthen Gabe's soul, causing the broken shards to swell and fill up more of their vessel.
Sadly, the shift did cause their bond to loosen, forcing Percy to expend the last of his stashed mana to repair the connection. Fortunately, it wasn't that great a loss, since the golems were immune to his parting gift anyway. Today, Percy felt he'd cleared enough pathways to use the new core in a fight. Not that he was anywhere close to using it with finesse, but they should still be ready to tackle the fourth wave. As much as they'd love to prepare a little longer, their time was finite, and they needed to assess their situation. The white-hot wing axe slashed against the octagonal shield, the impact sending a shockwave reverberating through the room. However, the empowered flames barely carved an inch into the black metal before dimming, as the green inscriptions on its surface flashed brighter. Worse still, the construct easily brushed its left arm aside, tearing one of Gabe's wings to shreds and throwing him off balance in the process. Taking advantage of the opening, it lunged forward with its sword. Percy's host barely managed to leap to the side at the last second, escaping with a shallow cut on his upper arm. Not ideal, but it was definitely preferable to getting cleanly run through by a blade wider than his thigh. Gabe clumsily walked backwards, gaining some distance from the giant golem. Each step awkwardly splashed through the viscous liquid covering the cube's floor all the way up to his knees. The construct simply stood in place, watching him disengage. It clearly wasn't in a rush to give chase. Some of the tar-like substance flowed to the golem, mending the small cut on its shield within mere seconds. "How the hell are we supposed to beat this thing?" Gabe asked.
Percy didn't have a good response either. Unlike the Swarm challenge, which involved lots of weaker enemies, the Gauntlet instead focused on singular, elite opponents. Their current foe was technically just another green golem, not unlike the 4 constructs they had defeated during Percy's first day in the vault. To their dismay, however, its strength was nothing like those. It stood at twice Gabe's height, much like the previous golems, though it was a fair amount leaner. Its shield was nigh impregnable, even harder than the bodies of the last ones, while its speed was nothing to scoff at either. Percy estimated it was faster than the starry soldiers back on Remior. Plus, this was still only the 4th wave. He wasn't looking forward to whatever monstrosity the challenge would throw at them during the 6th one. To make matters worse, Gabe's kit wasn't as well suited to this challenge. Sure, his bloodline and blessing did augment both his offense and defense to a degree, making him much stronger than the average green core. Regardless, these advantages couldn't compare with the boost to his endurance, which was what had ultimately carried him through the other one. And it was becoming increasingly clear that the Vault's challenge designs had clearly taken into account that most of the Vault's surviving mortals were bred elites. "I guess we expected as much. At least this one doesn't seem to have any ranged attacks," Percy said. "Should we pull out our secret weapon?" Gabe wrinkled his nose. "Normally I wouldn't be keen on letting somebody experiment with my body, let alone playing around with new spells in the middle of a fight. Certainly not against such a monster. But I suppose I'm dead anyway, unless we can get this to work. Are you sure you won't make things worse, though?" While Gabe would have to figure out how to use his second core by himself after his guest was gone, they had agreed to leave Percy in charge of the new affinity for now. "Well, I'll do my best to not get in your way, at least. I'll focus on supporting you," Percy reassured his host.
Nodding resolutely, Gabe prepared the wings again and took to the air. Reinforcing the flaming appendages with mana from his first core, he dove down towards their opponent. The golem raised its shield to block with practiced ease, though it was in for a small surprise. Right when they had covered about half the distance, Percy drew some mana from their second core, expelling it from their feet. The maneuver was a little rough around the edges, but it did work as intended. Picking up speed, they arrived a moment sooner than the construct was expecting, as Gabe delivered another brutal blow. Just as before, he failed to deal much damage, but he did land the attack at an angle. Deflecting the shield to the side as he spun, he opened the way for a second slash right at the golem's neck. Taken off guard, the construct still managed a last-second parry with its sword, though not before Gabe carved about an inch into its neck. The golem was even forced to take a step back. Sadly, the wound wasn't nearly deep enough to cause any lasting damage. The construct didn't miss a beat, slamming its shield right where they stood the very next second. It nearly crushed them into paste, as Gabe still hadn't recovered his footing from having gone all out in their attack. It certainly didn't help that they were essentially fighting in a swamp. Luckily, Percy intervened once more, pushing their body out of the impact zone with another burst of mana. The shield caused the tar to part for a moment, sending a tall wave of liquid metal slamming against the room's walls. It also pushed Gabe a few meters back, but that worked in their favor by helping them to disengage sooner. "Okay, not a terrible first try," Percy said. Gabe hesitated briefly before nodding, reluctantly agreeing with that assessment.
"Try to weave the bursts of speed into all my moves," he suggested.
"All right. I'll let you know which way I'm pushing you a moment before I do it," Percy agreed. Repeating the same sequence, Gabe dove against the golem again, with Percy accelerating his descent behind the scenes. Better prepared than before, the construct firmed its stance while waiting for the attack to arrive. But it never did. "Right," Percy said, diverting their flight to the side at the last second. The unexpected turn allowed them to circle around the golem's massive shield, forcing it to turn the barrier awkwardly while trying to trace their trajectory. It was a little slower than their flight speed, allowing Gabe to roll in the air before landing a vertical slash on its scalp. Before he had the chance to split its head open, the shield revolved enough to resist the attack, but Percy wasn't going to let their opponent have its way. "Down!" he said, adding momentum to his host's cleave. Swinging the shield up, the golem managed to throw them off by the time they'd cut about a third into its face, right around where the bridge of its nose would have begun, if it had one. A wave of disappointment overcame the duo, though it faded once they noticed their opponent's inability to follow up with a counterattack. It was still on its feet, but the last blow had obviously done something. Not wasting the opportunity, Gabe tried to land another blow with his second wing. "Forward!" Percy released more mana from their back, clearly on the same page. To their mutual chagrin, the burst of wind was more modest than the ones before. Their second core's lower grade, coupled with Percy's inexperience with the air affinity, had already dried out their reserves. In fact, Gabe wasn't doing much better with his first core, due to exhausting most of his fire mana during the previous attack.
Fortunately, the golem wasn't in top shape either, its grip shaking after that desperate block and the nasty wound on its noggin. Expecting another attack to its neck, the construct tried to intercept with its sword, but Gabe had seen through its moves. Taking advantage of their shorter stature, he crouched below the swing before cleaving at the golem's wrists. The hand holding the weapon was cleanly separated, though the wing fizzled out before it got all the way through the other one. As the heavy chunks of metal landed in the liquid, they sent a tall wave towards Gabe. A second wave followed when the construct lifted its foot to stomp down on them. Luckily, the viscous sludge impaired the golem's movements as much as it did Gabe's, if not even more so, due to its increased bulk. Out of mana and wings both, the duo barely rolled out of the way. At least the powerful current worked in their favor. However, the golem didn't stop after the first step. It stomped its way towards them, trying to pulverize them before they recovered, its previous nonchalance nowhere to be seen. The scene might have looked a little comical to an outsider, but neither Gabe nor Percy were in the mood to laugh, as they frantically dodged the golem's furious footfalls, trying to sneak in a few breaths in between. A few threads of mana trickled into their cores, while a little more made its way to Gabe's back, reigniting the wings. However, they weren't the only ones recovering. The sludge kept flowing to repair the construct, the wound on its head already halfway mended. In fact,
Percy didn't miss the fact that the discarded sword had already melted down, as the severed hand and weapon were already reforming on the golem's arm. It was currently little more than a broken shard attached to a hilt, but it wouldn't be long before it was back to its former glory. Suffice to say, Gabe had no intention of letting his opponent complete its recovery. "It's all or nothing," he said, getting a mental nod back from Percy. Leaping back to avoid another stomp, Gabe tensed both calves and sprang forward like a coiled cobra, bolting through the space between the golem's knees. Using the wisps of air mana he'd managed to recover, Percy added to his host's momentum, as the latter reinforced his wings with sheer determination. The duo knew they wouldn't get through their foe's defenses had they aimed for its torso or head, so they hadn't bothered trying. Their current goal was to sever another limb or two. The golem's shield was already on its way down in a last-ditch effort to crush the pesky vermin by its feet before they completed their stunt. But it was too late. It wasn't just the shield, but the construct's entire upper body that landed in the black tar. The impact raised the tallest wave yet, submerging Gabe, who was still in the process of climbing back to his feet. The golem squirmed, trying and failing to right itself. The liquid rushed to repair it, dirtying its previously polished surface with sludge. Gabe and Percy were out of mana again, though time was on their side for once. They estimated that they would recover long before the construct did. And, sure enough, they were able to finish the golem a couple minutes later without any new surprises. "You said we need to beat 2 more of these things?" Percy asked grimly. Gabe grimaced in response before nodding. 2 stronger ones. Chapter 82. 5th Wave. "Any progress with that book?" Percy asked. Another week had passed since their narrow victory against the 4th wave, though they had yet to challenge the 5th one. Acknowledging their inadequacy, they hadn't been in a hurry to move on, instead taking their time to get stronger as they fought against the same opponent again and again. Challenging a previously beaten wave didn't reward any credits, but it was still good practice that allowed them to hone both their magic and their teamwork.
At the moment, Gabe was back in his room, as the two of them had plenty of work to do even during their downtime.
"A little," Gabe replied, flicking a page aside. "The gist is that we can supposedly fuse the 2 elements, much like a composite affinity. In fact, since both of my cores have elemental mana, the result will be exactly like a composite affinity. However, there are a few complications." "Such as?" Percy asked. "Well, if you are born with a composite core, the 2 types of mana merge automatically without requiring any effort from its user. In my case, I'll have to expend a lot of willpower to replicate that feat," Gabe explained. "But there's 2 of us. Shouldn't that make it easier?" Percy asked. His host didn't seem as convinced. "Maybe, or it might be harder for us to coordinate. Also, the mismatch between my core's grades and the fact that only my fire mana is enhanced by a blessing will create an imbalance of power." Percy frowned. If this was true, they'd struggle to get the trick down in time. A possible solution was for Gabe to learn how to use his air magic by himself, but that would put too much pressure on him during the fight. Percy knew firsthand how difficult it was to keep track of 2 cores at once. It could easily take his host a couple months to get there, especially since Gabe was in charge of the wings, too. "The wings!" Percy exclaimed. "What about them?" Gabe raised an eyebrow. Percy grinned. "Perhaps we don't have enough time to master the Moire's art, but I have another idea to give us an edge in the 5th wave." The golem stood motionless at the other end of the room, its cold gaze locked on Gabe. It looked exactly like the previous one, though its shield had been replaced by a second sword. On paper, it would have sacrificed some defense for the sake of offense, but Percy doubted that was the case. "I bet it's even better at parrying," he noted, getting a nod back from his host. That said,
The two of them weren't the same as they had been a week ago, either. Percy had improved the most, having cleared plenty more channels and grown far more proficient with air mana. He'd even briefly considered working towards circulation, though he'd quickly shot the idea down. Meeting the requirements of the refine spell would take him way longer than the time they had left. Oblivious to his guest's thoughts, Gabe summoned his wings and readied his stance. Ironically, he was the one who'd improved the least, despite being the actual owner of the second core. Still, he'd grown more accustomed to fighting alongside Percy against the elite golems. "Give it a try," he suggested. Percy acquiesced, focusing his senses on the flow of ambient mana. He'd already experienced Gabe's bloodline ability before, having briefly taken command of the wings back during his first day in the vault. However, his plan was to do something slightly different today. The idea was fairly simple. The only reason Gabe's wings manifested out of flames was because of his original affinity. Now that they possessed another core, there was no reason why they couldn't dig even more value out of the bloodline. Indeed, Percy identified a portion of the ambient mana being ignited at Gabe's back. He tugged at the flow to pry it from his host's control as the latter fought to remain in charge. One of them focused on the blazing heat burning in their sternum, while the other imagined the softer air mana dancing in their abdomen. Responding to their thoughts, the river of ambient mana split into two components, one continuing to fuel the wings right below Gabe's shoulder blades, as a smaller stream was pulled a few inches lower, forming a second pair below the first. "Success!" Percy was ecstatic, feeling the new ethereal limbs respond to his command. "Wow, I can't believe this actually worked," Gabe said. Percy sensed some mixed feelings from his host. Gabe was happy he could use his bloodline with both cores at the same time, though he wasn't looking forward to juggling all these tasks by himself in the future. However, this wasn't Percy's problem. Focusing back on the new wings, he quickly noticed they were both smaller and weaker than the other pair. It made sense. While the ability was fueled by ambient mana, its strength correlated with the corresponding core's grades. Percy's control was a little clumsy, too, but it would have to do for now. After spending a few minutes to adjust to the new appendages, the two looked back at the construct. It was still patiently waiting for them to make the first move. "I'm going in," Gabe said, flapping his wings once and soaring halfway to the ceiling. Meanwhile, the second set remained folded behind their waist. Percy didn't want to interfere with his host's movements, so he'd reserve the new limbs for a time when they actually needed them. For now, he simply augmented Gabe's speed, as he always had. The good news was that their cooperation had grown a lot more refined over the past week. Their air mana flowed underneath Gabe's fiery wings, giving him an even greater boost than if Percy had tried to propel their body directly, like he had before. And just like that, they dove upon the golem, finally beginning the battle. Surprising no one, the construct raised its swords to parry the white-hot axes before trying to land a blow of its own. Gabe ducked and weaved to dodge the colossal blade by a hair's breadth as he levitated around the golem, looking for an opening. The construct was even faster than the previous one, but Percy expertly unleashed small bursts of air around their body, elegantly augmenting his host's every move while using the minimum amount of mana each time. Two figures, one man-sized, the other colossal, danced amidst the flurry of slashes, the black ones parting the thick tar in their passing as the white-hot ones raised the temperature to a dangerous level. The axes were even hotter than before, with Percy's air mana adding more fuel to the flames while sharpening them and accelerating them further than Gabe could manage on his own. The downside was that their skin was blistering and peeling as a red sheen coated the obsidian golem. Every now and then, the weapons collided, sending loud shockwaves bouncing around the walls of the cube and throwing the previously calm surface of the swamp into turmoil. No side seemed to gain an advantage,
as neither combatant managed to land a single blow. At least, that was the case until Gabe and Percy's mana was exhausted a minute later, leaving them at the golem's mercy. A massive sword descended, its edge sinking halfway through the floor, though Gabe was already a few meters back due to Percy saving their asses with the first flap of their new wings. The golem returned to its default immobile state, giving them a chance to recover. Percy had yet to fully understand what the condition was for the constructs to bother chasing a combatant. His best guess was that disarming it would do the trick. "Do you want to keep going like this?" he asked his host. While they seemed equally matched with the golem at the moment, they possessed an advantage that their opponent sorely lacked: the ability to grow. Right now, they could only use their newer limbs as a way to disengage, but it wouldn't be long until they were able to weave them into their fighting style. Plus, it would only be a matter of time until they grew accustomed to the golem's movements. "Sure," Gabe shrugged. "Let's take it nice and easy with this one." Chapter 83. Moment of Truth. Cube. Start the Gauntlet Challenge. Green level. User ID 004527945512. Authorization granted. Starting Gauntlet Challenge. Green level. The user has already cleared Wave 5. Do you wish to resume at Wave 6? Warning. Wave 6 contains a far more powerful opponent. "Are you ready for this?" Gabe asked his guest. Another month had passed since they had first cleared the previous wave, breaking Percy's record for the longest-lived clone, and by a huge margin at that. By now, they'd grown rather skilled at seamlessly weaving their distinct types of mana and both sets of wings into their fighting style. Lamentably, their strength was beginning to plateau. The only avenue that still left them a lot of room for improvement was mastering the Moiray's trick, fusing their affinities into one. Gabe and Percy had actually made some progress in that department, but the result wasn't quite ready to be relied upon during a fight. "Go for it," Percy replied. "Yes," Gabe spoke out loud. "Choice confirmed. Wave begins in 18 writs." While it would have certainly been prudent to wait longer, the two were running out of time. Despite their relatively healthy body, Gabe's recent promotion, and the crazy amount of soul mana that Percy had invested, the patches holding their souls together were finally beginning to come undone. Their most optimistic estimates gave them a few more days together, though they figured it was best not to cut it too close. Wave begins in 12 writs. All in all, they weren't particularly happy with their odds, but it wasn't as though they'd miraculously get stronger if they held on for another day or two. Naturally, the thought of turning Gabe into a familiar had crossed Percy's mind. While his stingy host wasn't always the most pleasant to be around, Percy had still grown fond of the jellyfish person after spending so much time fighting alongside him. Still, he'd rather not resort to ripping his host's consciousness out of their body before exhausting all the alternatives.
While Percy had never regretted creating his crow familiar, the jury was still out on whether he'd done right by the original Mickey, as his pal had yet to recover any of his old memories. Wave begins in 6 writs. Not to mention the personal cost involved with his secret art. Perhaps he could get Oren to take care of him for a few weeks if he ended up in a coma again, though he wasn't looking forward to explaining everything to the alchemist afterwards. Then there was the question of whether he'd even find a suitable body for Gabe in the middle of the guild. "I'll only do it if we're out of options." Wave begins. May your challenge be successful. The familiar black metal poured down the cube's walls, rising to Gabe's knees soon enough. Only then did a blob of sludge swell on the floor about a dozen meters in front of them, forming their latest opponent. Of course, Gabe and Percy had tried attacking the golems in this vulnerable state in the past, but they'd only wasted their time.
Despite the cube's words, the challenge wouldn't officially begin until the construct was done taking shape. Not that it took very long, as the new golem stood tall before them mere moments later. This one brandished 2 pairs of arms, reminding Percy of the natives on Huehue. Each of its 4 hands held a curved saber, their edges fanning out in a ferocious stance, points tilted slightly towards Gabe. Even more unsettling was the construct's gaze, which seemed no less piercing than its weapons tips, flooding the room with a palpable sense of oppression. I have a bad feeling about this. Percy didn't wait for the golem's inscriptions to finish igniting, hurriedly pulling the ambient mana towards their back. Following his lead, Gabe did the same as the streams split off, coalescing into 2 pairs of nascent wings. The upper ones were the widest and most majestic, made of scorching blue flames. The others were more modest, elegantly crafted out of swirling gusts of wind and carrying a faint green tint. In any case, it was a good thing they hadn't waited. This golem didn't give them the chance to attack first, seizing the initiative instead. It pounced towards them like a tiger, a short-lived crater forming in the swamp where it had stood just a moment ago. Its visage rapidly enlarged in their vision as it flew mere inches above the black substance, 2 of the sabers carving waves into the formerly serene surface of the liquid metal. As for the remaining pair of blades, they were crossed in front of the golem's face, clearly impatient to taste Gabe's blood. Flapping both pairs of the half-formed wings in tandem, they barely managed to escape diagonally to their right, though not before losing both left wings and getting a nasty cut below their ribs. What the hell? Percy moved their bottom right wing opposite the upper right one to balance it out. It was a nifty trick they'd come up with in the past few weeks, taking advantage of the fact that their wings weren't actual body parts. Their mana composition allowed the attachments to be shifted around somewhat freely, which had saved them in a pinch more than once. Their flight was a little lopsided, but hovering for a while longer wouldn't be an issue. I suppose this one won't let us recover between rounds, Percy said as they rose higher, putting more distance between themselves and the ground. Real dick move to change up the golem's tactics with no warning, Gabe groaned. Had the gods in charge made the previous constructs passive out of kindness? Or had it all been a ruse to lure challengers into a false sense of security? Either way, their trouble had only just begun. Before the severed wings were done recovering, the golem tilted its head up, its eyes flashing a shade brighter and sending a chill down their spine. It tossed its sabers towards them in well-timed intervals, the colossal blades spinning as they sliced up through the air. Even in his current state, Gabe didn't have much difficulty maneuvering around the projectiles. But that was beside the point. The shock waves that Percy had expected to hear never came, since the weapons spluttered into blobs of liquid the moment they made contact with the cube's sides, rolling down the smooth walls. Meanwhile, the sludge constantly flowed to the golem's feet, reforming its sabers one after another, and ensuring the construct would never run out of blades to throw. Shit, it's going to tire us out eventually, Percy noted. The barrage was a lot more forgiving than the rain of needles in the swarm challenge, but it seemed like the blades could go on forever. While the wings didn't use up any of Gabe's mana, keeping them active and flying around was still mentally taxing. I guess we have to go on the offense, Gabe shrugged. Yeah, I suppose that was the plan all along, Percy sighed. It's not like we can get the reward you need by dodging. Thankfully, their wings had recovered by the time they'd fully adjusted their strategy. They took a moment to rearrange the limbs into their original configuration before circling the golem cautiously. The good news was that the moment it threw each weapon, it was left with just 2.5 sabers, giving them a slight opening to attack. Time was of the essence, though, as it wouldn't be long before the construct was back to its top shape.
Let's use all our mana at once, Percy suddenly suggested. There's no sense in rationing it, as it won't give us a chance to disengage anyway. Gabe raised an eyebrow. But what if we fail? We'll be completely defenseless, he protested. You can still verbally terminate the challenge, can't you? Percy reminded him.
That was how Gabe had tried to escape from the swarm challenge when things had gone downhill, though he'd been a moment too late, leaving him riddled with fatal wounds by the time Percy found him. Right, okay. I'm going in, the former replied. As soon as they dodged the next incoming saber, Gabe reinforced the upper pair of wings with fire mana, turning them white before flapping them. Percy mirrored the motion with the lower pair, while also skillfully distributing the air mana throughout their body. Their vision blurred for a moment, but they'd done this so many times in the past month, they didn't need to see where they were going. Reaching the golem in a burst of speed, the first of their blazing axes cleaved at its neck, leaving a distorted afterglow in its wake. The concentrated mana burst into a wave of force and heat upon impact, spreading outwards from the point of collision. Gabe had to actually close his eyes to shield them from the flash, rendering the duo unable to gauge the extent of the damage they'd dealt. Still, they felt their opponent's sabers bend and crack, though the attack ultimately failed to pierce through. But that was okay. The second wing was just behind the first. This one finished the job, sending shards of metal flying in all directions as the white blade sliced through the damaged weapons to deliver a diagonal slash on the golem's torso. The construct staggered, its inscriptions dimming for a moment. But it didn't collapse. Soon, the runes on its polished surface shone brightly again as it swung the broken sabers towards Gabe. Percy immediately slammed the second pair of wings together right in front of their chest. The burst of wind pushed them backwards, narrowly dodging the fragmented edges of metal thirsting for their flesh. C-Cube! Abort wave! End challenge! Gabe barely got the words out as the golem launched itself airborne, falling rapidly towards them. The two stumbled backwards in their desperate attempt to buy an extra fraction of a second, the shadow of the golem's visage shrouding their vision as the syrupy sludge enveloped their back, hugging their sinking body. Their pupils widened as they stared in horror at the colossal fist just inches from their face, about to smash their head open like a watermelon. Chapter 84. Persistence. The sickening sound of their skull cracking never came. Gabe thought it might have already happened, too fast for them to register. But Percy had experienced enough deaths to be confident that this wasn't it. Regardless, they held their breath and remained motionless under the surface of the dark swamp, unsure whether the challenge had stopped in time or whether the golem had simply lost track of them. It was most likely the former, but neither of the two was feeling brave enough to check. Sure enough, the liquid's level dropped soon, draining into the floor and exposing their body. Only then did they reluctantly open their eyes, bursting into labored breaths as the air reached their lungs, their chest heaving up and down. "Well, that sure sucked," Gabe said. "Next time we fail, and there will definitely be a next time." "Please, say the words faster," Percy berated him. Gabe didn't respond, focusing on refilling his cores for a while. Only after they'd fully recovered did he speak again. "How are we going to get through this?" Sadly, Percy had no good answer for his host, feeling just as lost. Of course, they'd encountered many difficulties during the previous waves, but they'd had plenty of options at the time. They'd adjusted their tactics, honed their cooperation and magic, or grown more used to their opponent's moves. This time, things weren't as simple. They had no idea how to improve enough in the next couple of days. Plus, the golem's response had been too fast to read. They'd basically attacked it blindly, at a speed they could hardly even grasp. Yet that hadn't been enough. It had parried their offense rather easily. Despite going all out, they'd barely broken through its defenses, and even then, it had deflected the trajectory of their slashes enough that they'd no longer posed a threat to its integrity. "You're not going to like this, but I suggest we keep doing the exact same thing and hope we get lucky," Percy said. Gabe's jaw slackened. "That's the shittiest plan ever," he complained. Percy refused to back down. "It's all I've got. Feel free to suggest something better." Gabe groaned as he pushed himself up, his body hurting all over. While they'd healed perfectly after the Swarm challenge, they'd accumulated a lot of new injuries over the past few weeks. The peculiar thing was that most of them had been self-inflicted. While he and Percy had done a commendable job dodging most of the golem's attacks, the intense heat of their own spells had caused plenty of nasty burns all over their skin. Naturally, mages possessed high innate resistance to their own magic, yet Gabe's blessing and bloodline already pushed his spells close to his limits. Adding the extra air mana into the mix meant the flames had grown a little too hot for comfort. Unfortunately, beggars couldn't be choosers. They'd needed every bit of firepower to even get this far. Plus, although Gabe had been forced to splurge a few credits on ointments and other remedies, to his great dismay, none of the injuries were life-threatening, so they'd chosen to endure them. "Let's do it then. I haven't gone through all this crap just to fail at the last juncture," he said resolutely. As soon as they felt fully recovered, they began the challenge anew. Knowing what to expect, they launched themselves aloft, waiting for the golem to toss a couple of sabers their way before diving in for an attack. Once again, the clash had been too quick and far too hectic to fathom, though it had gone slightly better than the previous one. While the construct was still alive, it had lost 2 of its arms by the time they called the challenge off. Perhaps it would have been the perfect opportunity for Gabe and Percy to finish it, if they had any mana left, which they didn't. "Cube, abort challenge," the former spoke, with a heavy heart, not giving their opponent the chance to retaliate. About half an hour later, they went for their 3rd attempt, managing to land a good blow on the golem's head and slicing a corner off. In fact, the injury had even left it disoriented for nearly half a minute, making them think this was their lucky break. Unfortunately, just when they had repaired their wings enough to go for the finisher, the golem attacked, nearly beheading them before they hurriedly ended the challenge. "Again," Percy said. This time, they tried to sneak up on the golem from behind. To their horror, they discovered that it possessed eyes at the back of its head, too. Not only that, but it could easily spin its arms around, causing the clash to go no better than the previous ones. 5th attempt. Abort. 6th. 7th. 10th. Abort. Abort. Abort! Gabe had collapsed wearily by the side of the cube, resting against the wall. They'd recovered a few minutes ago, but they weren't in a rush to try again. Verbally terminating the challenge and restarting whenever it suited them might seem like a great loophole, and it was, to an extent, yet it wasn't without cost. Recovering their mana between rounds wasn't difficult, but they had no way to heal their wounds. By now, Gabe was a complete mess. His translucent skin was peeling and bleeding, his flesh battered and sore. Not to mention the risk of incurring much more serious injuries increased exponentially with each attempt. 2 tries ago, they had come this close to losing an arm, narrowly getting away with a nasty gouge on their shoulder. And Gabe couldn't just ask for more life mana if they succeeded. He needed the soul mana, and he seriously doubted the cube would be generous enough to give him both. Also, they were running out of time. Fast. Percy could feel the patches falling apart one after the other, forcing him to get creative if he wanted to remain as long as possible. He shifted the mana around, trying to keep their soul from crumbling before its time.
Let's try fusing the affinities again, Gabe suggested. I know it's a long shot, but it's the only thing we haven't tried. Percy considered it for a few seconds. It's more than a long shot. The best we've managed was weaker than your air mana alone, and we need something more destructive than your all-out attack. Gabe grinned. As a wise man once said, feel free to suggest something better. Fine, but let's practice for a couple hours without starting the challenge. No sense in testing a new spell while having an angry golem trying to slice us into strips. Whether it was Remior or the Vault of Magic, less than 1% of the population was born with a composite core. That said, these affinities were well understood, as they represented elements abundant in nature, such as mud, steam, or magma. So, while neither Gabe nor Percy had personally seen someone use the light affinity before, they had a pretty good idea of what to expect. Sadly, that didn't seem to help them much in mastering it. Steady. Keep going, Percy said, focusing on the rotation and integrity of the small tornado between their palms. Gabe, on the other hand, was doing his best to lower the intensity and temperature of his fire mana while trying to match his guest's output. I think we're nearly there, he said, watching the flames spin.
The air mana provided fuel for the fire, turning it hotter, while the heat allowed the air to move even faster. The two components were rapidly consumed, generating an effect more potent than the sum of its parts. The blue vortex grew brighter, though this wasn't due to Gabe's blessing. He was still doing his best to hold it back. Perhaps they'd need to add it to the finished product later, but for now, their focus was on blending the affinities together. And as the scorching winds shrunk into a ball, their shape and color shifted, turning the tornado into something different. A white sphere. It was so bright it forced Gabe to look away. In fact, it seemed even hotter than his strongest flames, though it had lost much of its substance, turning matter into pure energy. So far, so good. Percy sent a thrum of determination to his host. He couldn't help but salivate over the prospect of fusing his own mana back home. He knew it would be harder, as neither of his affinities were elemental, which meant their fusion was inherently unstable. Still, the Moire's books suggested it was possible. Stop daydreaming and focus on the sphere, Gabe snapped him out of his thoughts. Right, Percy replied, as his attention returned to their project. This wasn't their first time getting the fused technique to this point, but they needed to pour a lot more mana into the spell and to control it much better before it could be used against the golem. The two coordinated to increase their input at the same rate, slowly expanding the radius of the sphere as its blinding rays grew more intense. Gabe's eyes watered even through his closed eyelids, though they didn't stop. They needed this to work. Running out of ideas, they tried to divert the beam away from their body. Partial success. About 70% of the light was directed to the front, though the remainder still hurt them. Even worse, the higher output, combined with their rough attempts at manipulating the spell, affected its stability, causing it to blink rapidly and putting it on the verge of fizzling out. I can't keep this up. Gabe winced, allowing it to come apart. Smoke was coming out of their palms, which had received the full brunt of the fused mana. Man, I don't think we've improved in the last few hours at all, Percy noted. Me neither. How are our souls doing? Gabe asked. Not great. I've had to actively expend my willpower to keep the patches stable for a while now. If we start fighting the golem again, we'll only last a few more tries. Gabe plopped on the ground weakly as Percy felt despair seeping through their connection. It's over. It was all for nothing, the former said. It wasn't. There's still one more thing I can try doing for you, if we fail to beat the golem. Though you won't like it. Gabe raised an eyebrow, prompting Percy to explain how his familiars worked. So, you're telling me that I'll lose all my memories
and potentially end up reincarnated as some vermin small enough to fit in my palm. And that's the best-case scenario, assuming all the stars align. What's even the point? He demanded. I know it sucks. That's why I didn't mention it earlier. But it's on the table if you want to try it, Percy said. His host didn't respond immediately, taking some time to consider his options. Eventually, he spoke. All right. If all else fails, I'm willing to give it a shot. However, I'd like to test one last thing before we resort to that, he said. I'm listening, Percy replied. Well, it's nothing too revolutionary, just a final gamble. So far, we've split our efforts between making the spell powerful enough to damage the golem while also controlling it to keep ourselves safe. Percy understood what his host was getting at. You want to ditch the second part? Gabe nodded.
I don't know if we'll succeed, or what state my body will end up in. But it might be better than becoming an amnesiac critter.
All right. Start the challenge, then. Naturally, they'd only get one chance, as they didn't have the luxury of injuring themselves repeatedly to hone their suicidal attack to perfection. Gabe went through the motions, restarting the wave as the two summoned their wings and took to the air. The duo looked ahead as the black metal began pouring down the walls of the cube, watching their opponent form in silence. This time, there would be no giving up. In a few short minutes, Percy would finally return to Remior. The only question was whether he'd do so alone or with company. Chapter 85. Gabe's Gamble. Gabe's palms burned as the white sphere expanded between them. The dark blob rapidly took shape right below the duo, putting pressure on them to fuse their mana faster. Naturally, they'd already abandoned all caution, willingly accepting the painful cost of the technique. Their eyeballs felt like they were melting in their sockets, the entire front side of their body peeling. We need to time this right, Gabe said. We'll only get one shot. Percy agreed. Yes, we need to do 3 things at once. We'll have to push the rest of our mana into the sphere while simultaneously unleashing your blessing to raise the temperature even further. Meanwhile, I'll try to direct as much of the explosion towards the golem and away from our face as I can. Make those 4 things, then. Let's also try tossing our wings into the mix. Even if the ambient mana fails to add to its strength, it might shield our body from some of the damage. With the plan set in stone, the duo held their breath, focused on their opponent's form. Of course, they couldn't gaze at it directly, as their head was tilted away from the radiant star thrumming between their hands, but they could still observe it through mana sense. The vague outline of green finally finished taking the shape of the golem, complete with 4 sabers tightly grasped in its fists. Not wasting a moment, the two rushed to their tasks before their enemy started hurling weapons at them. First, they stopped flapping the wings, only slightly adjusting them to maintain their orientation and allowing themselves to fall closer to the construct. Pushing all the mana out of their 2 cores, they let it gush through their channels to flood the spell with an influx of fuel, causing it to burn brighter than ever before. The golem finally reacted, tossing the first saber towards them, but they were ready for that. They dodged with a quick flap of their upper wings before returning to their previous position using the second pair. Estimating they were already close enough to the golem, hardly 3 meters away, they finally folded all 4 wings to their chest, dipping the tips into the sphere. To nobody's surprise, the mana from their sternum had already dominated its counterpart, technically making the attack more of a fire affinity spell, laced with hints of something else. Its temperature had already surpassed anything they'd tried before, as it happily devoured part of the wings, too. They heard the golem throw another blade, but they didn't care. It never reached their body, melting mid-flight, unable to withstand the intense heat of the sphere. A few scorching droplets landed on Gabe's skin, causing him to wince as his flesh sizzled even faster in those spots. If it hadn't been for his passive resistance to heat, he would have long turned to ashes by now. But the two were already far too deep to back down. When they were mere inches above the golem's head, they finally let go of the mana, doing their best to divert it away from their body. Making a shrill, high-pitched sound, the sphere burst out in every direction. The shockwave itself wasn't that powerful, as the spell's focus was its luminosity and heat.
The last thing Gabe and Percy saw through their closed eyelids was a flash of white, a warm trickle rolling halfway down their cheeks before evaporating. They felt their left hand literally crumble into dust. The entire front side of their body felt like it had been dropped on a frying pan. Yet, despite all the pain and worry, Percy couldn't help but feel some fleeting pride over the sheer power of the spell he'd just helped cast. It had truly pushed the upper limit of what a green core should be capable of. That said, his status remained silent, as it wasn't something he could reproduce on his own. Though, had he been the one responsible for naming it, he did have an idea what to call it. The Light Affinity Spell, Collapsing Star. Luckily for them, the dense tar coating the room's floor cushioned their landing, sparing them from further injuries. Of course, the bubbling liquid was rather hot to the touch, but it couldn't compare to the attack they'd just eaten to their face, though it did aggravate their burns further. Sinking to the bottom, they remained motionless on the floor, waiting with hope for their victory to be announced. Their spirits soared as the viscous metal was swiftly drained out of the room, the soulless voice addressing them again. Cleared. Rewards. The two had some trouble making the words out through the ringing in their ears, but there wasn't any question as to their contents. Oblivious to Percy's thoughts, the system kept speaking. Awarded current wave bonus reward request limited. Gabe, you're up! Percy prodded his host after realizing he'd remained silent for a few seconds too long. What happened? The latter asked, apparently only now regaining consciousness. We've done it! Get it to heal you. Remember to ask for the soul mana first, Percy advised. Gabe tried nodding, but even the slight motion hurt. Heal my soul and my body, he petitioned in a hoarse voice. Evaluating request. Percy sure hoped the cube had heard the message clearly. It would be so stupid to fail at the last stretch because of a simple miscommunication. Luckily, his worries had been misplaced, though the response wasn't the ideal one. Not that they heard it in its entirety, but they still made out the gist of it. Evaluation complete. Outside parameters. Only eligible. One type of mana. Prioritize soul? It's your call, Gabe. My offer is still up. What do you want to do? Before coming to the vault, Percy hadn't had any intention of creating a second familiar anytime soon. While he'd grown somewhat used to having two connections at the same time, it would inhibit his ability to send out more clones for the foreseeable future. Of course, it would be worthwhile if it furthered his project to get a starry wasp familiar, but that wasn't on the table right now. Sadly, he had no idea how to get his hands on a suitable egg. Even so, he wouldn't abandon his new friend for his own convenience. "What do you think about the state of my body?" the latter asked. Naturally, Gabe understood his own physiology better, but he knew Percy had possessed dozens of dying bodies in the past. Evidently, he could use a second opinion. Percy remained silent for a few moments, considering it. Every now and then, he tried moving a muscle,
gauging the condition of his host's various body parts. "I don't think your wounds are quite lethal, but they aren't exactly minor either. I'm sure you've noticed some of the most egregious injuries already." Gabe sent a mental nod back. He'd lost both eyes and one hand. What wasn't as clear was whether the remaining limbs could be salvaged. Even if they could, the numerous burns on his body would easily take several months to heal. At first, Percy had thought his friend could just seek out a mortal with the life affinity to heal him. But Gabe had already explained that was unlikely to work.
Mortals in the vault were highly competitive, as the available resources were limited. There was no sense of camaraderie between them, and the gods liked things this way, as it helped them cultivate the strongest ones. Sadly, Gabe would only have himself to rely on. Worse still, his next opportunity to fix his body was decades away, at best. Even if he mastered the rest of his arsenal after Percy left, he couldn't reach the 12th wave in either the Swarm or Gauntlet challenge, probably not even if he'd been healthy. Certainly not in his current state. Plus, getting into Magiscript would be much harder, now that he was both blind and crippled. In fact, advancing to Blue didn't exactly guarantee he'd clear the 12th wave either. It was entirely possible that he would be stuck like this forever. "I'd still rather give this a shot. I don't think reincarnation is for me," he admitted after a while. Percy didn't say anything, respecting his host's decision. "Heal my soul," the latter said. By now, the ringing in their ears had subsided somewhat, letting them hear the cube's response more clearly. "Accumulating soul mana. Healing begins in 6 writs." Though they'd been working towards this very moment for weeks, Percy was suddenly overcome by a wave of panic, realizing they were mere seconds away from parting for good. What was he even supposed to say to a friend he might never see again? A crisp sound broke him out of his thoughts as something soft brushed through the air. The familiar feeling of a cool droplet landing on their forehead was soon followed by a refreshing sensation spreading through their soul. Wherever it passed, the cracks in Gabe's soul rapidly closed. Not wishing to waste their last few moments, Percy said the first thing that came to mind. "I'm so sorry for leaving you behind in such a shitty state." Perhaps he should have gone with something more positive, but he did feel strongly about it. While Percy had only promised to do his best to help Gabe, returning to Remir without knowing whether he'd succeeded didn't sit well with him. Especially since he was leaving his friend crippled, and with a heavy secret to bear. However, a wave of amusement soon seeped through their bond. "What are you apologizing for?" Gabe asked. "It's not your fault I got myself killed before we met. As far as I'm concerned, you're leaving me better than you found me." Another droplet fell, causing Percy's soul wisp to recede even further down the mending cracks. The patches he'd been struggling to hold together continued to fizzle out, his bond no longer required. And as he was gradually evicted from the vessel, Percy noticed the pull of his main body had grown extremely strong, trying to pry him out of this world. But he wasn't thinking about that. His mind was focused on Gabe's words. Hearing that his friend didn't blame him lifted a weight off Percy's chest. "Then I suppose the only thing left is to wish you a quick recovery. And, who knows, maybe I'll visit again sooner or later." Gabe chuckled. As if it's so easy to sneak into this place. "Hey, who do you think you're talking to? I'm the sneakiest guy in the universe," Percy snapped back in mock outrage. "In fact, all I need is some kind of compass, and I can stop wandering around blindly." He was partly joking, of course, though he did mean what he said. Percy fully intended to find a proper way of navigating the cosmos eventually. There already were 1 or 2 places he'd like to return to, and he was sure there would be even more in the future. And just like that, the 3rd droplet landed, the divine mana sealing the last few injuries in Gabe's soul,
and pushing Percy out. As the powerful cord on his back tensed, he was finally pulled away. Gabe's final message echoing in his mind. Thanks, Percy, for everything.
Chapter 86. Bump. The moment Percy was dragged out of Gabe's body, and before he had the chance to pick up much speed, something strange happened. Bump. What the hell was that? Did I hit something, or did something else collide with me? It was weird, because the only things he had ever interacted with in this disembodied state had been other souls. Plus, it had always been him running into them, if not intentionally, then at least knowingly. When nothing else happened, he didn't think much of it as he continued on his way to Remior, not feeling any different after the collision. Instead, his thoughts were occupied by his recent experiences in the vault. While the place was positively rich with magical secrets, Percy had only managed to scratch the tip of the iceberg. Magiscript was arguably the vault's most valuable art, but he had lacked the funds and the time to study it too deeply. After all, he couldn't have asked his dying friend to waste his limited credits on books and tutorials for his sake. That stingy jellyfish wouldn't have agreed anyway. Consequently, leaving without learning how to inscribe a single rune was Percy's second greatest regret in this trip, only narrowly beaten by the bittersweet ending of Gabe's challenge. However, that was not to say he was without gains. I can't wait to apply everything we've learned about the Moirai. Soon enough, the wisp was back in its rightful body, the two sets of memories blending into each other. The process took a little longer than usual, probably due to the greater volume of divergent memories he had to sift through. In fact, the memories themselves were fine. It wasn't very difficult to logically arrange them. The bigger issue was the emotions. As it turned out, Percy's clone and main body had developed some distinct feelings during their time apart, some of them even in conflict with one another. For example, the main body had spent several months compressing crystals, brewing elixirs, and working on the new recipe with Orin. Suffice to say, he'd grown a little fed up with alchemy during the clone's absence. On the other hand, the clone had begun to miss it after the long vacation. Now that the two minds had fused once more, Percy had to deal with all sorts of concurrent incongruities like that. By the time he was done, his head was throbbing as he rested weakly on his bed. Only now did he remember it was the middle of the night. The clone's return had woken him up. Well, better than collapsing in Orin's house, I suppose. All in all, there had been plenty of interesting developments on both sides, so Percy planned to spend the next day rethinking his priorities. For now, he figured there was no better starting point than reading his status. Percival Avalon, Mana Cores, Mana Core 1, Orange, Soul. Mana Core 2, Red, Pure. Bloodline, Clone, create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Spells, Parting Gift, Crude. Secret Art, Familiar, Crude. Quarterstaff, Crude. Glove, Crude. Crystallization, Crude. Circulation, Refined. Decrees, Phoebe's Decree, grants access to your status. Cripes, grants a bloodline. Moirai's Decree, grants a second mana core. Metatron's Decree, open a one-way portal to the Vault of Magic at will. Percy's eyes widened upon reaching the end of his status, the new line carrying some shocking implications. When did this happen? He and Gabe had checked their status a few hours before starting the last wave of the challenge. The new decree definitely hadn't been present at the time. More importantly, this was something targeting Percy specifically, having followed him all the way home. It must be what bumped into me right when I was leaving. But what did it mean?
Obviously, their secrets had been exposed to the upper echelons of the vault.
Their hopes of hiding under the noses of a bunch of gods, while having all sorts of unusual interactions with the vault system, had obviously been way too optimistic.
Shit, what's going to happen now? Am I even safe here? Percy's heartbeat quickened as all sorts of catastrophic scenarios flashed through his mind. A few minutes later, he realized panic wasn't helping, so he grabbed his shaking wrist to calm himself down. Only then did he register that his bedsheets were stuck to his skin, drenched in cold sweat. Let's not jump to conclusions. Metatron has clearly opted for a softer approach. The Titan could have chosen to appear before Percy at any point, forcibly capturing him or performing all sorts of experiments on him against his will. Instead, he had remained silent, waiting for the clone to leave before passing him what was essentially an invitation. But why? The guy wasn't some sort of saint. Metatron was a callous man who had crafted one of the most brutal worlds Percy had ever heard of. Why would he care about the feelings of some random mortal? Though, considering it from the gods' perspective, it did make sense. The most precious thing his clones possessed was the Moirai's decree. Of course, that was plenty valuable in and of itself, but Percy wasn't sure if Metatron could have snatched it by force. Maybe they could have tried extracting his soul from Gabe and placing it into a different body. However, he wasn't sure that would have worked. Perhaps he couldn't possess another body without using his ability first, or maybe they couldn't have fused his soul with somebody else's without his consent. Either way, it would have been a gamble. They'd have risked everything for the risky potential to grant one more person a second core. But had they failed, they would have lost their chance forever. However, Percy's main body possessed something far more valuable, the very bloodline making it possible in the first place. If they could get their hands on him, they could pass the Moirai's decree to as many people as they wanted. And who knew what else they could do with it? This is still a gamble on his part, though. The rewards are higher, but so is the risk. Percy could always choose not to go. In that case, Metatron would lose everything. In fact, as much as he wanted to check up on his friend and to uncover more of the vault's knowledge, Percy would be a fool to even consider it. These people treated their own children as disposable experiments. Who would be stupid enough to willingly place themselves at the gods' mercy? Still, Metatron isn't an idiot. He obviously knew I would feel this way. Just what is his angle? Did he think Percy would eventually get into a situation where he'd have to use the decree? It was possible. After all, he was just a weak mortal. He wouldn't risk his life when he was safe, but what if he found himself cornered by a powerful enemy? Possible death was better than certain death, wasn't it? Did Metatron count on that happening sooner or later? Unless he doesn't even care about that. What if the decree allows him to do something else, like invading Remior at will? The possibility sent a shiver down Percy's spine, but he quickly shook his head. It shouldn't be that easy. If it were, Metatron would have taken over the universe already. Besides, even if he could invade, it wasn't like Percy could do much to stop a Titan. He had no idea how to get rid of the decree, and he wasn't selfless enough to kill himself or spill the beans to the divine order. Actually, that might be what he wants me to do. How would the gods react if they were to learn about all of his findings? Perhaps their safest bet would be to execute him on the spot. If things developed in such a way, he might be forced to escape to the vault in desperation. It's best not to do anything rash. I don't think I'm in any immediate danger.
In fact, Gabe was the one in trouble.
Shit, Gabe! Is he going to be all right? While Percy was by far the more valuable of the two, Gabe was still an important test subject. After all, Percy had already given him the decree. Could his children inherit his second core? If so, Percy could see the vault's gods forcing Gabe to sire a lot of kids. Hopefully the decree doesn't propagate like that. They could also try snatching it from him in the same fashion that Percy had passed it along in the first place, though that was likely impossible. If it hadn't come about as a unique feature of the clone bloodline, other races would have long since stolen it from the Moirai. Soul affinities were rare, yes, but they were still abundant at the cosmic scale. It was the combination of Percy's affinity and bloodline that was probably unprecedented. With any luck, they'll treat him as a valuable asset. It wasn't hard to imagine. The vault's deities were certainly self-centered, but they were also logical. Gabe had already been a Yellowborn with a blessing and a useful bloodline before Percy's interference. He was one of the chosen few they had kept around in the first place. Now, his value had increased again. Perhaps they'd treat him kindly, investing in him, rather than squeezing him dry of all he was worth, and not just due to his own potential, but also as a bargaining chip to use against Percy in the future. Either way, I can't do anything about it as I am. Percy couldn't help but lament his powerlessness once again. It was more pronounced than ever before, now that he found himself opposite a Titan of all people. At least Metatron didn't seem like he was planning to move against Percy directly anytime soon. He was probably playing the long game. Ultimately, Percy had no alternative but to assume as much. A possibility popped into his mind, and he grinned. Then I guess I can play games too.
Chapter 87. Advancement.
Percy tried, and failed, to go back to sleep following his clone's return. His insomnia was largely a symptom of his stress. He couldn't help but glance around the room every few seconds, fully expecting to see Metatron standing there, smirking at him. Only when the sun rose did Percy finally shake off his rampant paranoia. Of course, logic had told him hours ago he'd most likely be all right, but it wasn't until the warm rays snuck past the curtains, gently caressing his face, that he managed to put his worry to rest. Though the new decree hadn't been the only thing keeping him awake, there was more, some of it even being good news. While he'd been exhausted after another day of brewing, he was always a little reinvigorated whenever a clone returned. The missing soul fragments tended to fill him with energy as they settled in their rightful place. And to top it all off, today was special in more ways than one. It's finally happening! Percy struggled to contain his bubbling enthusiasm. Through an amusing stroke of luck, the end of his trip had coincided with another important development. The first strands of orange had appeared in Percy's second core the day before. Estimating that around 12 hours had passed since the last dose, he sat cross-legged on the bed, stretching out his arm to grab a gemstone vial from the nightstand. Naturally, Percy didn't miss a beat, uncorking it and spitting out the lid with a single motion, gulping its contents down before the cork even landed on the floor. As soon as the elixir settled in his stomach, he drew some mana from his abdomen, swirling the two substances together with practiced ease. Only when the detuned beast mana finished bonding to his own did he begin circulating them back and forth to his second core. Percy activated Mana Sense, watching as wave upon wave of mana washed over the crystalline walls. Usually one didn't need to directly observe the purification process, but he wouldn't miss this moment for the world. Whenever he pulled the mixture inwards, it chipped away at some of the dimmer red segments, causing his abdomen to itch. And every time he pushed the mana outwards, the impurities were the first to go, leaving the ethereal organ a little emptier, though its contents purer. At the beginning, only a single new strand appeared during each revolution. At that speed, it would take several days for the promotion to be completed. Luckily, the purification rate tended to snowball as one inched closer to the finish line. 2 strands appeared together during the 4th cycle, while 5 of them popped up at once by the 10th.
However, it was still a bit slow. "It's not going to be enough." Percy couldn't help but crack a bitter smile. The advancement was around halfway complete, though the elixir in his stomach was already nearly exhausted. Not that it was the end of the world. Far from it. It just meant he'd have to complete the promotion in the evening. He'd already waited years for this moment. He could wait a few more hours. But it's a little anticlimactic. Accepting that it simply wasn't meant to be, he watched the last traces of elixir about to be consumed. Yet, something suddenly changed. At first, a single new strand appeared. It wasn't enough to fill the core by itself, but that was only the beginning. Having crossed some kind of threshold, the newcomer soon attracted its neighbors, twisting the pure lines of orange mana together to form a thicker band. As it increased, it seemed to exert some influence on the smaller ones, starting a chain reaction. More of them joined together as the thicker ropes also began attracting one another. Yet there was some final barrier preventing the larger tendrils from merging together into a cohesive whole.
They tried valiantly, but couldn't take the last step, causing them to swirl around the organ even more violently than before. Their ends lashed out against the walls of the core, scraping more impurities out. Percy's abdomen began to burn more intensely than it usually did after a purification session. Of course, he didn't panic. Having experienced this before, he knew what to expect. As the thicker ropes purified the core with every pass, they allowed more of the thinner ones to appear. With nowhere to go, the small strands had no choice but to merge, much like their predecessors mere moments ago. The situation kept escalating until the core was filled entirely with thick bands. By now, the orange color had overwhelmingly dominated the red, leaving no more space for new strands to form. This seemed to push the reaction to its final stage, as the densely packed ropes overcame the resistance to fusing together. The rest happened too fast for Percy to register. With a satisfying sound reverberating through his body, all his core's contents integrated into a singular blob of orange, splashing down to the bottom of the organ. The new mana was a lot denser than before, only filling up about a third of the volume. That was a problem that could easily be fixed. Taking a few deep breaths, Percy quickly replenished his reserves over the next couple of minutes as a potent wave of vitality washed over his body and soul, elevating every inch of his existence. His senses grew sharper, enabling him to observe details in the room he'd never quite noticed before. His thoughts became clearer, as time even seemed to slow down a little. But the greatest improvement was to his physical strength, as his muscles twitched, their fibers coursing with new vigor. "I'll never get tired of this." Advancing to a higher grade was easily the greatest joy for a mage, comfortably beating even the exhilaration after mastering a new spell. It was something most people would only get to experience a few times in their life. Well, highborns like Elaine might manage it a couple more, but they also tended to live much longer, so it averaged out. Either way, Percy got to enjoy the rare privilege of going through each milestone twice. And it hasn't even been 5 years yet. The thought reminded him to grab a bowl of cyan powder he'd prepared on the nightstand before going to bed. Dripping a splash of water from a nearby cup, he hastily mixed the two materials into paste before downing it. It hadn't been that long since he had begun using the miraculous substance, but it had already proven its worth, having shaved several months off his advancement time. In fact, he'd probably just set a brand new record, unbeknownst to anyone, for the fastest promotion on Remior. Furthermore, it would probably become even more effective when he and Orin finalized the new recipe, fully integrating the cyan powder into the elixirs, something they were extremely close to doing.
But not today. Percy had already notified his mentor that he was going to take the day off. After all, he had a new toy he couldn't wait to play around with. And it wasn't even just for fun. He did need to get used to the way his spells felt after the advancement, especially to avoid any surprises in case he ended up in a fight. Furthermore, this promotion would have a significant impact on his ability to condense the crystals, hopefully letting him produce more of them per day. Right now, he could still barely keep up with his needs, but he had to greatly increase his output if he wanted to make money off the new elixirs. I suppose it's time to pay my good old friends, the Starry Soldiers, a visit. It had been around a year since Percy had made the switch to full-time alchemy. Suffice to say, his combat skills had probably grown a little rusty, making this a great opportunity to get in shape again. He could put his new power to the test, while also stretching his limbs. Leaping to his feet, he took a couple minutes to wash up before grabbing another dose of elixir and paste for the road. Leaving his house, he sent a message to his familiar. "Morning, buddy. I'm on the way to the spire." "Man, I've actually missed you." The crow cawed back inquisitively. From the bird's perspective, they'd only met a couple days ago. Well, technically, the same was true for Percy, but he was still sorting through his conflicting emotions. "It's complicated," he said, not bothering to explain. A few hours later, Percy stood on a giant mushroom, with Mickey perching a few meters away. The former took deep breaths, appreciating the colorful motes boosting his regeneration. Of course, they were present in the settlement too, but fewer made it indoors, where he had been spending most of his time. It was nice getting some fresh air for a change. Around 36 paces ahead, a wasp the size of a man was crawling carelessly atop the colossal fungus, completely oblivious to the grim fate that awaited it. 2 sets of glowing lines thrummed underneath Percy's skin as he cracked his fists, eagerly eyeing his prey. Well then. Chapter 88. Synchronization. The soldier stabbed repeatedly with its stinger, trying to poke holes into Percy's brain, though the latter didn't have much difficulty dodging. "I can't believe I even missed the scent of their acid." He sniffed the acrid odor, unbothered by the slight burning sensation in his nostrils. Okay, perhaps he needed to get out of the lab more. Brewing non-stop was clearly driving him insane. In any case, Percy had yet to summon any of his weapons, nor had he used a spell other than circulation. Maybe it was a little reckless of him, taking on a beast a full grade higher bare-handed, especially right after such a long break from hunting. That said, his newly sharpened reflexes seemed to carry him just fine.
Not that he wasn't a little out of shape, yet it wasn't nearly as bad as he'd expected. Fighting alongside Gabe over the past month must have helped. While Percy had only been in partial control of his friend's body, and while his host's style had been very different to his own, they'd still faced off against elite opponents at Green. That was a level Percy wasn't even remotely ready to touch by himself. Evidently, the experience had been more than a little eye-opening. Still, why does this feel off? He'd already casually evaded dozens of lunges, his agility having grown to a monstrous level following the promotion. The wasp had even begun to show signs of tiring. Yet Percy just couldn't shake this irritating feeling that he wasn't giving it his all. Weird. I'm using both instances of circulation at maximum output. Oblivious to his thoughts, the insect suddenly disengaged, flying a little higher. Percy wasn't surprised, as he'd expected it to resort to this move sooner or later. He tensed his calves, preparing for the incoming attack. Probably realizing it was outmatched, the wasp didn't hold back, desperately releasing all of its venom at once. 3 caustic blobs of purple spread through the air above Percy, yet it only took him 2 steps to escape the splash zone.
comfortably leaping out of the expanding shadows with plenty of time to spare. Perhaps the sheer ease by which he'd evaded the deadly acid should have satisfied him. However, it only exacerbated his certainty that there was something more. It simmered beneath the surface, waiting to be unleashed. I suppose the advancement has opened a new door for me. Can I push circulation even further? Gaining some distance from the bug, he turned his senses inwards. This arrangement suited the wasp fine, as it wasn't in a hurry to follow, instead taking the opportunity to recover a little. Percy didn't care about his cowardly opponent, his focus now entirely on the ethereal organ in his abdomen. The core was filled to the brim with mana, as more kept flowing in and out through his channels. In fact, the pathways were all stretched to their limits, making them unable to accommodate another drop. Or, well, that should have been the case. However, they didn't seem quite as strained as usual upon further examination. Shifting his gaze towards the one in his sternum, he noticed the same phenomenon happening in the second set of channels. The flow coursing through them was about as potent as it normally was, yet he felt he could push it further if he really tried. Strange. Is it because both my cores are at the same grade now? The interesting thing about circulation was that it both strengthened one's body and required it to be stronger. That was why Percy had needed to exercise for several months before he could use it. It was all about finding the highest stable level at which the spell could operate without harming him. But what happened if a mage had 2 cores and just as many instances of circulation? Let's find out. Taking another breath, Percy pushed more pure mana into his abdomen, forcing it into the corresponding channels. He encountered a lot of resistance. His whole body hurt, but the pathways ultimately swelled a little further to accommodate his wishes. Next, he repeated the process with soul mana, which was even more painful. He couldn't help but wince as the maelstrom swirled more violently, carving nasty grooves in his soul. But it held. Percy paused for a moment to examine his body. Overall, the gains were minuscule, hardly worth the trouble so far. That said, he couldn't help but notice his channels felt slightly less saturated. Is this some sort of positive feedback loop between the 2 cores? Mickey called out to him, a trace of worry worming its way into his voice. Don't worry, buddy. I'm being careful. Over the next few minutes, Percy continued to push his body further and further, one tiny step at a time. Eventually, there seemed to be no more room for improvement, as both sets of channels settled at their new upper limit. Only then did Percy stop using mana sense, examining himself through his eyes. His muscles had swollen even more than they usually did. His flesh stained a deep crimson color. His veins throbbed, and the glow from the cyan and silver lines was almost blinding. And, most curiously, motes of mana leaked out of his pores about as fast as they were being replenished, giving his skin a magical sheen and shrouding his body in a dual halo. This is going to take some getting used to. Everything ached from head to toe. Not just his flesh, but his soul too. And that was without even mentioning how taxing it was on his mind. While Percy could normally use circulation all day long, he'd be lucky if he could keep this version up for a couple of hours. Another project to work towards, I guess. Still, he couldn't help but crack a smile, eager to put this power to the test. He stretched his limbs and flexed his muscles, hearing all sorts of popping sounds coming from his joints. Then he took a step forward. Apparently, things weren't going to be that simple, however. The starry soldier had spent the last few minutes staring at him cautiously, but it appeared to have run out of patience. It turned around without missing a beat, fleeing at top speed to leave Percy staring at its back with his mouth agape. "Seriously? Come back here!" he yelled, running after it. At first, the wasp looked like it was going to get away, It was a fast one, even among yellow beasts. It also didn't help that Percy's steps were measured, as he was careful not to overexert his body before understanding his limits. However, he didn't need to be so cautious, as the spell seemed to work as advertised. It greatly boosted both his mobility and resilience, allowing him to easily keep up with the creature as he accelerated with each stride.
Before long, he was confidently gaining ground on the bug, leaving it no choice but to fly upwards, trying to escape to the sky. As if I'll let you! Percy quickly formed a silver sickle and threw it above the creature, blocking its path. The chase went on for a little longer, as he drew nearer and nearer, tossing projectiles at his prey whenever it tried taking an inconvenient turn. Eventually, the wasp seemed to understand that it wasn't going to get away, suddenly turning around to land a sneaky stab in Percy's eye. But the latter grinned, already warned by his passive soul vision. With some elegant footwork, he pivoted around the giant insect and soon found himself staring at it from behind. Before the beast could even react, he jumped onto its back. Stepping on its smooth exoskeleton, he grabbed a membranous wing with each hand. The starry soldier crash-landed on the giant mushroom, sliding along its surface for about a dozen meters before coming to a halt. It struggled weakly for a few moments, trying to shake Percy off. Not particularly bothered, he took his time pulling out the thin plates of chitin that he held in his palms. At some point, the insect did manage to shake him off, but only because his footing loosened after ripping the wings out of their sockets. The creature pounced on him, the two rolling atop the giant fungus as they engaged in a slugfest. Of course, Percy could easily put an end to this charade at any point with a parting gift. But he didn't. He wanted to savor his new spell, exploring the limits of his physical strength. He dodged the bug's sharp mandibles, ignoring the putrid droplets of spittle they spread every time they moved. With every opportunity, he tore out another of the wasp's limbs, slowly wrestling the beast to the ground while ripping it apart inch by inch. Eventually, he stood alone amidst a sticky pool of green ichor filled with severed chunks of chitin. His face and hands were covered in the substance too, though his robes had done their job as always. The enchanted fabric about as immaculate as it had been earlier that morning. Percy breathed hard. The fight, or at least the way in which he'd stubbornly chosen to conduct it, having taken its toll on him. Yet his face beamed with a radiant smile as he reveled in his new strength. Only now did the status see fit to announce his latest accomplishment. Congratulations! Your spell has evolved. Circulation, refined to synchronization, refined. Chapter 89. Condensing Crystals. Neat! Strictly speaking, synchronization was only classified as refined, like circulation. However, this was still impressive in many ways. Generally, the status avoided registering an upgrade within the same class, unless the spell in question was a qualitative improvement over its predecessor. I hope it's compatible with the dance. Of course, Percy didn't know how to get his hands on the final step of the technique. The only clue that Mickey had left him was that it had something to do with ambient mana, but that wasn't much to go with. That said, he hoped he wouldn't have to choose between that and synchronization. The crow landed next to him, diving happily into the mess of wasp parts. It tossed the bigger chunks away with its beak, occasionally swallowing one of the smaller pieces while searching for the core. Wow, you could at least pretend to be excited over my new spell, Percy complained in a faux-offended tone. Mickey just ignored him. Only after the familiar was done eating did the two head back to the settlement. They took their sweet time catching up, as they weren't in a rush, wanting to make the most of this rare vacation while it lasted. At some point, I'll need to teach him how to speak. Due to his unique circumstances,
Mickey was more than intelligent enough to learn the language. Communicating via feelings and images was certainly convenient, but it wouldn't hurt to have the ability to talk to other people. Well, assuming his physiology even allowed it. It'll be easier after his next advancement. Plus, I'm a little swamped right now. Percy sighed. His original goal for the day had been to test his entire kit, though his overindulgence in his new toy had left his body battered and sore, forcing him to leave earlier. It was a bit of a bummer, especially since he had also been looking forward to fusing his affinities. I suppose I'll have to try that some other time. Once they approached the bridges leading to the ground level, they finally parted ways. Entering the guild, Percy headed straight to Freddy's stand, waving at the plump vendor as soon as he came into view. Freddy waved back absent-mindedly at first, though his eyes widened upon noticing Percy's condition. "Holy shit! What happened to you?" "I got in a messy situation out there," Percy replied vaguely. However, upon seeing the color fade from his friend's face, he hurriedly added, "But don't worry about it. I'm not injured, just tired, and filthy, and very, very hungry." The response seemed to calm Freddy down, though the man still raised an eyebrow. "Since when did you return to hunting anyway? I thought you switched to alchemy a while ago." Percy shrugged. "I did. I was on a break today." Freddy chuckled, thinking it was a joke. It wasn't until a moment later that he seemed to realize Percy wasn't kidding. "Seriously? Who goes hunting on their break?" he asked in exasperation. "Man, you should really get yourself a hobby." Percy didn't take any offense, knowing the guy was just looking out for him. "You know what they say. Happy is the man who turns his hobby into a profession." "Oh, is that what you did? Turned your hobby into a profession?" Freddy scoffed. "Well, not exactly," Percy admitted, grinning excitedly.
But I think I'm close to turning my former profession into a hobby. Freddy rolled his eyes, though Percy didn't miss the subtle smile tugging at his pal's lips. "Anyway, you're here for the usual, I assume?" Freddy asked, changing the topic. Percy nodded and passed him a brown chip. Freddy handed him the honey roll, grimacing as he tried and failed to wipe the grime off the change. Percy didn't pay much attention as he shifted his focus to his snack. Pouncing on it like a famished wolf, he'd already devoured half of it by the time his friend had finished cleaning the coin. "Wow, it's almost like you didn't have one last night," Freddy chuckled, getting a non-committal shrug back. A few minutes later, Percy arrived at his house. Though he'd been too tired to keep fighting the bugs, it was still bright outside, so he wasn't going to bed just yet. There was something else he wanted to test before returning to work tomorrow. After taking a quick shower, he sat on the floor, pulling some pure mana out of his abdomen. He'd shaven a lot of time off crystallization over the last year, but each marble still took him over an hour to make, which wasn't ideal. Let's see how much faster I can do it now. First, without circulation. Forming the cyan blob between his hands, he exerted all his strength, pressing down on it with physical and magical might alike. Normally, Percy hated producing the crystals more than anything else he'd done over the years. It was no less exhausting than his most difficult fights, even more monotonous than alchemy. At least when brewing elixirs, every batch was unique, making the process interactive and somewhat engaging. This, instead, was sitting still for hours on end, doing the exact same thing over and over. In fact, he couldn't even think about something else to distract himself. The tedious task required nothing short of his full attention and willpower. Of course, he didn't really have a choice. It wasn't the first sacrifice he'd had to make during his magical journey, nor would it be the last. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this on my day off, though. Then again, this was a special occasion. The mere idea of evaluating his gains post-advancement filled him with anticipation.
breathing some fresh air into the stale process. The sphere continued to shrink as Percy kept pushing. He felt no different than usual. He was just as tired, his body drenched in sweat. Yet the results spoke for themselves. Wow, that was much faster indeed. He wiped his forehead with his arm, his chest heaving up and down. Perhaps he shouldn't have been in a rush to take a shower before starting, though having to wash up twice was definitely preferable to smearing wasp goo all over his room. Around 40 minutes, give or take, he estimated, pinching the cyan marble between his thumb and index finger. With a gasp, he grinned. I've finally beaten her. Having a one-sided competition against a sick old lady struggling to provide for her village admittedly wasn't Percy's classiest moment, especially since the poor woman hadn't the slightest idea that some random kid across the cosmos had set her efforts as a personal goal to surpass. But hey, Percy thought being a little competitive was one of his better traits. It motivated him to keep improving. Plus, he wasn't hurting anybody. In any case, the experiment wasn't over yet. In fact, the main event had yet to begin. Taking a few deep breaths, he activated circulation with both cores, though he didn't push it beyond the usual limit. For now, this was the state he'd be using most of the time while compressing the crystals. At least until he grew more accustomed to synchronization. Repeating the process once more, he soon ended up with a second marble in his palm. 20 minutes. It was good. Over 3 times faster than before the promotion, which was definitely going to help once the new recipe was complete.
However, Percy wasn't done. While he still had to iron the kinks out of his latest spell, he just couldn't wait to put it to the test. Retracing his actions from earlier that morning, he incrementally raised the intensity of the 2 instances of circulation until his channels couldn't fit any more mana. Realizing the process had taken him a while, he frowned. I'll have to work on the activation time too, not just the endurance. I can't afford to spend this long in a fight. But that was a problem for the future. Manifesting another blob between his hands, he quickly began the compression process again, beating his record for the 3rd time that day. 15 minutes! The difference wasn't huge, but Percy knew an opportunity when he saw it. If he spent as long as possible making the marbles with synchronization active, he'd not only increase his output a little, but it would also help him adapt to the new spell, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Great! Efficiency is king. He smiled, though his expression soon soured. Now that his end of the manufacturing process was settled, he had a few more obstacles standing between him and untold riches. On the bright side, Metatron still hasn't kidnapped me. Chapter 90. Compromise. The bluish-green concoction stopped boiling, giving Percy a moment of reprieve. But he couldn't relax for long. The mixture was currently unstable, so delaying could easily cause the yield to suffer. Moving quickly, he grabbed a pinch of ground leaves he prepared earlier, tossing the colourful dust into the cauldron. With expert deftness, he turned up the temperature much higher than before and stirred it again. The rainbow grass seems to work, Oren exclaimed as he watched it bubble. Upon learning of the cyan paste's ability to mend one's core, Percy had been trying to incorporate it directly into the elixirs, aiming to maximize its effectiveness. The first additional step had been relatively simple. He'd only needed to mix the powder with a finished elixir. Naturally, it had involved some heating and stirring, much like the previous steps. That process had allowed the crystallized mana to bond with the beast mana already present. And of course, it hadn't been very complicated, so Percy had actually succeeded on his first try. However, the resulting elixir hadn't worked as intended. The moment he added his own mana to the concoction, it reacted violently inside his stomach, nearly injuring him. After some reflection, the problem had become clear. The recipe for the regular elixirs involved 3 stages, commonly referred to as the 3 pillars of alchemy.
First, the pacification step delayed the activation of the beast mana, allowing the elixir to work gradually over several minutes, rather than surging through the mage's body all at once. During the redirection step, the beast mana was modified to target impurities more strongly than the rest of the core, enhancing the elixir's purifying effects. Finally, the de-attunement step allowed the beast mana to blend more easily with the first new type of mana it encountered, so that it could be guided through the user's channels. This third pillar was exactly where the problem lay. It was precisely because of de-attunement that the cyan powder could bond with the beast mana. However, that meant the elixir was no longer de-attuned afterwards. Of course, the solution had been rather obvious. Since the de-attunement was used up after adding the cyan powder, all Percy had to do was de-attune it a second time. Essentially, the new recipe required 5 steps: pacification, redirection, de-attunement, bonding, and then de-attunement again. Of course, that came with its own set of challenges. To start, the same ingredient used for the first round of de-attunement couldn't be used again. At least, not without massively impacting the yield and quality of the elixir. In fact, the same was true for the overall procedure.
Percy and Oren had discovered it was best to perform the second de-attunement at a much higher temperature. They'd needed to modify the procedure, fine-tuning everything to accommodate the changes. Furthermore, not all ingredients could handle the increased heat, greatly narrowing down their options. Ground rainbow grass was simply the most recent in a long string of experiments. "It's done!" Percy exclaimed, once the mixture settled into a turquoise gel. Distilling the contents of the cauldron into a vial was a struggle, his hands shaking from excitement. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to make sure it works first," Oren cautioned, though Percy didn't miss the grin on his mentor's face. Stretching out his arm, he offered the experimental product, but the old alchemist shook his head. "You do the honors. It's your recipe," Oren said. It was true. Percy had led the whole endeavor, testing all the provisional iterations by himself. As for his mentor, he'd only taken on a supporting role, giving tips and advice whenever Percy got stuck. "Bottoms up then," he said, gulping down the liquid. It tasted just as bitter as the regular elixirs. At least the second round of de-attunement seemed to have done its job, his soul mana easily blending with the substance and guiding it to his core with no issues. The moment it reached the ethereal organ, it behaved in a very peculiar way. His sternum both burned and itched at the same time. The exotic substance washed over the core's walls, chipping away at the impurities and mending the resulting scars immediately. Though it was somehow even more unpleasant than the regular elixirs. While the damage it left behind was greatly reduced, the dual action of the two materials was rather intense. That result was in stark contrast to the refreshing effect of the cyan paste Percy had grown fond of over the past year. "Well?" Oren impatiently asked about half an hour later. Only then did Percy shift his gaze back to his mentor, remembering he was still in the older man's lab. "I guess we'll have to wait a few hours to make sure, but I believe it works." "How effective do you think it is?" Percy spent a few moments gauging the state of his core. It was better than if he'd used the elixir and paste separately, though it was hard to estimate exactly by how much. "I think I'll be able to drink 3 of these per day," he ultimately concluded. The old alchemist drew a sharp breath, clearly finding Percy's assessment difficult to accept. Perhaps he wouldn't have been so surprised if his student had come clean about the details of the cyan powder and paste. Percy had actually held back a lot of information about the substance. For example, he'd yet to disclose where he had sourced it, nor had he told Oren it could be used even without fusing it into the elixirs. Obviously, the old alchemist wasn't dumb. He could tell Percy hadn't been entirely honest, though they'd tacitly agreed to postpone their inevitable argument until after the recipe was perfected. Which, unfortunately, was now.
Pulling a couple of chairs from a nearby desk, Oren moved one close to Percy before sitting on the other. "Percy, you know we have to talk about this, right?" He shrugged, taking a seat. "To be honest, I'm surprised you didn't bring it up before now." "I considered it. But to tell you the truth, I wasn't entirely convinced by your claim that you could improve the elixirs. It sounded too good to be true. That said, this has been a fun project, so I figured I'd indulge you and see where it went." Percy remained silent for a while, contemplating his mentor's words. The explanation was pretty much in line with his guess. "Now what? You know where I stand, don't you?" he asked. "I imagine you want to keep this knowledge to yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so secretive in the first place," Oren said, getting a nod back. "Yes, I need this."
I'm just a Redborn. I worked hard for a chance to catch up to my peers. The old alchemist shook his head. You understand me well enough, too. I can't agree with that. Of course not. Orin was too nice and too principled to hold back such a huge breakthrough from the rest of Remior, which was precisely why Percy had been dreading this conversation. In fact, he would have tried modifying the recipe on his own if it had been an option. Sadly, he would have needed years to accomplish that without help. Orin smiled bitterly. Son, I know it's not fair. You did work hard for this. But this is bigger than you or I. Our whole world can benefit from this knowledge. Everyone will reach higher grades. We'll get more violet cores, more gods. Percy clenched his fists. I care about Remior. Believe me, I do. And I get how important this is. If some faction invades us, this recipe might make the difference between everyone I know surviving or getting enslaved. It was the same conundrum he had encountered about sharing any of the other gains his clones brought back, though this was a little different. It was easier to claim he'd accidentally stumbled upon the cyan powder. That wasn't the case with an intricate spell like circulation or the Moire's decree. Those were things he couldn't claim to have invented by himself, so the option of donating the new recipe to the Divine Order was definitely on the table. Yet he wasn't done. But I need to think about myself first. Nobody else will. I'm currently at the bottom of the barrel. This can help me climb higher. Even if Remior were to become the strongest world in the universe, thanks to me, it won't mean a damn thing when a random noble decides to step on me like a bug. I need to get stronger, and I need to do it fast. Orin placed his hand on Percy's shoulder, gently squeezing it. Percy, even if we publicize the new elixirs, you'll still benefit from them. I'll make sure you do. If you can't afford them without my help, I'll brew you some personally. If you don't want people to know that you came up with the recipe, I'll pretend it was my idea. No matter what, I promise I won't let you suffer a loss. Percy felt a fuzzy feeling in his chest. Orin had already done so much for him. He'd mentored him, sponsored him, and even helped him with the new recipe. Now he was offering to shield him from all the repercussions, too. Still, it's not that simple. Power is relative. If everyone gets an advantage, then nobody does. Besides, it's not just about the advancement speed. I was planning to monetize the new recipe. I need the funds. Percy's voice trailed off. He couldn't tell Orin about Mickey or the Enlightenment potions. As much as the man cared about him, his reaction would be the same. And unlike the cyan powder, none of his other secrets were safe to leak. With this, he could at least cut his losses if things went downhill. At worst, he'd miss out on a potential advantage. The rest of his secrets could actually endanger him. Orin was about to argue, but Percy raised a hand to stop him. Flashing his mentor a resolute look, he made an offer. How about this?
Give me a head start. Just 200 years. With the new elixirs, I can advance a couple of times by then. After that, you can share the recipe with whomever you like." The old alchemist didn't immediately decline, which was good news. All things considered, it wasn't a terrible suggestion. 2 centuries might be a long time for a young man like Percy. However, it wasn't much for the leader of a great house or a god of the divine order. Sadly, Orin shook his head in the end. Normally, centuries come and go without much happening at the cosmic scale. But we could still get unlucky. Remember the incident with the lotus a couple years ago? It was a good thing, yet it could easily go differently next time. Percy's expression fell, thinking his mentor wouldn't agree.
Suffice to say, his heart skipped a beat when the man ultimately extended his hand. 20 years. That's the highest I'm willing to go. It's still a gamble, but I suppose you deserve that much. Chapter 91. Deal. In the end, Percy shook his mentor's hand, the weight of their agreement settling between them. 20 years was just a touch more than he needed to reach yellow. It wasn't that much in the grand scheme of things, but he hoped his clones would bring back some additional advantages in that time. While the deadline added a tinge of pressure on his shoulders, he understood the enormity of Orin's concession. Wanting to show his gratitude for everything the old alchemist had done, Percy offered to brew the new elixirs for him. The man was already at blue, which would have normally been his upper limit as an orange-born. However, thanks to the new recipe, he now stood a real chance of reaching violet in his lifetime. Yet his mentor's response surprised Percy. "There's no need for that," Orin said with a dismissive wave. "The whole point of this 20-year delay is to give you a head start. If I had you tied up brewing elixirs for me, it would defeat the purpose. Besides, I'll still need nearly 2,000 years to advance. A couple of decades aren't going to make that much of a difference." Percy was moved by his mentor's words, especially because he knew it wasn't as simple as Orin had made it sound. 20 years saved before his promotion would translate to 60 afterwards. Over half a century. Even for a powerful mage, it was still a sizable amount of time to just give up on. But he didn't insist, mainly because he understood he wouldn't be able to deliver anyway. After all, he was planning to leave the guild in a couple years. So instead, he tried to make it up to Orin by sharing the details about the cyan powder, explaining how somebody with a pure affinity could condense the crystals. That way, the old alchemist could look for another way to brew the elixirs by himself. Of course, Percy still left a few things out. As much as he trusted Orin, there was no reason to tell him how he'd stumbled upon this discovery, nor did he need to reveal the existence of his second core. Instead, he said he had a friend helping him get the powder. In any case, the exchange solved most of Percy's immediate problems. The recipe was finally complete, and he'd successfully negotiated an acceptable deal with Orin. Yet, there remained one final obstacle to overcome. And it's the toughest one. It was already a struggle preparing 4 doses of elixir and cyan paste per day. If that wasn't enough, he required even more now that he could consume them every 8 hours, not to mention the points he needed to afford Mickey's potions. Suffice to say, his only path forward was to commercialize the new recipe. Sadly, he had no experience in trading, nor did he think he'd manage to learn the art anytime soon. He also had no connections, so he knew he'd have a difficult time finding a customer by himself, especially without alerting others. He did ask Orin if he could help, but the man always dealt with the guild's official stores directly, whether to purchase materials or sell his products. Regrettably, the old alchemist couldn't be of much assistance in these shady ventures. Consequently, Percy had no choice but to place his trust in one more person. I wonder if she even remembers me. Of course, he was thinking about Nisha.
Though he didn't know her that well, and some of her personality traits would probably make her a little difficult to work with, it wasn't like he had any other options. To her credit, she clearly had a good business sense, having established herself quite nicely over the past couple of years. Furthermore, their limited interactions had given him the impression that she was honest. More importantly, Percy had learned some more information about her since their last meeting. While he hadn't been aware of her lie detection bloodline originally, it wasn't exactly some great secret. Nisha had actively publicized it upon establishing her gambling den, presumably to build up prestige. The gossip had eventually reached Percy's ears too, mainly thanks to Freddie. If nothing else, this ability of hers would help them gauge whether their future business partners could be trusted. What's up with the queue, though? There was quite a crowd waiting outside the building, all of them surprisingly quiet. The corner of Percy's mouth twitched at the sight. Hey, doesn't she live next door? Have you guys tried knocking? He asked a random guy in a yellow robe. Shh, the latter replied, placing his index finger over his lips. Glaring, he pointed at a sign propped up against the building. In typical Nisha fashion, the words were written sloppily, and she hadn't even bothered nailing the sign to the wall properly. Gambling den. Anybody who bothers me at home will be banned for life. Percy failed to suppress a chuckle. Seriously? Has she actually banned people before? The guy seemed taken aback by the question. Keep your voice down, he hissed, pointing at a different sign a few meters away from the first one. This one was also propped up, but at least the handwriting was much neater. In fact, it seemed to have been authored by multiple people, none of them being Nisha. Upon closer examination, it contained a list of names, each written slightly differently to the one above, probably added on different occasions. Percy raised an eyebrow. Wow. Did all those people get banned just for knocking on her door? Well, most of them. Though a few were rude to her or tried to cheat. Okay, perhaps the last two transgressions did warrant the treatment, but not the first one. Looking up at the sky, Percy noticed the sun was still just a little below its apex, partially obscured by the thick cloud of colorful motes descending from the spire. It was early afternoon. Nisha should have opened by now, yet she was clearly content chilling at home instead. Not just that, but she'd apparently gone to great lengths to ensure nobody would disturb her. Why do you guys even put up with this nonsense? The guy shrugged. What else are we supposed to do? This place is pretty much the only source of entertainment around here. Percy scratched the back of his neck. Well, why doesn't anybody else try opening a gambling den then? The guy shook his head. Some people have tried, but it's not so easy. Obviously, you need to rent a building for this sort of thing. A street stand isn't very suitable. Unfortunately, due to the high rent for independent businesses in the guild, you need to manage things really well for it to survive. Hearing the man's words, Percy's feelings were mixed. On one hand, he couldn't help but be impressed that Nisha had achieved so much in so little time. Nevertheless, her ruthless nonchalance towards her clientele was more than a little concerning, as was the prospect of collaborating with her. I guess I'm not here to gamble anyway, he thought, casually walking towards her front door. The crowd drew sharp breaths, seemingly shocked by his boldness. Many stepped away from Percy, presumably to dissociate themselves from him. He didn't miss the disdainful looks aimed his way either. What's the big deal? I just want to talk to her. He knocked twice. Looking back, he noticed everyone's expressions had grown even more incredulous after seeing him go through with it. Shaking his head, he turned back towards the door, waiting a few seconds. No response. Percy was a little more forceful the second time. Nisha, I know you're in there. Yet it wasn't until a couple minutes and twice as many escalating knocks later that the door finally opened. Can you idiots not read a simple sign? She asked in an irritated tone. It was a little funny, actually. Percy could tell she was annoyed enough that she wanted to yell, but raising her voice was too much of a bother for her. Luckily, her expression did seem to ease ever so slightly upon failing to recognize him as one of her regular customers. "Hey, I'm really sorry for the intrusion, but Percy started speaking, though he cut himself off abruptly. Glancing over his shoulder, he caught the crowd still staring at them curiously. Dialing down his voice, he shielded his mouth to mutter as softly as he could manage, making sure nobody but Nisha heard him. "I have a business proposal for you. I promise it'll be worth your time." Nisha narrowed her eyes, staring at him silently for a few seconds. "I remember you," she eventually said. "You're the guy who wrote me a new sign a while back. I can't recall your name, though." "It's She raised a hand to stop him. "I don't care. You interrupted me in the middle of a nice bowl of strawberries. I'll let it slide this once, but if you have something to tell me, wait until I open shop." And just like that, she slammed the door right in Percy's face, leaving him staring with his mouth agape. "Hey, at least you didn't get banned," some guy consoled him a few seconds later. Percy frowned. It's going to be so much fun working with her. Chapter 92. Negotiations. Nisha remained holed up in her house for a couple more hours, much to the crowd's dismay. She did walk out eventually, casually strolling towards the building next door and yawning along the way. Everyone but Percy quickly masked the frustration in their expressions, obviously unwilling to risk pissing her off.
As eager as Percy was to approach her, he decided to blend with the others at first, waiting patiently for the opportune moment. Nisha finally opened the gambling den, admitting her customers. Only after everyone was sitting at different tables, engaging in various games involving dice or cards, did Percy grab the chance to talk to her. "About that thing I mentioned earlier," he started saying, but she interrupted him. "You're really keen on this, aren't you?" She rolled her eyes. Percy frowned. "Shouldn't you be too? I told you it's going to be worth your time, and you know I'm telling the truth." "I know you believe that. If I had a brown chip every time somebody made a similar claim, I wouldn't have needed to open the gambling den in the first place." Realizing she was going to take some convincing, and also understanding this wasn't the place to make a scene, Percy opted for a subtler approach. He handed her a small pouch. "Look, words are cheap. Open it when you're back at home and try out the thing inside. In private. I swear it's safe. I've included instructions on how to use it. We'll discuss the rest later." Seeing her accept it, Percy left the building. He genuinely had no clue how Nisha would react to the new elixir. Its value would definitely speak for itself, but that still wasn't a guarantee that she'd be willing to collaborate with him. Perhaps she wouldn't want to take the risk, or she'd be too lazy to bother. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. Returning home, he spent the rest of the day compressing crystals. It appeared he could only keep synchronization active for a couple hours at a time. Even with such a rigid limitation, he estimated he could use it 3 times per day, assuming the sessions were adequately spaced apart. Taking everything into account, he calculated how many doses of the new elixir he could brew per day. He needed to figure out concrete numbers before discussing specifics with Nisha. My yield with the regular elixirs has increased to 31% over the past year. The improvement was minuscule, though that was to be expected, as gains truly slowed down past 30%. That meant his yield was a little under 68% for each of the 3 steps, and each brewing session currently took him around 40 minutes. However, all those numbers would change drastically if he brewed the new elixirs from scratch, as the updated recipe involved 5 steps. His overall yield would drop to 14%,
and each batch would take over an hour. Percy quickly shook his head. No, that would be a waste of time. I'll ditch the first 3 steps. If he bought pre-brewed elixirs to use as his materials instead of nectar, he'd only have to go through the last 2 steps. A quick calculation revealed his yield would climb to over 45% that way, and he could cut the brewing time to under half an hour. Of course, it would cost him much more, but he guessed that would ultimately be negligible in the grand scheme of things, as the new steps would be the most profitable ones by far. That way, he could start with 400 drops of regular elixir and 4 cyan crystals every session, ending up with about 180 drops of the new product. And he could do that twice an hour. So, if I also take into account the time needed to condense the crystals, I can probably brew about 19 doses per day. That wasn't too bad. He currently needed 6 for himself, though that might go up to 9, depending on what Mickey's second affinity ended up being. The rest he could sell. Let's not sell all of it. I also need to build myself a stash for when I leave the guild. Making up his mind, Percy was about to head off to Freddy's when somebody knocked on his door, startling him. Moment of truth, he thought, crossing his fingers.
He rarely got visitors, so he knew it was either Nisha, here to make a deal, or an official of the guild, because she'd ratted him out. Opening the door, he was relieved to see it was the former. In fact, her face looked a little different from her usual bored indifference. Her expression was a touch brighter, an ambitious glint noticeable in her eyes. Percy couldn't help but smile, realizing she had taken the bait, when a mischievous idea crossed his mind. Perhaps he should slam the door in her face to get back at her for earlier. Nah, let's not antagonize the eccentric girl now that she's finally on board. Still, it was difficult to keep the smugness out of his voice. I take it you're interested all of a sudden. Nisha ignored him, rolling her eyes. She shoved him inside to let herself into the house, closing the door behind her. Do you have any idea what this means? This was Percy's first time hearing actual excitement in her tone. Duh, why do you think I came to you? He retorted. Nisha let the response sink in for a couple of seconds before walking over to Percy's kitchen and plopping down on a chair. She crossed one leg over the other, settling in before speaking again. Who else knows about this? Percy shrugged. My alchemy mentor helped me perfect the recipe, but he's promised to stay quiet for the next 20 years. I can brew them by myself. Nisha nodded. You do realize what you're asking of me, right? It's not easy smuggling anything out of the guild, let alone something like this. You need to pull all sorts of strings to make it happen. And that's just to get them out of the settlement. Let's not even mention the difficulty involved in finding a rich, reliable customer. Percy grabbed another chair, setting it a couple meters in front of Nisha and joining her. Can you make it happen or not? She grinned. I want 50%. Percy failed to suppress a chuckle. Talk about a rip-off. I'm the one who has to spend all day in the lab. 30%.
No way. It's really time-consuming on my end, too. 40%.
Percy shook his head. You can't do this without me, but I can do it without you. Need I remind you that I can tell when you lie? She smiled. Fine. I admit I don't have any other options available right now, but I can take my sweet time finding somebody else. Good luck reinventing the recipe by yourself. Percy didn't back down. Clearly, Nisha was just as stubborn. You won't find a better middleman than me. Even ignoring my bloodline, I have connections to House Asclepius. Percy raised an eyebrow. That was one of the 7 great houses. Their prestige aside, they possessed a lot of people with the memory bank bloodline, which allowed them to freely manipulate or even erase their own memories.
One of the house's most valuable assets was a specially trained order known as the Oblivious Agents. They could execute a sensitive task and then erase all memory of it afterwards, thus eliminating all trails leading back to the one who commissioned it. If Percy and Nisha went through them to contact their potential buyer, they would more easily keep themselves anonymous, cutting their losses in case they were betrayed. Additionally, she could also use her own bloodline to ensure they didn't cheat her. "Fine, 35%, and we have a deal," Percy conceded. 35% is just my share, she emphasized. Keep in mind that hiring an oblivious agent is going to cost us a lot, too. Percy wasn't happy to hear that, but he knew she was telling the truth. "How much do you think the elixirs can even sell for?" "Beats me," Nisha admitted. "If I was free to auction them all over Remir, they could easily sell for 100 times more than the regular ones." "That much?" Percy was shocked. He knew it would be a big deal, but this was still more than his wildest estimates.
After all, they could only be used 3 times as often. "These things don't scale linearly," she said, probably guessing his thoughts. "It's a premium item. Do you have any idea how many people would fight over them? Imagine how much money somebody close to Violet would be willing to spend to save themselves a few centuries." Percy swallowed hard as he pondered the implications. It was true. It wasn't easy to put a price tag on something that could save a noble house from the verge of collapse, or even elevate them to a great house. "But you can't auction them freely, can you?" he asked, catching the caveat in her words. "Naturally no," she agreed, exhaling in disappointment. "If I did that, everyone who lost the auction would just publicize the elixirs to get back at us. Needless to say, everything would go to shit at that point. I need to investigate potential candidates and only approach those I think will pay the most." "So, how much do you think we can make?" Percy asked again. She shrugged. "It's hard to say before doing my due research. We can't push too far, given the circumstances. My best guess? It shouldn't be too difficult to sell them for over 12 times the cost of the regular elixirs." Percy nodded, barely able to contain his excitement. That was a lot of money. Even after keeping most doses for himself and taking out Nisha's share and the rest of their expenses, it would still be enough to afford Mickey's potions after a few months. "Very well," he said, extending his hand. "But I'll need your help with a couple more things." Chapter 93. Aurora Dew. How the hell did he manage this less than 3 years after joining the guild? Nisha couldn't help but wonder. Countless experienced alchemists had failed to improve the elixirs after tens of millennia. Yet here Percy came, one lone red-born boy, revolutionizing the field in no time. Obviously, there was some secret behind his success, though Nisha knew better than to ask. It wasn't her job to snoop around Percy's business. She had her own end of the deal to worry about. Entering her house, she made her way to her bed, lying down and nestling into the bedding. "This is going to be such a pain," she sighed. While she hadn't lied to Percy, getting this plan to work was a lot more complicated than she had let on. It was true that the great houses were scrutinized a lot less by the guild's officials, but the oblivious agent would still have to regularly smuggle goods in and out of the settlement. Naturally, they'd have to bribe lots of guards to turn a blind eye, though that would only leave more trails leading back to her and Percy. The only solution would be for the agent to place the bribes himself, ensuring all knowledge pertaining to the operation would be forgotten. They wouldn't be the first to hire an agent inside the Alchemists' Guild. Lots of noble houses did that, to keep their dealings secret from one another. As long as Nisha was careful, nobody would link the appearance of the new elixirs to her movements, even if something went wrong down the line.
But there's another problem.
This was going to be a recurring transaction, not a one-time deal. Naturally, the request might raise a few eyebrows in the Asclepius house's management. Fortunately, the higher-ups also erased their memories after sending out their subordinates, but Nisha would still have to be cautious not to reveal anything too sensitive in her correspondence. After all, even a great house could crumble under the pressure of the divine order should the secret eventually leak.
And Percy isn't making things easy for me either, she grumbled.
Before sealing the deal with her, he'd asked her to help him procure over 110,000 doses of enlightenment potion. Naturally, the request had truly left Nisha flabbergasted. She hadn't the slightest clue what that madman needed all those potions for, but getting them was no trivial matter.
First, it was impossible to know if the guild had so many in stock. Even if they did, she couldn't exactly explain how there was suddenly such a great demand for a previously dead product. But Percy had insisted, claiming that this was one of the main reasons why he'd even wanted to sell the new elixirs in the first place. Begrudgingly, Nisha had agreed to help, though not before making it clear they'd have to do it very carefully. They couldn't buy all the potions at once, nor could they purchase them directly within the guild. I suppose we can have the oblivious agent handle that too. Over a period of about 6 months, the agent would slowly buy the potions, a few at a time, transporting them outside the settlement. In fact, they could make that the agent's official reason for being there. The unusual request might raise a few eyebrows, but ultimately the guild's higher-ups would assume some noble house had found a new purpose for the potion. Meanwhile, the agent would unofficially sneak them back into the settlement whenever he returned, delivering them to Percy. Obviously, going through these extra hoops would add to the cost, but it was a small price to pay to sleep at night. Besides, Nisha estimated the gains from the new elixirs would more than cover the expense. Now, let's see who we're going to sell them to. Grabbing a quill and a few pieces of parchment, Nisha started writing down the names of all the noble houses she knew of. It took quite a lot of head-scratching, as it had been years since she'd last dealt with anyone outside the Alchemists' Guild. Still, she'd studied Remia's geography, politics, and economics extensively in her youth, so a lot of it had stuck. Only about 700, she frowned. She couldn't remember all the noble houses, nor was she up to date with recent developments. Some of the ones she'd written down might have been destroyed by now. I'm sure the bigger ones are still around. She shrugged. The oldest houses were also the richest ones, and the ones most likely to have survived. Their first client would probably come from one of those. She could cross-check the house's details to make sure everything was in order before following through. Happy with the list, she started adding a few details next to each name, whatever she remembered about their leaders. After all, the Violet Corps in charge would be the ones buying the elixirs. Once she was done, she began crossing out some of them. The ones with younger leaders were definitely out. A recently promoted Violet Corps was still thousands of years from reaching white, and they wouldn't be desperate enough to buy the elixirs at a premium. The same was true for the poorest houses, who lacked the funds. Upon narrowing the list to just under 100 candidates, she started paying attention to more details. The son of House Palace's leader is on the cusp of reaching Violet. Not her. She's known to be really stingy. Oh, houses Antaeus and Talos have been locked in a conflict for centuries. I'm sure one of them might be interested in gaining an edge over their rival. That guy is still far from white, but he's been known to splurge. Nisha didn't even notice when the sun rose. She couldn't recall the last time she'd been immersed in her work enough to pull an all-nighter. Ever since her house's downfall, she hadn't been that motivated to do much. At some point, she put down the quill, though it wasn't because she'd grown tired. Nisha had simply run out of ink. Oh well, I suppose I've narrowed them down enough for now. There were only 10 houses left on the parchment.
Nisha was certain all of them would be interested in the elixirs. The only question was, how much each of them would be willing to spend. In any case, she figured it was best not to delve any further before getting some recent information on them. She'd ask around to bring herself up to speed over the next couple of days before finalizing her choice. Leaving her house, Nisha walked to one of the official shops to restock her ink. Her next order of business would be to write the letter to House Asclepius, requesting the services of the oblivious agent. Not going to enjoy this part, she wrinkled her nose in disgust. There was a reason why Nisha felt confident she could contact the great house. House Veritas used to have strong ties to them. In fact, Nisha's ancestors were rumored to have derived their own truth-seeker bloodline from a branch of the great house. After all, House Asclepius was one of the wealthiest even among the great houses, specializing in commerce and information trading, and they had refined multiple related bloodlines to aid them in those ventures. The Memory Bank bloodline, which the oblivious agents possessed, was only one of them. Nisha had no idea why the great house hadn't lifted a finger when her family had been butchered, and, frankly, she didn't much care about House Asclepius's internal politics either. That said, the thought of doing business with them again made her stomach churn. I guess I'll have to make some sacrifices if I ever want to take revenge on those bastards. So far, she'd taken things slow. Well, at least according to her. From an outsider's perspective, establishing such a popular gambling den within 3 years of joining the guild was rather impressive. Still, Nisha knew she could have done much more in that time, had she put her mind to it. However, she hadn't been too motivated to rush things, as she hadn't expected it would be easy to get back at her enemies with money alone. But things were different now. This new opportunity Percy had given her could change everything. Not only would it be far more profitable than her gambling den, but it could also help her grow her personal strength. Before, Nisha had completely ignored her own magic, automatically assuming she wouldn't get very far as an Orangeborn. Now, even reaching Violet wasn't out of the question. Let's do it then, she decided, her eyes glinting with resolve. She knocked twice. The door opened a few seconds later, Percy greeting her wearily. He was drenched in sweat, his eyes looking tired. Did he also pull an all-nighter, or is brewing actually so taxing? She raised an eyebrow. What's up? Do we have news already? He asked, after she'd remained silent for too long. Hearing him, Nisha scowled. It hasn't even been a day since we made the deal. I haven't sent the letters yet, nor have I settled on a candidate. Percy shrugged. All right, no need to get angry. What do you want then? Nisha took a deep breath to calm herself down. Well, I was thinking. We can't keep calling these the new elixirs. Coming up with a catchy name is half the battle. Percy's jaw slackened upon hearing her brisk tone. What are you looking at me like that for? She asked in irritation. Are you the same Nisha who patches her signs up? Since when do you care about optics or marketability? Nisha felt some heat gather in her cheeks. Look, what I've done in the guild so far hasn't been a huge deal. It would have succeeded regardless. But this is a high-profile business we're trying to build here. Every little bit helps, especially if you want extra money from our clients. Percy smiled. Well, you're the one in charge of the sales. Any good suggestions? He asked. Nisha nodded. Aurora do. Chapter 94. Affinity Fusion. It had been 2 weeks since Percy and Nisha had settled on the name of their product, and progress had been steady. Nisha had already reached out to the Asclepius house and hired the agent.
She'd also narrowed down the potential customers to 3, having promised to finalize her decision and send the letters by tomorrow at the latest.
Meanwhile, Percy had focused on brewing. He'd initially lacked the contribution points to purchase the sheer volume of materials necessary, over 40 doses of the regular elixirs per day. Luckily, Nisha had chipped in, buying him the ingredients through the agent. They both knew they'd make everything back a dozen times over once the sales kicked off. But none of that was on his mind today. Estimating that he'd prepared enough Aurora Dew to start their upcoming venture, Percy was free to take another day off alchemy. He wanted to practice his magic again while he still had time to spare. So, he found himself standing atop a softly glowing mushroom once more, the fantastical landscape around him humming with latent energy. Shimmering motes fell lazily from the fungal fronds above, painting his surroundings in all sorts of colors. Another unfortunate wasp grazed carelessly a few paces ahead, the loud buzz of its wings betraying its location no less than its oversized visage. First, let's see how far I can push my spells now. Percy took a deep breath, the cool, earthy scents of the spire mixing with the sharper tang of magic in the air. He activated circulation with both cores, feeling the familiar rush of mana flooding his channels with power. But he didn't stop there. Having grown a little more accustomed to synchronization since that first discovery, he could now activate it a bit more quickly, though keeping it up for long was still difficult. The moment the technique took effect, he gathered both types of mana in his hands, manifesting his tools. A layer of pure mana formed a pair of gloves. At the same time, the soul mana coalesced into the shape of silver sickles, the ethereal glint of their curved blades resembling crescent moons. Meanwhile, the bug darted erratically in the distance, finally spotting Percy as the undeniable pressure he was exerting revealed his presence. I guess you drew the short end of the stick today, pal. Tightening his grip on the weapons, he launched forward with no warning as his boots sank slightly into the spongy surface of the mushroom. He closed the distance in a couple powerful strides, his heart racing in tandem with the steady beat of his magic. The bug barely dodged the vicious slashes, and only because Percy allowed it to. Naturally, he had no intention of eliminating his training dummy so soon into the fight. The creature was instantly at a disadvantage, unable to do much besides clumsily evading his attacks. Man and insect danced, the former swapping out his spells every few minutes to test them all, while the insect constantly hovered all over the place, struggling to match his footwork. Over the next few minutes, Percy tried the alternative variants of the parting gift, the silver daggers, as well as some throwing stars with 3 curved blades apiece. He'd developed those in the months right before he'd quit hunting. Later, he even brought the quarterstaff back from retirement to test how much sturdier it had grown. Finally, he manifested the cyan sheet he'd used to shield himself from the acidic rain, though his status had never deigned to register it. Okay, the results are as expected. Obviously, his pure magic had benefited the most from his advancement. Not that the spells were particularly potent. The flimsy constructs fell apart rather easily upon colliding against the creature's exoskeleton. It was to be expected, really, due to their lower grade and lacking affinity. That said, they'd grown at least marginally usable again. As for his parting gift, it had already been lethal enough before Percy's promotion, and it had grown more powerful still, mostly thanks to synchronization. Satisfied with his improvements, Percy was ready to move on to the next phase. With a quick flick of his sickle, he casually dispatched the soldier, the bug's luck having finally run out. The man-sized creature might have given him a tough fight a couple years ago, but that time had long since passed. With its soul cleanly bisected, the wasp's carapace collapsed lifelessly upon the giant mushroom. In typical Mickey fashion, the crow eagerly leapt on the remains, activating circulation to more easily dig the core out of the bug's sternum. Not paying his familiar any heed,
Percy concentrated on his mana, gathering both types between his palms. How am I meant to combine them? Every affinity had its own properties, which meant each pair was unique and had to be fused in a different manner. While Gabe had run into his share of difficulties, he'd also had an advantage over Percy. He possessed 2 elemental affinities. Their fusion was a composite one, light, which existed in nature, making it inherently stable. Meanwhile, Percy had it easier in other ways, as he controlled both of his cores, and they were currently at the same grade. However, he was also disadvantaged in that his affinities could not achieve a stable fusion. The good news was that they could still merge, according to the book he and Gabe had read. Unfortunately, fusing 2 otherwise incompatible affinities was trickier. It required the user to actively exert their will upon the mana even more forcefully, essentially commanding it to behave contrary to its nature. Sadly, there were too many possible combinations, and while the documents they'd found had listed a few examples, a pairing between pure mana and soul mana hadn't been one of them. But it can be done. The only question is how. In Gabe's case, it had been straightforward, as his affinities both had physical properties, making it easy for them to interact with one another. Air fueled the flames, causing them to burn more intensely. From there, Percy and Gabe had only needed to take the reaction to its extreme, ultimately consuming the 2 substances and converting them to light. Yet in Percy's case, that wasn't an option. His soul mana was incorporeal and simply phased through the pure mana. The 2 energies occupied the same space without interacting in the slightest. One is tangible, while the other isn't. I suppose this is what the book meant when it said I need to make them behave contrary to their nature. Focusing on that clue, Percy allowed most of the mana between his palms to dissipate, the overlapping blobs shrinking to the size of a strawberry each. Perhaps he'd been too greedy in trying to fuse more than that on his first attempt. Next, he concentrated on a single thought, giving the soul mana a physical form. He pictured the silver orb as something he could grab, trying to squeeze it between his hands. Percy had held his soul constructs before, of course, but he'd done so with his soul, not his flesh. Once he felt that he had it secured, he imagined the cyan mana touching it and pushing against it. Nothing. After going through all sorts of mental exercises over the next hour, he failed to induce any noticeable change. Maybe I have it backwards? Without much to lose, Percy spent some more time attempting the opposite, robbing the cyan mana of its substance, hoping it would interact with his soul. But he failed once more. Well, duh. I obviously can't make the pure mana incorporeal. That's a unique property of soul mana. If it was possible to do this, 20% of the people on Remior would essentially be walking around with a soul affinity. He had to force the mana to behave contrary to its nature, but he couldn't just ignore its nature entirely. And the nature of soul mana, no, the nature of souls, was to occupy living bodies, controlling them. Percy's eyes widened in realization. That's it! I need to make my soul mana possess my pure mana. Confident he was onto something, he overlapped the spheres again. Focusing all his attention on the orbs, he willed them into cubes, then pyramids, cones, cylinders, and other shapes. He observed them with both regular sight and soul vision, paying attention to his timing. At first, it was a little off, as he'd never done anything like this before. Sometimes the pure mana would transform sooner, while other times the soul mana would. But he gradually improved, the transitions slowly beginning to sync up more consistently. Percy intentionally allowed himself to fall into a trance, trying to trick his mind into thinking of the 2 objects as one in the same, components of a greater whole. He imagined the silver shape as nothing more than the soul of the cyan one, hiding within its vessel,
and obligated to follow its every movement. At first, this seemed like another exercise in futility. Yet, Percy wasn't in a rush. He had a hunch that it was worth trying for a while longer. He could swear he'd felt some faint feedback from the two objects every now and then. It was as if the silver mana tended to latch onto the cyan shape at times, requiring less prodding from Percy to copy its transitions. Percy vaguely heard his familiar call out to him. It was only then that he realized he'd deactivated synchronization entirely at some point, having grown too tired to keep it up. He wasn't sure how long he'd been at it, but the sun was close to setting. Just a few more minutes, he thought, diving into the exercise again. More time passed as Percy continued to play with the two types of mana between his palms, his attention glued to the twin shapes. Mickey cawed repeatedly, breaking him out of his concentration. With a start, Percy noticed it was already dark out. Probably late at night, in fact. Remembering the settlement was a few hours away on foot, Percy decided to finally call it a day. It sucked to return empty-handed, but perhaps this wasn't the sort of thing he could master after a single session. "All right, buddy, let's go," he replied, allowing the mana to dissipate. However, something unexpected happened.
Right as the two spheres shattered into motes of silver and cyan, they revealed a third, smaller shape resting inside. It was only about the size of a pea, but it looked as though it was made of an entirely different material than the others. "Don't tell me!" Unable to contain his excitement, Percy carefully pinched the substance between his thumb and index finger, delighted to find that it was corporeal. It felt exactly like his pure mana to the touch, though its color was different, an amalgamation of its components. A pale shade of teal. Chapter 95. Teal Fog. As much as he would have liked to stay and practice some more, Percy knew he'd have to resume brewing tomorrow. He couldn't afford to pull an all-nighter on the spire. "Have I signed my freedom away?" he groaned. Granted, adhering to a tight schedule wasn't exactly new to him. He'd been doing that for years already. That said, it was one thing working nonstop for himself, out of discipline, and another thing entirely to be held accountable to a third party like Nisha or their customers. "I guess I'm still doing it for myself," he sighed. "I really need that money." In any case, he could at least take his sweet time on the way back to the guild, playing around with the minuscule quantity of teal fog he'd managed to create. It wasn't enough to form a proper spell, but perhaps he could discern some of its properties. Splitting the exotic substance in half, to avoid wasting all of it by accident, he pinched a portion with his other hand. Next, he willed it to solidify, forming a marble smaller than his fingernail. It worked, allowing Percy to curiously fiddle with the tiny sphere for a few minutes before crushing it between his fingers. Many of the fragments dissipated on the spot, though he did manage to salvage a few. He melted them again before merging them back into the rest of the material in his other hand. It behaves much like my pure mana, except when it breaks. Percy drew a trickle from his second core, manifesting a cyan orb about the same size as before. He handled it in a similar manner for a while, comparing the two objects in his mind. Once he was satisfied with his observations, he shattered it too, noting that the teal sphere hadn't been any more durable than the cyan one. Percy had exerted about the same amount of force to crush both. Other than the color, the only observable difference was that the pure mana dissipated completely into motes, making it a little harder to retrieve. Is that the only benefit? Recycling it more easily? If that was the case, Percy would be disappointed. Gabe's light spell had been both hotter and quicker than either of its components. Though the improvements had come at the cost of its mass,
It would still be the superior option in many circumstances. Meanwhile, the only advantage to the teal fog so far was that Percy might be able to chain his magic, reshaping one spell into another smoothly. It wasn't nothing, but he'd certainly expected more. That can't be everything. He shook his head. It has yet to display any properties of soul mana. Glancing back at the substance in his palm, he focused on its ethereal nature this time. He flushed out all thoughts related to his pure mana from his mind, visualizing only his original affinity. Hopefully, that might draw out any latent effects the teal fog had yet to reveal. Taking it a step further, he shaped it into a miniature parting gift. There wasn't much of the fused mana, but he still managed to form a tiny sickle in the end, though it looked more like a strange earring. Still, his self-induced illusion seemed to have yielded some results. It feels different. He raised an eyebrow. The small weapon looked the same, but its tiny handle had partially sunk into his skin. Percy could tell from experience that he was pinching it with his soul now, not his flesh. His eyes widened. Holy shit!
I can choose whether to make it tangible or not. Percy walked onto another suspension bridge, absent-mindedly, retracing the way home by instinct. Mesmerized, he continued to play around with the teal construct, trying to change it between the two states at will. Getting himself into the correct frame of mind took some effort, but he did get the sickle to transition between corporeal and incorporeal a few more times. Yet there was more.
Did it turn invisible just now?
Percy raised an eyebrow. He'd only stumbled upon this particular trait by accident, never having tried to rob the construct of its color. In fact, he'd almost forgotten his soul mana was invisible by default. After all, he rarely used it without activating circulation first, which came with passive soul vision. Not just that, but his soul constructs had grown much denser than they used to be, making them faintly visible to the naked eye. Still, can I pick out what properties to give it? That could really enrich my kit. Currently, his options were essentially set in stone. Half his mana was invisible and intangible, while the rest was both opaque and corporeal, albeit flimsy. But what if he could control his entire mana pool, freely assigning his constructs whatever effect was convenient at any given time? Eager to confirm if that was possible, Percy resumed his experimentation, testing the limitations of the teal fog with increasing boldness. And sure enough, it has 4 possible states, even the ones I can't access normally. Percy could definitely think of a situation where he might need a construct that was corporeal yet invisible. For example, if he wanted to trick an enemy immune to soul damage, or to shield his face from a physical attack without inhibiting his own vision in the process. Likewise, the opposite could be handy. A spell that was opaque yet able to phase through objects. Perhaps he could conjure illusions with it, or pass a message through a wall. The possibilities were endless. Though it's going to have a high skill ceiling, it had taken him all day to fuse the tiniest amount of teal fog. Changing its properties wasn't exactly easy either, and Percy also doubted recycling the mana from one spell to the next would be trivial. Each of these steps would take a lot of practice to learn. Still, I'll be able to pull off all sorts of tricks once I master it. Percy nodded in appreciation once he fully understood the path which lay before him. His fused mana might not be stronger than its 2 components in the traditional sense, but it did open some interesting doors for him. If he had to use one word to summarize it, it would be versatile. Oh, I guess I'm back. Without realizing, Percy had reached the settlement. Today had definitely been productive, as he'd not only familiarized himself with the rest of his magic post-advancement, but he had also taken another step along the prestigious path the Moirai had paved.
By all counts, he should be happy. Yet, his stomach grumbled, causing him to grimace. How am I going to sleep without my fix? Since his first day in the Alchemist's Guild, he'd almost never gone without a honey roll. Sadly, he'd returned way too late tonight. Freddy would have long closed already. I hope I have something edible at home. Walking along the empty streets of the settlement, Percy tried his best to keep his mind on the colorful particles dancing in the wind while ignoring his protesting stomach. Eventually, he arrived at his house, pressing his badge against the door to open it. As a newcomer, he used to appreciate the mysterious runes making such conveniences possible. That said, his recent trip to the Vault of Magic had truly put Remior's relatively primitive technology into perspective. Entering, he paused, noticing a sealed envelope by his feet. Percy wasn't very surprised, since he had been expected Elaine's reply. The two had kept in touch since her first mail a few months back. Picking the letter up in a hurry, he dropped it on his nightstand for later, instead rushing to the preservation box. Desperately digging through the container for scraps, he soon realized there wasn't much there, just some stale bread and a few vegetables of questionable quality. At least I won't starve. Making a mental note to restock at some point, he begrudgingly stuffed his face with as much food as he could tolerate. Once he had taken the edge off his hunger, he took off his robes and dove into the shower, eager to finish his chores as quickly as possible. Within minutes, he found himself resting on his bed. There was only one item left before he allowed sleep to claim him. Extending his arm, he grabbed the envelope from the table. Technically, he didn't have to read the message right away. He could leave it for tomorrow. But Percy would rather get it over with, since Elaine's descriptions had caused him to grow a little worried over the recent developments back home. Ripping the envelope, he took the light indigo paper out, his attention falling on his cousin's words as he unfolded the pages. Dear Percy. Chapter 96. Happy 20! Dear Percy, forgive me if this is not the exact day, as I'm not sure when the letter will find you, but Happy 20! Percy paused for a moment, calculating the date. With everything going on, he'd honestly forgotten about his birthday, which had actually been a couple days ago. Close enough, he shrugged, returning to the message. I wanted to bake you a cake, though I wasn't sure it would survive the trip. I suppose we'll have to add it to those I owe you. What is it, 3 now? I can't believe you've been gone for so long already. A cake would have been lovely right about now, he thought, grabbing his aching stomach.
His arguably spoiled dinner hadn't done much to fill him up, but that didn't stop it from stirring a storm within, preparing for its prison break. In any case, I hope you remember to take a day off to celebrate. Being so hard-working is definitely one of your better traits, but everyone needs some downtime once in a while. Percy chuckled. Even after all those years, his cousin knew him so well. I did take a break today, though. Well, sort of. Training on the spire hadn't exactly been relaxing, but it had been fun. He fully intended to negotiate with Nisha about properly weaving it into his timetable, at least once or twice a month. As nice as it was to make money, his new trick wouldn't master itself. In other news, my mom gave birth a few weeks ago. I have a baby brother now. We're calling him Owine. He's really cute, too. I can't wait for you to meet him. He doesn't have our blue hair, so we think he might not have Dad's water affinity, but the jury is still out on Earth. As for the bloodline, I suppose we won't be sure until he's 5, but it doesn't tend to resurface after skipping a generation. Reading Elaine's words, Percy couldn't help but revisit what he'd recently learned about decrees. It was, technically, possible for children on Remior to awaken their cores before taking the affinity test, though it was exceedingly rare.
The very contact with Phoebe's mana seemed to not only give them access to their status, but also to catalyze their cores, or something, allowing them to discover their existence and begin filling them up. What did people do before Phoebe became a Titaness? Did kids have to get older to tap into their magic? Either way, Percy sure hoped his new cousin wouldn't be a Redborn like him. Granted, the odds weren't on the baby's side, though his life would certainly be a lot easier if he got lucky. He yawned. Okay, maybe this isn't the time to be pondering over life's great questions.
Let's just read the rest and go to sleep.
I would have honestly preferred to have ended the letter here, as I don't want to sour your birthday with bad news. However, it's probably best that you're aware of what's going on around here. Sensing the shift in tone, Percy couldn't help but perk up a little. Long story short, House Tantalus has grown even more aggressive. Their goons have begun crossing River Glane and openly attacking members of our house. They've already killed 2 people, kidnapped 3 more, and injured about a dozen to various extents. Most of them I don't think you knew very well. But Hector is dead. Percy's eyes widened. His relationship to that cousin of his had never been great. The older boy had mocked and bullied him his whole life. That said, Percy had never wished him such a grim fate. These bastards are really pushing it, he gritted his teeth. In normal times, House Tantalus wouldn't have gone so far. While they'd gained the upper hand since their raid a few decades ago, the 2 families' strength wasn't that far apart. Typically, they would have laid low, dealing a blow whenever a good opportunity presented itself, yet never escalating the conflict too fast, risking an all-out war. After all, such a development wouldn't benefit either party. It's probably because of the petals. They want to chip away at our house so they can more easily pressure us when the time comes. Part of Percy wanted to return and help. While he didn't get along with all his relatives, there were people back home that he did care about. However, he also knew he couldn't do much as he was. He might have grown enough to hold his own against anyone at Yellow, but a noble house of that size had scores upon scores of people at Green. In any case, you don't need to worry about us. Their blue cores are too valuable to be sent out on such low-level skirmishes, and I'm not afraid of anyone below that. Also, Grandpa isn't one to take this lying down. So far, he's remained passive to avoid throwing more oil in the fire. But enough's enough. The other day, I overheard him talking about retaliating. So yeah, we'll be fine. Just please, please, please don't try returning home on your own. Wait for the envoys if you really want to come. Other than that, we can't wait to have you back. Happy birthday again, Elaine. It was probably true. She should be able to handle herself against any of their juniors, thanks to circulation, even those with the bloodline. But only if it's a one-on-one. They couldn't count on those scumbags to play fair, so he certainly hoped Baldy was keeping an eye on his granddaughter. Folding the letter, he placed it in a drawer with the rest. Percy wasn't the most sentimental guy, but he'd kept all of their correspondence. He didn't really have many other possessions anyway, other than his alchemy equipment. Sighing, he let his head sink back into the pillow. His current plan was to spend another couple of years in the guild, raising his and Mickey's strength as much as he could in that time. He'd only leave a few months before the lotus bloomed, intending to compete for a petal. I need to start preparing, though. I guess I should try that soon. A couple more weeks went by without any hiccups. Luckily, Nisha had managed to strike promising deals with 2 customers in that time, and the contribution points had already started flowing in. The first was Aeneas, the current leader of House Priam. He was actually one of the oldest Violet cores on all of Remier, widely considered to have the best chance of reaching White. Should he succeed, he'd elevate his family to the 8th Great House. Adding to that, House Priam was fortunate in other ways. Located in a fertile yet remote region, they were free to develop without many enemies. Suffice to say, Aeneas was rich and had nothing better to spend his money on. 11,000 points per dose is still crazy. That's nearly 30 times the cost of the normal elixirs. Percy was shocked when Nisha had told him. Sadly, their second customer wasn't quite so lucrative. The leader of House Talos was a relatively young violet core, thousands of years from white. His family was constantly at war against their neighbors, House Antaeus. Naturally, they didn't have too many resources to spare. By contrast, it also made them desperate to spend what little they did have in order to grasp any edge they could get their hands on. Ultimately, Nisha had chosen them over their rivals because they had a blue core closer to violet. That person would probably end up as the recipient of the Aurora Dew. In the end, House Talos had agreed to purchase the new elixir at 8,000 points apiece, which, although much less than what House Priam was paying, was still a hefty sum. Percy would have been happy to leave it at that. He personally only needed 6 doses per day, and after selling just as many to their customers, he could save the rest for the future. However, Nisha had made him an unexpected offer. The girl had wanted to purchase another set of Aurora Dew, this one for her own use. Specifically, she'd pay 8,000 points per dose, matching what they made from House Talos. According to her, they wouldn't make more if they approached a third customer anyway, and her share of the profits was more than enough to cover the expense. Naturally, Percy hadn't had any reason to decline. Still, his partner's offer had surprised him. Nisha had never struck him as the type who cared much about her own magic. A pity, too, as he thought she was wasting her rare and powerful space affinity. Evidently, she intended to change that. And that was on top of all the other things she had to do, namely managing their deals while keeping the gambling den open to avoid drawing suspicion. In a strange turn of events, the lazy girl had turned a lot more hard-working.
What's her goal, anyway? He couldn't help but wonder. But he shook his head. That wasn't any of his business. He should respect her privacy, just as she had respected his. In any case, Percy was currently standing at the ground level of the fungal spire. He had plenty of training plans for today, though those were for later. Right now, he was waiting for somebody. He was about to meet the oblivious agent for the first time. Chapter 97. Oblivious Agent. Generally, Percy didn't have to interact with the agent much. His primary responsibility was to brew the elixirs. As for everything else, it was taken care of by Nisha. However, there was one task Percy couldn't delegate to anyone else. I hope this is the right spot. Today he wore a full-body shroud to conceal his face and the color of his robes. To further disguise himself, Percy stuffed a pillow under his shirt and crouched slightly, making him appear shorter and bulkier than usual. Maybe it was a bit overkill, but he preferred being overly cautious rather than careless. Of course, the agent might still discern his grade via mana sense. To shield himself further, he'd asked Nisha to procure him another enchanted bandage, wrapping it around his chest. You didn't need to go to all this trouble. I won't remember anything about you or this meeting 5 minutes from now, a man spoke. The newcomer's silhouette appeared faintly on the horizon, casually walking towards Percy. He seemed to be wearing a dark cowl, though it was hard to tell from the distance. The air shimmered with a surplus of the familiar, colorful motes, obscuring his figure further. Percy guessed the man must have used a spell to project his voice from so far away. It had sounded distorted, yet oddly clear, likely due to a sound affinity. I'd rather not take any chances, Percy replied, deepening his own voice too. Nisha's arrangements had admittedly grown quite complex, yet thorough. She was clearly just as paranoid as him, if not more. The agent had to juggle half a dozen tasks,
Plus, she had him erase any memories the moment they ceased being necessary. She also met him regularly to update him on any information he required for his next moves. Finally, she took every chance she could to use her bloodline on him, confirming he had no intention of going off script or betraying them. "Fair enough," the man said once he drew closer. He placed a heavy-looking pouch on the ground about a dozen meters from Percy, its contents making all sorts of crisp sounds as they tumbled over one another. A cursory glance via mana sense revealed the agent's core was concealed too, which, admittedly, made Percy feel a little uneasy. For all he knew, the guy could be at Blue, more than capable of casually killing him with nobody ever finding out. "Calm down, Percy. As long as they don't know the recipe, you're more valuable alive anyway." "Why do you guys even do this?" he asked out loud, partly to conceal his inner turmoil, and partly out of genuine curiosity. "It's no big deal. We have a unique talent, so we're using it in service of our family," the agent replied. "Well, sure, but isn't the cost too high? Aren't you worried you'll look back one day only to realize you can't remember half of your life?" The man shrugged. "You're overestimating the importance of these memories." Contemplating the agent's words, Percy felt they made sense. If anything, the man was probably better off forgetting every time he assassinated a target or spent weeks trekking through a forest. It was more of a blessing than a curse, really. Unaware of Percy's thoughts, the agent left wordlessly, having completed this part of his mission. Only when he was gone did Percy dare approach the pouch, opening it. It was large enough to fit 2 watermelons inside, filled to the brim with small vials about the size of his pinky.
Each contained a deep crimson liquid that looked a bit like glowing blood, and there were thousands upon thousands of them. Naturally, these were the Enlightenment potions, or at least the first batch. Percy had asked to be paid in this manner for the near future. "Mickey, come over here!" The crow was busy hunting starry workers on the mushrooms above. Percy hadn't called him over sooner, as he hadn't wanted to risk the agent spotting it. While waiting for his familiar to arrive, he took off his disguise. Folding everything, he stashed it beneath a nearby tree, hiding it carefully in the vibrant canopy. Truth be told, the meeting with the agent had largely assuaged his worry. The man didn't seem like he had any intention of hurting him. That said, there wasn't any harm in dressing up again next time. Mickey greeted him with a caw a few minutes later. The bird hastily grabbed the pouch in his beak before flying away. It was heavy, straining the crow's flight somewhat, though Percy figured he'd manage to carry it to his nest. Eventually, they'd already confirmed that the potions worked as intended, so the only thing left was for Mickey to consume them. Of course, it would take him hours to drink so many, but that was a small price to pay. Seeing his familiar leave, Percy headed off too. It was still early, and he had other plans for today. Ascending to the 2nd level of the spire, he walked about a quarter around it, reaching a region by the west side which he knew was already plenty far from prying eyes. He spent a few minutes searching for the nearest starry worker. After finding one, he sat cross-legged on the fungus some distance away from the bug. Calming his mind, he took a deep breath. Soon, a series of silver lines lit up underneath his skin, drawing a maelstrom around his sternum. Of course, Percy didn't bother activating circulation with his 2nd core, as he didn't need the pure mana for this attempt. As for synchronization, it would certainly help, but he couldn't keep it active for long enough yet. Once the technique began empowering him and replenishing his reserves, he sent out a pulse of mana from his sternum, rippling through his soul. He directed the waves to converge a few inches below his chest before swiftly grabbing the resulting bump in a familiar manner.
That's right. Percy had been ready to create another clone for a while, and he intended to do so right now on the hunting grounds. Naturally, there were a bunch of reasons why he'd chosen this open location over the safety of his house, the first of which having to do with the very body he intended to possess. By the time Percy was done cultivating the bulge and filling it up with soul mana, several hours had passed. Mickey had already finished drinking the potions, and he'd returned to the second level to help Percy with the next step. Pinning the wasp down wasn't very difficult for the crow, though he did take some extra care to avoid killing it or injuring it too badly. Grabbing the bug's thorax from behind, he clenched it tightly within his talons. It struggled desperately, of course, trying to escape the crow's clutches. However, it never stood a chance, as Mickey didn't have much trouble overpowering it, especially with the amber lines decorating his plumage and reinforcing his already superior strength. A couple minutes later, the bird dragged the starry worker to Percy, who was holding a silver orb thrumming with power in one hand, forming an ethereal dagger with the other. Glancing at the wasp before him, Percy considered how to best approach this. Given the potency of his soul constructs, even the slightest injury he inflicted would likely prove lethal. That much was fine, part of the plan even, as the creature wasn't going to survive either way. However, it did matter how soon the bug died.
In the end, he went with a relatively shallow cut at its thorax, right around the center of its soul. The wasp let out a terrible, shrill sound. While Percy was ashamed to admit he didn't particularly care about the bug, he still couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt upon hearing its pained cry. A moment later, the creature stopped squirming, making him fear it was already dead. However, a cursory glance at its soul soon revealed that, although not in great condition, it held on for now. "Please last a couple more hours," Percy pleaded before falling on his back. With his torso, and, by extension, the nascent clone in his grasp facing towards the sky, he finally willed his bloodline ability to activate. The ghostly claw awakened in his core once more. It leapt into the glowing orb with glee, twisting and severing it from Percy's soul. As Percy clenched his teeth in pain, the silver comet shot towards the stars above, soon disappearing from his sight. Now for the hard part. Chapter 98. Tests. Percy had several goals for this particular clone. While exploring the cosmos was arguably the most important tool in his arsenal, and by a huge margin, he'd decided to take a short break from that, to test other potential uses for his ability. Naturally, the first thing he wanted to know was whether he could create local clones on Remure. He could imagine several scenarios where that would be handy, whether it was because he had found an interesting body worth possessing, or because he needed another assistant to aid him back home. But there was more. If his only goal had been to possess that starry worker, he wouldn't have aimed his torso towards the sky. Instead, he could have launched his soul fragment directly at the creature, much like he'd done to the egg when creating his familiar. However, he hadn't done that. Percy wanted to check one more thing first.
Can I return to Remure like this? He wondered, scanning the sea of souls surrounding him. His reasoning was simple. He might not always have access to the body he wanted to take over. It would serve him well if he could learn to navigate in this state better, developing a way to accurately reach a more distant target. I can't tell up from down like this, though. While outside a body, Percy had a very distorted sense of time and space. Two seemingly nearby souls might not even be located on the same world as one another. But he did have something he could use as a makeshift compass. What happens if I focus on my main body? In all his previous expeditions, Percy had gazed outwards, searching for a suitable host, while ignoring the ethereal cord linking him to the rest of his soul. Yet, the connection was always there, constantly trying to draw him back. Its pull kept growing stronger and stronger until it became irresistible. So far, he'd only ever treated this phenomenon as a nuisance at worst, or a timer at best, indicating how long he had to complete his mission. Not today, though. This time, he was going to approach his main body on purpose. Let's do this slowly. I don't want it to suck me in completely. Percy only allowed himself the most fleeting of glances. And it was a good thing he'd held back, too. The moment his attention even brushed by his own soul, it attracted him far more forcefully than any foreign entity ever had. Percy felt the familiar glow enlarge in his mind rapidly, while he did everything in his power to halt his movement. He desperately fought against the connection, willing with all his strength to accelerate the exact opposite way. So lost was he in that frame of mind, in fact, that he didn't even register he had succeeded until much later. By the time he regained awareness, he noted he wasn't moving, though the cord was even tenser than before. Is it because I approached my body, or because more time has passed? Either way, he couldn't afford to waste another second. Glancing at his own soul was no longer an option. He was far closer than before. If he attempted that again, he'd be absorbed for sure. Instead, he tried something else. Drawing out some of his stashed mana, he pushed it into the ethereal cord. It flowed through without any resistance, leaving his control. Nothing happened for a while, yet, when Percy was starting to think he'd failed, a trickle of soul mana poured back into him. It's more than a trickle. It's too much. His main body had already saturated the clone before cutting it off, so it couldn't fit much more. It only took him a moment to replenish the minuscule quantity he'd sent away, as well as any other traces he'd lost over time. The rest he had to release into the empty expanse between worlds, wasting it. Yet that wasn't important. The only thing that mattered was what this meant. Success! I'm in range of my main body! Percy would have grinned if he could. While the ethereal cord allowed him to communicate and even transfer mana over vast distances, it wasn't without limit. He'd only ever managed to use it in such a fashion with Mickey, who had never been more than a few miles away from him. As for his clones, Percy had never successfully sent them any mana before. The moment they left his body, they had always been on their own. Consequently, he couldn't even tell what the maximum range was. For all he knew, it might only stretch as far as the distance between his house in the settlement and Mickey's hunting spot on the second level of the spire. Or it might cover all of Remier and then some. Now what? Percy was a bit stuck. He couldn't get any closer, nor did he dare to send a message. He was afraid attempting to communicate with his main body was more likely to draw him in, which is why he'd opted to send mana instead. He couldn't move away either, as it still took a lot of effort to maintain his current distance. Considering his options, he focused outwards once more, as the sea of souls manifested in his periphery. He could try approaching a different host to escape from his main body's pull. Of course, he wouldn't actually do that. After all, that would only waste his previous efforts. He had a better idea. As his mind brushed over the souls, he searched for one in particular. He knew it had to be close. There! He found it. It was the only healthy soul besides his own that didn't reject him. If anything, this one also exerted a pull on him, though it was much weaker than his main body's. Naturally, it was Mickey. There was no cord connecting him to the familiar, as all his wisps were linked to his main body, not each other. Still, he felt it was possible to possess the crow if he wanted. The wasp must be somewhere between the two. He didn't dare to look at them directly, to avoid being pulled, but he could sense their general direction.
Unfortunately, locating the starry worker wasn't exactly trivial. In the material world, his main body and his familiar were standing next to each other, with the insect right alongside them. However, this wasn't the material world. A straight line there wasn't quite as straight in the world of souls. Still, there has to be some correlation. Percy sensed hundreds of souls where he expected the bug to be. He'd have to go through them, one by one. Most of them he could easily ignore, as they were too healthy. It helped to know that his target was on the verge of death. Of course, it wouldn't be the only one that met the criterion. This was the fungal spire, where lots of people spent all day hunting bugs. The rest should be above orange, he remembered. Other people hunted in the upper levels. While Percy had struggled to tell the souls' grades apart back when he had begun using his bloodline, he'd improved a lot since then.
Having sent out dozens of clones, he was confident that he could tell the starry worker apart from its stronger cousins. And sure enough, there! The soul was fading, on the verge of fizzling out. Since he'd taken care not to injure the bug too badly, it could only mean he'd spent too long looking for it. Let's hope it's still functional. Without missing a beat, he concentrated on his suspected target, accelerating towards it. The very next moment, he found himself in a familiar situation, stuck inside a foreign vessel, though this one wasn't as cramped as usual. Much of his host's soul had already evaporated, leaving him ample space to move about. Carefully reaching out to the creature, he soon discovered two things. First, he was semi-positive that this was indeed a starry wasp, thanks to the few foggy memories he managed to access, though he'd have to properly bond to it before he could confirm it was an orange variant, and the specific one he'd meant to possess. Second, the dying insect was in a delirious state, making negotiations a little tricky. "Wake up, will you? I'm trying to help you," he said, leaving out the part that all of this was his fault in the first place. The good news was that he was an expert at getting through to beasts by now. Most of his hosts fell in this category, so he'd had plenty of practice in placating them. Simple-minded creatures as they were, it was all about honing into their instincts and desires, telling them what they wanted to hear. Usually, this meant promising them food or shelter. It took him a couple minutes, but eventually he succeeded. Well, it certainly helped that he already knew what the bug wanted: to escape from his familiar's clutches. After establishing the preliminary connection to his host, he stretched his soul wisp, touching as many of the soul fragments as he could before releasing all the stashed mana. Naturally, he didn't care about the expenditure this time. His main body was here to top him up if necessary, a luxury he wasn't used to. Once he finished patching everything up as best as he could, he finally managed to tap into his host's senses. The insect's vision wasn't that great, much too blurry for his liking. Still, he couldn't complain about what he saw. Standing in front of him was the most handsome man he'd ever laid eyes upon. "Hello, Percy." Chapter 99. Buggy Vessel. "Everything okay?" the main body asked. He was holding a half-formed sickle made of teal mana in one hand. Clearly, he hadn't remained idle, practicing the affinity fusion while waiting. "I will be as soon as you get Mickey off me," the clone replied. A moment later, the bird lifted its talon, allowing the bug clone to move about and get a better feel of his body. "It's a little on the smaller side," he couldn't help but notice. Naturally, this wasn't his first time possessing a beast at orange, or even red. Since their size was often correlated with their grade, some of his past incarnations must have been tinier. That said, he'd never had an adult from Remior available for comparison before. Standing up, his new vessel struggled to reach the main body's knees,
Even the crow was larger than he was. As for his limbs, Percy was already accustomed to having an extra pair. A cursory buzz of his wings revealed they still worked, which was a welcome bonus. It was a miracle they'd survived the rough handling. "How long have I been out, anyway?" he asked the original. "All night. The sun should be up soon," the main body replied. That certainly explained the extent of his host's deterioration. It could have been worse. At least the first test had succeeded. They'd confirmed he could return to Remior and even take over a specific body. Of course, it would be harder if said body was farther away, though that was a project for another day. "Go home, then. You might make it in time for a nap," he said.
They'd already taken their bi-weekly break yesterday. Percy couldn't afford another day off.
"You sure you'll be all right?" the original asked again. "I can easily last a couple days like this. Just remember to send me mana later." While his host's soul wasn't in great shape, the clone could probably survive for a decently long time with the others helping. In fact, it should be possible to heal the bug completely over time if he wanted, though that would only kick him out of the vessel. As for his physical body, it was lucky that they'd taken extra care to leave it intact, since there was no way to repair it. The second core would suck all the life mana out of the healing potions before they had the chance to do much. Nodding, the original waved him farewell before heading off. The crow soon followed, flying down to the first level. The two had already wasted too much time on him. They had their own roles to return to. And I have mine. Stretching his legs, he took a few minutes to casually roam atop the giant mushroom, getting used to his new body. He wasn't feeling brave enough to try flying just yet. It was probably best to leave it for tomorrow, assuming he got a hang of the ropes by then. "The headache isn't doing me any favors either," he groaned. Since the moment he'd first tapped into his host's senses, he'd felt a constant buzz in his brain. Had Mickey smacked his head too hard or something? Hopefully it goes away soon. Still, it wasn't all bad news. The air here felt quite refreshing. Pausing, he activated Mana Sense to observe the phenomenon in more detail. Like most bugs, starry wasps didn't inhale through their mouths. They didn't even have lungs. Instead, they breathed through openings in their exoskeleton. To his surprise, that didn't stop him from absorbing the colorful motes around him. In fact, he seemed especially efficient at it. Nearly none of the particles entering his body ever escaped. It makes sense, really. The wasps have adapted to this environment more than any other creature. What could he do with all that ambient mana, though? He clearly didn't need much to survive, nor could he store any more inside his core. Examining himself for a few minutes, Percy soon had his answer. Of course, the gland. The excess was converted to beast mana inside his core before flowing out, accumulating in a special organ a few inches below it. That was where it would presumably end up being condensed into the familiar amber fluid everyone knew and loved. In fact, tapping into his host's instincts, Percy realized he could... Ew, this went better in my head, he thought as he eyed the tiny pool of nectar he'd just regurgitated. Using a forelimb, he swirled the syrupy liquid a few times before making up his mind. Yeah, I'm not eating that again. Not like his main body drank 6 doses of it per day or anything. And with that, Percy had some idea of what his current vessel was capable of. Well, there was the stinger, too, but he wasn't particularly interested in it. The worker's acid wasn't very potent. He hoped he wouldn't ever have to fight in this body either. He had other plans for it. Okay, that's enough playing around. Creating a local clone was only the first item on the agenda. The second one involved his status. Percival's clone mana cores. Mana core 1, orange.
Beast. Mana Core 2. Seed. Spells. Parting Gift. Crude. Decrees. Phoebe's Decree. Grants access to your status. Moirace's Decree. Incomplete. Grants the seed of a second mana core. Requires potent life mana to germinate. Metatron's Decree. Open a one-way portal to the Vault of Magic at will. There it was. Percy felt the urge to laugh, though he doubted his host's physiology allowed that. Ever since he had returned from the vault, he'd been itching to go back, but he couldn't risk traveling there with his main body. Even on the off chance that Metatron let him be, Percy would be stuck there. Yet. This changes everything! His clone had inherited his latest decree too. Percy had hoped that would be the case, but it hadn't been a sure thing. Each decree worked differently, so it was a matter of chance. From personal experience, he'd placed his odds at 2 out of 3. "Well, what's the situation?" his main body suddenly asked through their link. The clone wanted to roll his eyes, but they appeared fixed in place. "Just go to sleep already. You'll get my memories when I'm done anyway." But the original wasn't having it. "Like hell I'm going to wait weeks for an answer. It's a yes or no question." The clone remained silent for a while, amused by the novelty of arguing against himself, though a wave of irritation soon seeped through the cord, snapping him out of his reverie. In the end, he didn't keep his main body in suspense much longer. "It's here!" The annoyance was replaced by excitement, though the original didn't say anything else. This was massive. With this, they could access the vault's secrets at a much lower risk. Of course, it would ultimately depend on Metatron's stance. Percy was sure the Titan would notice and could easily put an end to his ambitious plan if he so chose. Hopefully not everyone there is as stingy as Gabe. Either way, this wasn't the time for that. The starry worker wasn't a suitable body to send there. Percy was probably better off waiting for a sapient host, preferably one at yellow or higher too. That way, he'd stand a better chance of communicating with the locals and practicing Magiscript. Anything less, and he might be killed on sight. Well, they might not take kindly to a foreigner either, though I suppose they're used to coexisting with different races. Then there was the question of whether it would be moral to bring an innocent person to such a dangerous place to begin with.
Generally, Percy wouldn't do that without consent, though it would also depend on who his host was. Maybe if they're an enemy, or a huge asshole, or if they've got nothing to lose for whatever reason. But the clone shook his head. One of the perks of not being the original was that it wasn't his job to waste time on ethical dilemmas. Besides, he had his own task to worry about. After all, there was a reason Percy had chosen a wasp as his host. Let's see. Where's the nearest hole? While he'd ignored them all these years, the fungal spire was full of openings leading to its interior. Many of these entrances could be found on the mountainside itself, but it was possible for the wasps to enter the natural wonder through plenty of the colossal mushrooms. Of course, most of the people hunting on the spire wouldn't dare to attempt that, not only because it was strictly forbidden by the guild, but also because they didn't have a death wish. Or a wasp clone. Percy wanted to grin, but the mandibles didn't help. Walking around the mushroom, he failed to see any openings. Neither did he find any on the next 3 fungi. He did eventually get lucky, spotting a narrow tear along the underside of one of the stems. The hole was a few meters long but quite narrow, only about 1/4 of a meter wide. Just enough for Percy to barely squeeze through. Great. Now let's find some wasp eggs. Chapter 100. Into the Spire. Percy's adventure hit a roadblock sooner than expected. Upon stepping inside the massive stem,
The buzz in his head grew a dozen times louder, eliciting a visceral response from his host. Jolted awake from its stupor, the bug fought for control over its body. Driven purely by instinct, it quickly turned and stumbled back out, only calming once the headache subsided to a bearable level. What's going on? Unwilling to retreat so easily, Percy steeled himself before entering the spire again, more prepared this time. The bug really didn't want to be there, but the clone resisted as much as he could, determined to press onward. Venturing further, he noticed the tunnel expanded after a few more steps, making it a little less cramped. Contrary to his expectations, it was quite bright inside, the flesh of the fungus glowing more vividly than the external cap and giving the walls of the living cavern an otherworldly appearance. The air was thick with shimmering motes, too, 3 or 4 times denser than on the surface. I suppose that makes sense. What we get is just whatever leaks out of the mushrooms. Sadly, his host soon rebelled again, pulling him towards the exit. Reluctantly, Percy let it have its way this time. He couldn't afford to push too hard, lest he got evicted. How are the others able to remain there? While his stay had been brief, Percy had glimpsed a couple more starry workers, the same class as his host, grazing comfortably inside the mushroom and basking in the mana-rich environment. The rumors that the hive's interior was teeming with wasps appeared true. More importantly, the rest of the creatures showed no sign of suffering from his host's ailment. Do they not hear this incessant buzzing? Perhaps it wasn't a natural phenomenon. There might be some intelligence behind the scenes, imposing its will on only some of the bugs, for some reason. And it didn't take a genius to figure out its source. The queen must be real too. He couldn't tell for certain, but he felt it was a reasonable guess. Even regular wasp colonies were highly hierarchical, let alone one as large and powerful as this. And there was no telling what a violet-cored beast might be capable of. Much like he used his ethereal cords to communicate with his clones and familiars from afar, it was possible the queen had her own means to relay her orders from a distance.
As for what those orders might involve, well, most of her subjects were apparently meant to stay inside, taking advantage of the abundant resources. Percy's host, on the other hand, presumably belonged in the minority tasked with venturing outside to gather what little mana strayed there. Isn't there a way to get this idiot to disobey her? Percy would be damned if he lost to a couple of insects. He spent the next couple of hours negotiating with the creature, trying to get through to it. That was easier said than done, as it was arguably the dumbest host he'd ever had the misfortune of possessing. Well, what did I expect? It's a bug. Yet, as simple-minded as it was, the wasp seemed hell-bent on following its mother's will above all else. Approaching the problem from various angles, Percy started by trying to filter the buzz out of their head, hoping to eliminate it entirely. Unfortunately, there was a limit to how much he could tamper with his host's senses. Next, he attempted to convince the bug that its hive was under attack, its mother in danger. Perhaps it might be more open to breaking a rule or two in the face of an emergency. Or not? Initially, his efforts bore no fruit. Eventually, he thought of a way to take advantage of his mental connection to the creature, which seemed to yield some results. Percy essentially fed the bug memories of the buzzing sound whenever it did something he disagreed with, in order to dissuade it. It was the equivalent of impersonating the queen and establishing a second line of command. Yes, go back inside, or I'll be very, very angry. The wasp was really confused. While Percy's fake signal appeared to work as well as the real thing, the queen had never stopped transmitting her own. Torn between two ruthless rulers, the bug kept walking back and forth, entering and leaving the cave repeatedly, unable to comprehend why its mother was so hard to please today. Some more intense manipulation later, Percy convinced the creature to remain inside, though he knew they wouldn't get very far before he lost control again. Let's move fast then. Finally delving a little deeper,
Percy couldn't help but stare at his surroundings in awe. The tunnel they were following kept getting wider and wider as the population of wasps didn't stop increasing. Most of them were workers like his host. Percy guessed the fungi on the upper levels contained more mana, making them more suitable for the higher grades. As he crawled along, he did spot the occasional drone or soldier. Admittedly, the first yellow-cored insect he saw frightened him. While he could easily handle them with his own body, he couldn't do much in his current state. The fact that they looked larger than horses to his tiny host wasn't helping. "Calm down. These are my siblings now." Sure enough, the creatures just ignored him, continuing whatever it was they were doing. Still, the cavern was already so full of bugs that they now had to crawl over one another. Suffice to say, the sight was more than a little unsettling for a human. However, Percy gritted his mandibles and pressed on, knowing he didn't have much longer. The Queen's signal was already beginning to overpower his own. Even worse, these other bugs released all sorts of pheromones, probably to let each other know which tunnels contained the most mana or something. Affected by all the external stimuli, his host stirred in rebellion once again. "No, you don't. Just keep walking, buddy," he demanded, tuning the buzz up to 11. Moving a little further, he noticed the walls of the hive were starting to change. At first, it wasn't easy to tell. His poor eyesight, combined with the turbulent river of bugs, only allowed him a few sporadic glimpses here and there. He eventually pieced together what was happening. The mushroom's flesh had given way to rocks and minerals. Everything was filled with mana, just like the fleshy mushrooms, though it manifested differently. Unlike the softly pulsating organic matter of the fungus, the tunnel's stony surfaces were decorated with crisscrossing veins of enchanted ores. This must be the spire proper. Percy would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted to bring some of the colorful metals back. Granted, he had no idea what they could be used for, and it wasn't like magical craftsmanship was particularly advanced on Remior either. Yet, there was no question that everything here was valuable. But he held himself back. There was a reason beyond safety that the guild didn't allow people to enter the spire, and, honestly, Percy agreed with them. This was their world's most precious asset, and the only source of the elixirs they needed to survive. Nobody, Percy included, was willing to damage this place. "I'm only here to look for an egg, nothing else," he reminded himself, suppressing his greed. Suddenly, he ran into a fork in the tunnel, breaking him out of his thoughts. It appeared he had to make a choice. Neither of the paths particularly stood out. Both were about equally wide, with the same number of wasps of all sizes crawling throughout. However, the buzz in his head spiked at the mere thought of going right. Naturally, his host wanted nothing more than to go left, or better yet, back. But Percy wasn't having it. "I bet the reason she doesn't want us in there is because it leads closer to her nest." At the risk of frying the poor worker's tiny brain, he overloaded it with the strongest signal he could muster, essentially challenging the Queen to a battle over his host's body. He did manage to force the bug a few meters into the new tunnel, though he quickly realized the creature was finally approaching its limits. Its legs wobbled as he got a little dizzy. Begrudgingly, he turned around, deciding to call it a night, much to his host's relief. In any case, even if he could somehow reach the eggs, he didn't exactly have a plan for snatching one under the watchful gaze of a violet-cored beast. Nor did he think it would be easy to escape from the thousands upon thousands of wasps that would presumably try to stop him. In fact, it isn't safe for my main body either. For all he knew, taking an egg outside might cause the entire colony to rush out of the spire, unleashing their wrath on not only himself, but the rest of the guild as well. Percy would have to take his time
carefully mapping out the interior of the hive and coming up with a plan.
Oh well, I didn't expect to get this done on my first attempt anyway. Chapter 101. Whirlpool of 4 Streams. Percy dropped the marble in the jar with the others, pausing for a second to catch his breath. Concentrating, he pushed the soul mana he'd just recovered through the ethereal cord, sending it to his wasp clone to use however it pleased. As for the pure mana, he gathered some between his palms, forming another sphere in preparation for the next crystal. Just one more before cleansing time. This was his routine now. Percy started his days by drinking 2 doses of Aurora Dew, 1 for each core, before spending all morning condensing crystals. He could even keep synchronization active for about half the time already. 20 minutes later, Percy added another marble to the pile before deactivating circulation and relieving his body of the excess mana. Sealing the jar, he carefully placed it inside a leather pouch along with the rest of his alchemy tools. Only then did he dare open the curtain. Finally, sunlight. Opening the window, too, he stood in front of it for a minute, inhaling as much fresh air as he could while basking in the warmth. If it was up to him, he'd stay there longer. Unfortunately, he had other things to do. For one, it was already a couple hours past noon, and he was positively famished.
Walking to the kitchen, he scanned the interior of his preservation box, ultimately settling on an apple. He was about to close it, though he hesitated. In the end, he grabbed a banana, too. After devouring his snacks quickly, every second mattered. He begrudgingly closed the window and curtain again, retrieving 2 more vials of Aurora Dew from a cupboard. It was time for the second set of elixirs already. Man, why does everything I do have to involve some big secret? Perhaps it was ungrateful of him to complain. Most people would kill for the opportunities afforded to him by his bloodline. All things considered, shutting himself inside a room for part of the day sounded like a small price to pay. In the end, he shrugged and bit both corks at once. Spitting them out, he drank the bitter elixirs one after the other. Now for the tricky part. Pulling mana from both cores, he split each stream into 2 before sending them to his stomach. The ones made of pure mana passed horizontally by the front and back regions. They flowed in opposite directions, causing the contents of his stomach to churn into a miniature whirlpool inside his belly. As for the other 2 streams, the ones made of soul mana, they flowed along the left and right sides of his stomach. They merely phased through without causing any physical changes. However, the brief contact was enough to blend with the augmented beast mana released by the Aurora Dew. Finally, all 4 streams ended back at their respective cores, purifying both organs simultaneously. Let's aim for 90% this time. Naturally, Percy wasn't the one who'd invented this technique. The Moirai books had mentioned more than just the affinity fusion. After all, they contained the distilled knowledge of an entire culture of people who'd spent eons learning to live with 2 cores. Suffice to say, they'd had plenty of time to come up with a couple nifty tricks. This one was called the Whirlpool of 2 Streams. A little on the nose, but I suppose it did suffer 2 rounds of translation. As its name implied, it allowed one to purify both cores simultaneously, saving time. It worked by using 2 opposing flows of mana, one from each core, which then induced a rotation inside the stomach to spread the beast mana uniformly. It sounded simple, but that couldn't have been farther from the truth. Core purification was a delicate process, and there was a reason that mages carefully measured how much elixir they consumed per day. Going beyond that limit, they risked damaging their cores more than they should, while using less meant slowing down their advancement speed.
What made this technique so profound was that it allowed the user to play around with the intensity of the flows, controlling how much beast mana reached each core. From there, it was all about manually balancing the two in order to ensure they were cleansed at the same rate. If only I could use the technique in its original form, I would have mastered it already. Sadly, Percy's affinity had forced him to modify it. The soul mana was incorporeal, rendering it unable to physically affect the contents of his stomach, which meant he needed 2 streams of pure mana to properly form the whirlpool. Consequently, he had to split the soul mana too, otherwise his pure core would end up drawing more beast mana. Oh well, I guess whirlpool of 4 streams sounds catchier anyway. I'll patent it if I ever end up on the Moirai's world. Then again, they must have had plenty of people with the soul affinity in the past. Percy was probably just reinventing the wheel. The elixir was soon exhausted. Examining his cores, Percy realized he was off by a little again. His soul core burned slightly more than it was supposed to, which meant he'd have to skip the next purification session. As for the one in his abdomen, it had only benefited from around 85% of the substance. Percy clicked his tongue. Ever since he had begun practicing the technique, he'd experienced quite a few losses. Every wasted drop of Aurora Dew was like a dagger in his heart, especially since he knew exactly how valuable it was. And judging by the rate at which he improved, it would be a few more weeks until he perfected the art. But it can't be helped. It'll pay dividends in the long term. Even though he'd mastered cleansing his cores while doing other things, it was no longer enough. After all, he now had to drink 6 doses per day, which added up to about 3 hours if taken separately. Granted, he could do it while brewing, but the distraction affected his yield. Learning to cut the time in half was a no-brainer. Besides, my next promotion should be like 15 years away. Losing a few weeks isn't the end of the world. Shaking his head, he opened a different cupboard, grabbing a few dozen vials filled with the regular elixir. Stuffing them in his satchel, he slung it over his shoulder and hurried out. Percy still had several more crystals to condense in the evening, but he'd arranged for his brewing sessions to occur in between. That way, he'd be able to recover his stamina, allowing him to use synchronization again later. His walk to Oren's place was the perfect opportunity to take in more fresh air and to catch up with his clone. What's the situation there? Any closer to the nest? The clone had spent some time exploring the spire, though he'd never managed to delve too deeply before getting kicked out by the queen. While Percy had thought it was worth mapping out the interior of the structure at first, he was beginning to reevaluate the usefulness of the clone. Nope, just more of the same. I think there's no point in keeping me around. Percy nodded. They'd already discussed this issue at length. Next time he was on a break, he'd work with the clone on drawing a map of the outer layers of the colony. Not that it would be particularly helpful, but it felt like a waste to not even document his progress. After that, they'd destroy the wasp and resume sending regular clones for a while. I'll try again with a stronger bug at some point. Naturally, he hadn't given up on the project entirely, but it was proving even more challenging than expected. A starry soldier might move faster and withstand more mental pressure from the queen. He didn't know if it would be enough to reach the nest, but there should be an improvement. Arriving at Oren's lab, Percy set his plans aside, clearing his mind of anything unrelated to alchemy. Over the rest of the afternoon, he processed the most recent batch of crystals into Aurora Dew before bidding his mentor farewell. I need to be back home in about 20 minutes. He only met up with Naisha once a week to hand her the merchandise, and today happened to be the day. In any case, he still had enough time to stop by Freddy's. Only after he was done getting his daily fix of socialization and sugar did he return to his place. As he strolled up, he found Naisha standing outside, a grimace marring her face. You realize every minute I spend here, people might figure we're up to something, right? Percy rolled his eyes as he ushered her inside. "It's not my fault. You're early," he replied in a nonchalant tone, keeping up the appearance of the aloof badass that he was. At least until her retort caused him to deflate. "You've got honey on your cheeks." The girl left as soon as he handed her the elixirs, letting him return to his routine. He started by drinking another dose of Aurora Dew for his second core and activating synchronization. Only then did he resume condensing crystals, keeping at it until around midnight. At that point, he decided to call it a day, taking a quick shower before going to bed. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't tired. Working for 18 hours a day was brutal, but he always focused on the next milestone to keep himself going. Right now, that was Mickey's second core. And it's getting close. I wonder what affinity he'll get. Chapter 102. Mickey's second core. A bit overkill, don't you think? I'll forget everything after I leave anyway, the oblivious agent said upon noticing Percy's disguise. "I'd rather not take any chances," the latter replied, regurgitating his side of the conversation word for word. "Fair enough?" The man nodded once he drew closer. A few paces away, he carefully dropped the pouch on the ground, like all their previous meetings. "Why do you guys even do this?" Percy asked again. "I can't speak for the others, but I'm just using my ability for the sake of my family." 3 out of 3 so far, Percy thought. By now, he'd met the man about a dozen times. He'd always repeated the exact same words to the agent, gauging his responses. While there were some minor permutations, the gist of what the guy said was more or less the same. At the very least, he'd never given him any reason to suspect he remembered any of their previous conversations. "Well, sure, but isn't the cost too high? Aren't you worried you'll look back one day, only to realize you can't remember half of your life?" Percy asked the final set of questions, carefully observing the agent's reaction. "No offense, but forgetting you isn't that big a deal." The agent shrugged. "None taken." Percy nodded, relaxing. Either the agent had truly erased his memories, as he was supposed to, or he was the best actor Percy had ever seen. In any case, this was the most he could do to contribute to the operation's security. "Let's leave this stuff to Nisha. She's better at it than I am." After watching the man leave, he called his familiar over, hoping this latest batch of enlightenment potions would seal the deal. By now, he'd already fed Mickey over 110,000 of the darn things, which, according to his original estimates, should have been enough. Clearly, he'd miscalculated how much mind mana each dose contained, though he didn't know by how much. Best case scenario, today's shipment will be the last. As for the worst case scenario, I'd rather not think about it. Of course, even if they were still months away, he'd have no choice but to keep going. It wasn't like he had an alternative. The crow greeted him upon reaching his location. Percy didn't miss the hint of annoyance in its tone. While he'd explained many times how everything was for Mickey's benefit, the latter really hated gulping down potions for hours on end and made his displeasure known at every opportunity. "Just shut up and drink them," he rolled his eyes. Why was the crow even complaining? He was the one who'd spent weeks brewing elixirs so they could afford the potions anyway. "Krah!" The bird groaned, but ultimately obeyed, flying to his nest. Over the next few hours, Percy remained on the ground level of the spire, practicing his affinity fusion while waiting for the familiar to finish. As for his wasp clone, he'd already retired him a couple months ago. Right now, he had another one active somewhere in the cosmos, though he doubted it would accomplish anything of note. His successful expeditions so far could be counted on one hand. I should go for the Starry Soldier next. He'd placed the infiltration mission on hold for the time being, choosing to focus on more pressing matters, like mastering synchronization and affinity fusion. Fortunately, he'd already grown much better at both. Also, his time in the guild wasn't infinite. While the lotus was still over 2 years away from blooming, Percy couldn't afford to waste a second if he wanted to have a new wasp familiar ready before leaving. Suddenly, Mickey called out to him. For a moment, Percy thought the bird had finished the potions, but it was too early for that. "Don't tell me?" he asked with hope in his eyes. The crow cawed again, some excitement seeping through the cord. Not missing a beat, Percy activated synchronization, rushing to his familiar at top speed. With 2 orange cores, his muscles possessed 6 times as much strength as a red-cored adult's, and his boosting art pushed that even further still. The bird's nest was a few miles away, but he crossed the distance in under a minute, stamina be damned. It was only when he arrived that he remembered he could check Mickey's status from afar. Right. Mictlantecuhtli, Percival's familiar, Mana cores. Mana core 1, orange, beast. Mana core 2, red? Spells, circulation, refined. Decrees, Moirai's decree, grants a second mana core. As usual, the bird lacked most of his decrees. Percy was particularly relieved he didn't have Metatrons either. He didn't know if Mickey could enter his portal, should he ever open one, but he was certainly glad the crow couldn't create its own by accident. It makes sense, since I only got it later. Beyond that, everything else was as expected. Not to say he wasn't over the moon upon seeing Mickey's second core finally repaired. They'd worked on it for years. "Congratulations! This is huge!" The bird seemed to share his enthusiasm, though not for the same reason. He was obviously just glad he could finally stop drinking all those potions. Over the next couple of hours, Percy showed his familiar the ropes, explaining how he was meant to locate the new core and start clearing the corresponding channels. It helped that he'd personally experienced the process twice already, as he had plenty of related memories to send over to get the message across. I guess there's no point in staying here. As impatient as he was, he knew the crow wouldn't be done for a few days at the earliest. Begrudgingly, he left the hunting grounds, though not before emphasizing to the bird that he should contact Percy the moment anything happened. It's going to be another beast affinity, isn't it? Percy knew there was a high chance of that happening. After all, he'd never heard of a beast possessing anything else. Then again, he'd never heard of one with 2 cores either. This would probably be an anomaly even on the Moirai's world. Though getting another beast affinity wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, it was responsible for the mutations and enhanced physical strength of its owners. With a second one, Mickey would probably grow even larger. In fact, Percy couldn't think of any other affinity that would synergize better with the crow's first one. He won't even have too many new channels to open, just a couple linking the second core to the rest of the circulatory system. That would be convenient at first, though it would come with its own share of downsides. For example, the crow wouldn't be able to get as much juice out of circulation with only one set of channels across both cores. Will a different affinity even help much, though? Mickey had devoured thousands of wasp cores over the years. Percy wasn't sure how close the bird was to advancing again, but he shouldn't be far. As soon as that happened, he'd have a 2-grade gap between his cores. Even worse, the second one might never catch up, even with Aurora Dew. In the end, he shook his head. I'm just torturing myself. Whatever it is, we'll find a way to make it work. Well, as long as it wasn't another pure affinity. Now that would suck big time. It wasn't until 3 days later that Mickey informed Percy that he had managed to draw some mana into his abdomen, activating the core. Only then did the bird finally come to appreciate the value of those potions, basking in his new strength. On the other hand, Percy couldn't help but frown. The affinity was still listed as a bunch of question marks. At the very least, it meant Mickey hadn't gained another beast affinity, as he would have recognized it. Just pull some mana from your core and send me the image. The bird followed his instructions, soon showing him a burst of mana emanating from the underside of its wing and brushing over the dark feathers. It carried a faint green tint. "Not pure mana," was Percy's first reaction. In fact, he recognized it the very next moment, having personally used this particular affinity the most, outside of his own. "It's air," he informed his familiar, before elaborating. "Remember that bandit you fought a few years back? He had that." Mickey remained silent for a few seconds, apparently recalling their journey to the guild. Eventually, he excitedly sent a mental nod back. Either way, this was great news. Besides a second beast affinity, this was essentially the best they could have hoped for. While it would likely end up falling behind the crow's first core, it would support the bird well, allowing him to augment his flight. "I can even share my own experiences to get him started." He couldn't help but grin at the thought. The irony of a human teaching a bird how to fly faster wasn't lost on him. Still, there was no reason to waste all that training he'd undergone in the vault. Finally, we can stop spending all those contribution points on potions. I can start stockpiling ingredients for when we leave the settlement. Whether or not he succeeded in creating the wasp familiar, Percy hoped to amass enough resources to last him for a while by the time they left. Hopefully, even enough for a decade or two. Admittedly, that was an ambitious goal, but not impossible, assuming he could maintain his current income for the following 2 years. Unfortunately, he couldn't have predicted what would happen just 3 short months later. Chapter 103. House Talos. "Lord Bronn, the bastards have taken over the iron mine," the boy reported.
The former's features twisted into a grimace. While a powerful mage could tear a sheet of iron apart as easily as paper, it was still a valuable resource across Remior. After all, most people were at the lower grades. They relied on everyday tools made of the mundane metal. Consequently, House Talos regularly exported it, making the mine an important economic asset for their family. "What about the casualties?" 16 dead, over 30 injured. Bronn wanted to clench his fists, yet he had enough awareness to hold back. Even the tough gemstone vials would shatter into powder in a violet's grip. It would be a shame to spill their contents. The elixirs had cost him an arm and a leg. Forcing himself to calm down, he spoke again. "Who?" "Most of the dead were red-borns. Only 4 were orange-borns. Though one of them was Uncle Zin." Bronn sighed. It could have been worse. At least they hadn't lost any yellow-borns. Still, Zin had been at blue, making him one of the family's strongest fighters, regardless of what grade he'd started with. It was a significant loss. Bronn's only consolation was that they hadn't been that close. The man had only been a distant nephew of his. "Who did they send?" The boy scratched his head for a few moments. "Only a couple of our people made it back, so we aren't too clear on the details. All we know is that they had at least 2 blues. Rellan was among them." Bronn's eyes widened. Rellan was a yellowborn, and one of House Antaeus's strongest mages. Perhaps the 3rd or 4th from the top. "Are you certain?" The boy nodded before clarifying. "There's no mistake. We spotted him from afar after he used his ability." Houses Talos and Antaeus actually had the same bloodline, gigantification. This was a common occurrence on Remior, as neighboring families often shared ancestors. Rogue mages frequently left their homes for various reasons, establishing rival branches nearby. Gigantification allowed a person to increase their size based on their grade. At red, one could only double their height, while a blue core like Rellan could grow 6 times as tall. People jokingly referred to it as a poor man's beast affinity,
though the transformation wasn't nearly as drastic. Tell Lauren, Sidone, and Hurt to pick 10 greens and go drive those assholes away. But Lord Braun, what if it's a trap? The boy protested. Braun shook his head. It isn't. They never intended to keep the mine. It's too far into our territory. They know they can't hold it. They just wanted to hurt us. The boy bobbed his head in understanding before bolting out. However, the door didn't get the chance to close before another person ran into the office. What is it now, Floria? Braun asked in exasperation. The girl bent over, holding her knees as she caught her breath. Grandpa, they've attacked Oakbridge Town. They took out the guards and razed the warehouse. Braun couldn't stop himself this time. Slamming his free fist on the desk, he crushed the polished wood into a rain of splinters. It was lucky Floria was green, or he could have hurt her. Are they still there? Oakbridge Town was one of 3 under their jurisdiction. Unlike House Talos's estate, where the members of their family lived, the towns in their control were full of commoners. This was another relatively widespread convention on Remior. Still, these towns were far from worthless. They constituted important trading hubs for the noble houses. Even more notably, the nobles often married yellow-born commoners, bringing new blood into the fold and enhancing their strength. Flinching at his outburst, the girl took a moment before answering. No, they left as soon as they were done, she muttered, her voice barely a whisper. Braun rubbed his eyes. Damn it. Why couldn't they wait just a few more years? Truth be told, he had expected their enemies to escalate at some point. While House Antaeus currently had the upper hand, both sides knew it wouldn't last forever. Braun's sun was getting closer to Violet. As soon as he advanced, the tides would change. Of course, a single Violet Corps couldn't take on an entire family by themselves, but their strength couldn't be ignored. On paper, a Violet Corps was about 3 times as strong as a Blue. However, conventional wisdom dictated that it would usually take about 5 Blues to pin one down. That's because they'd fight less efficiently, some of their strength wasted due to bad teamwork. Additionally, there was the entire morale aspect of having another powerful leader at the head of an army. Overall, getting a second Violet Corps would be a huge deterrent. It might even enable House Talos to go on the offense. Call Finn over. Floria scurried away, probably glad to be out of her grandpa's sight. A few minutes later, a man walked into the office. He threw the broken desk a passing glance and chuckled. Dad, you have to stop smashing desks. We can't keep up with you. Braun almost snapped at him, but he caught himself. Instead, he plopped down on his chair. At least this piece of furniture was still standing, and tilted his head up at the ceiling, laughing bitterly. This is the 5th attack in the last 2 months. We've already lost about 10% of our men. Finn stopped smiling. The bastards must really want to build up their advantage before my promotion. Braun nodded. At this rate, they'll succeed. How close are you? Finn shook his head. Dad, you know this is my 3rd promotion already. It was true. Finn had been cleansing his core for centuries. It wasn't easy to calculate the exact date it would bear fruit. Give me your best estimate. Finn appeared to ponder his answer for a while. Well, before you brought me these new elixirs, I would have said maybe between 8 and 15 years.
It had already been around 9 months since he'd started taking this so-called Aurora Dew, which likely meant he was anywhere between 2 and 4 years away now. So close. For Blue and Violet Corps like them, 4 years were nothing. If only those assholes had waited just a little longer.
They could have caught them by surprise and wiped their stench from the region. But alas, we can't wait that long. At this rate, they'll burn everything to the ground by then. They can't eliminate us completely. As soon as I advance, we'll turn everything around, Finn protested. Yet Braun disagreed. I'm sorry, son. We can't afford to do that. We might win in the end, but half our family will be ruined by then. Hey, you're the boss. It's your decision. Finn shrugged, adding, But I'm confused. What's the alternative? What else? We flip the table. The two men looked down at the broken pieces of wood as Braun scratched his head. Figuratively speaking. Braun sighed and crouched by the remains of his desk, digging through the pile. A few seconds later, he found what he was looking for inside a somewhat intact drawer. It was a bottle of ink. You mean? Finn asked, realization flashing in his eyes. Braun nodded. He handed his son the elixirs, walking to a cupboard to retrieve a quill and a piece of paper. Dipping the quill in the ink, he held the paper against the wall as he began writing. We'll reach out to the Divine Order. Ask them to get those bastards off our backs. Finn didn't say anything. He stood by silently, watching Braun compile the letter. What he'd left unsaid was that the Divine Order wouldn't interfere in a conflict between two houses just because one of them asked nicely. They'd only do so if a good enough reason was presented. About half an hour later, Braun reread everything, nodding in satisfaction. Folding the letter, he slid it into an envelope and dug through his desk's remains again, this time for his seal.
He extended his hand towards Finn, holding out a red candle.
The latter heated it up with his fire mana, and Braun splotched a blob of crimson wax on the envelope, stamping it down with the seal. Only then did he hand it to his son. I'm sorry, Finn. I suppose you'll have to reach Violet with the regular elixirs like everyone else. 2 years? 13 years. It's not that big a difference, Finn shrugged, assuming a more serious tone. But are you sure about this? It's the only way, Braun smiled bitterly. Take the letter and the elixirs to the Divine Root. Father and son looked each other in the eyes, knowing they were about to turn Remior upside down. Chapter 104. Smooth Sailing No More. Percy was on the way back from Oren's place when he saw an unusual group of people heading towards him. What's going on? He raised an eyebrow, stopping in his tracks. None of them wore the guild's robes. They were outsiders. Of course, that alone wouldn't have shocked him. Lots of merchants passed by every day. What left him speechless was that he recognized the insignia on their clothes. It definitely wasn't one he often saw on the streets. Depicting a series of roots emerging from the underside of a cloud, there was no mistaking it. These were members of the Divine Root. Shit! What do they want from me? Is our jig up? Even among the 7 great houses, the Divine Root was a special existence, as they were closely affiliated with the Divine Order. The inner circle of the Divine Order consisted only of gods, or of the mortals deemed talented enough to have a chance of ascending to divinity one day. Their job was to look outwards, guarding Remior against external threats. While they were the undisputed leaders of Remior, they didn't have the time to manage all the worldly affairs beneath their feet. Consequently, the deities delegated many of those tedious tasks to their subordinates.
The Divine Root was essentially their outer circle, consisting solely of mortals who lacked the potential to attain godhood. Not that it made them weak. While the gods viewed the members of the Divine Root as talentless rejects, the failed children who weren't good enough to join them, the rest of Remior could only look up to them, as they stood at the top even among the rest of the great houses.
After all, many were direct descendants of the deities themselves, making the organization the largest gathering of blessings and powerful bloodlines in the world. They're like the people of the vault, all gathered in a single house. Percy clenched his fists, knowing there was no escaping. There was even a blue core in the group. He was a tall man with dull gray hair whose piercing gaze sent shivers down Percy's spine. Though this person was the same grade as Oren, the two couldn't be farther apart in strength. I bet he has a blessing. He might even be able to hold his own against Baldy for a minute or two. As the men approached, 6 of them in total, Percy couldn't help but instinctively hold his breath, the suffocating auras they passively radiated making it difficult to do otherwise. When they were only a couple meters away, he closed his eyes, bracing for the worst. Huh? They just ignored me. The group passed right by him, most of them not sparing him a glance. The only exception was a blond young man who appeared to be the same age as him. He was already at green, probably a yellow-born. He scanned Percy for the briefest of instants, his derisive sneer soon giving way to cold indifference. Only once they were all behind him did Percy remember to let out the turbulent air in his lungs, cold sweat trickling down his face. Right. We've gone to great lengths to hide our trail. It's probably just a coincidence. Sadly, he didn't even get to the end of that thought before the world proved him wrong.
A shock wave suddenly coursed through him, making everything around him shake. It was followed by a gust of wind that sent the colorful particles of mana southward. The bizarre event felt extremely familiar. The last time something like this happened had been firmly engraved in Percy's memory. "Attention, denizens of Remior! This is Hermes again," the eccentric god's voice boomed from everywhere at once. "It's quite rare for me to be making announcements like this so often, so hooray for you, I guess! You get to hear a god speak twice in a few years. What's more, it's good news again. Trust me, it's better than the alternative. You really don't want me to come out here informing you that Remior has fallen and you're all about to die." The god chuckled. "Relax, that was a joke. Well, not really. I suppose it could actually happen. In any case, you might be wondering why I'm contacting you again. No, the lotus hasn't bloomed early. That's still over 2 years away, as originally planned. Today, I'm reaching out for a different matter." Percy swallowed hard, holding some hope deep down that it wasn't about him, though it was evaporating quickly. It would be way too big of a coincidence. And sure enough. You see, one of the brilliant folks in the Alchemists Guild has invented some new elixirs that can be consumed 3 times as often. I trust I don't have to explain what this means for Remior. Gee, thanks for the compliment, Percy smiled bitterly as his worst fears came to light. Speaking as somebody who's seen lots of amazing treasures out there, each of which would make your mouth water, this is huge, even for us. We'll get more gods, and you'll get more violet and white cores. The only ones who'll get squat are the Redborns, but then again, who cares about them anyway, right? It's not like we had enough elixirs to waste on them before, let alone now. However, everyone else will benefit. Well, as soon as we can mass-produce this so-called Aurora Dew, that is. Big fan of the name, by the way. Props to whoever came up with it. In any case, this is all nice and dandy, but we've sadly run into a small problem. Knowing where this was heading, Percy took off, hurrying towards Nisha's gambling den. Contacting her right now was risky, but so was waiting around until the divine root homed in on them. Apparently, the alchemist who came up with the recipe chose to keep it to himself, sneaking around to sell it to a small number of people at a premium. Honestly, I get the temptation, but we can't have that.
Whoever you are, we're willing to pretend the last few months never happened, provided you come forward immediately. We'll give you something for your trouble, and a nice God-approved pat on the back, and we can all have a great time moving forward. We know you've gone through a lot of trouble to hide from us, but trust me, that isn't going to last long. We've already sent a group from the Divine Root to interrogate all the registered alchemists in the guild, and they'll find you sooner or later. Until then, security at the guild's borders will be tripled, and nobody will be allowed to enter or exit without being searched from head to toe. I suppose I needn't say anything else. If you were smart enough to come up with such a marvelous elixir, you can probably tell what's best for you. The rest, I'll leave to our capable underlings. Crap. Percy couldn't help but curse in his head. This was about as bad as expected. The only upside was that he'd never taken the test to officially register as an alchemist. That was probably why the men had ignored him earlier. Well, that, and the fact that he was dressed in orange robes. Nobody would have expected him, of all people, to be behind such a breakthrough. But his cheap veil of anonymity wouldn't last forever. As soon as the Divine Root ran out of people to search, they'd branch outwards, until they eventually got to him or Nisha. Even if they destroyed all the evidence of their operation by then, Percy still had plenty of other secrets he couldn't afford to leak. If anyone wondered why he had a bandage wrapped around his abdomen, it could easily lead to them learning about his second core. From there, the gods would get involved directly, discovering Metatron's decree as well. Realizing how quickly he was running out of time, Percy quickened his steps. And that's assuming Orin doesn't tell them anything. He knew his mentor wouldn't hurt him on purpose, but the man had been opposed to keeping the secret from the beginning. If the old alchemist thought he was doing Remior, or even Percy, a favor, he might choose to come forward. Reaching Nisha's place, he forced himself to calm down, trying not to look too suspicious. Entering the building, his ears soon buzzed with a cacophony of cheers and loud discussions. The den was packed to the brim with Nisha's regulars, but none of them were playing right now. They'd all forgotten about the chips, dice, and cards in their hands, instead excitedly talking about the announcement they'd just heard. "Can you believe it? I'm only 70 years old. I can actually reach Violet and become the leader of my house one day," somebody shouted. His mate slapped him on the back with a raucous bellow. "Yeah, right. The Yellowborns will get the elixirs too, remember? By the time you get to Violet, Remior will be unrecognizable. There might be dozens of whites and thousands of violets by then. I doubt the number of noble houses will increase that much, though. It'll only raise the bar higher." The first guy appeared to ponder his friend's words, but somebody else interjected. "Screw politics. With this, we'll live much longer." The new guy got shot down fast, too. "You idiot."
Most people don't die of old age anyway.
When's the last time you met somebody older than 600? We'll still get killed in some war, just like before. More shouts ensued, but Percy ignored them, pushing forward. Luckily, nobody seemed to pay him any attention. Eventually, he reached Nesha. At first, neither of them said anything, as they merely exchanged a knowing glance. Only a few seconds later did she speak. 2 hours. Percy nodded, quickly turning around and leaving. They'd already made plans for the worst-case scenario. After all, they'd always intended to stop the operation within a couple of years anyway. Naturally, their clients wouldn't have taken kindly to the supply of Aurora Dew getting cut off abruptly, so Percy and Nesha had prepared an exit strategy. Of course, they'd originally planned to be long gone by the time the shitstorm reached the settlement. Sadly, it was too late for that now, with the involvement of Hermes and the Divine Root severely complicating things. That said, I'll be damned if I give away all my hard work to those assholes. Chapter 105. Escape. She's taking forever.
Percy tapped his foot. Standing at the base of the fungal spire, he was waiting for Nesha to arrive. The 2 hours she'd mentioned were nothing more than the time until she closed the gambling den for the night. Despite the urgency of the situation, she couldn't just drop everything and run away abruptly, as that would raise more than a couple eyebrows. At least the guards didn't search me on the way here. Evidently, the Divine Root had only bothered to increase the security at the gate leading outside the guild, and presumably the spire's perimeter. Even in normal times, they mostly cared about people leaving the settlement, checking to ensure they weren't carrying any nectar with them to break the guild's monopoly on the substance. It was why Percy hadn't been checked thoroughly upon first arriving.
Also, why the agent hadn't encountered too much trouble smuggling the Aurora Dew or the Enlightenment potions over the past few months. As for the people hunting on the mushrooms, nobody ever bothered to track their movements. Noticing something by the corner of his eye, Percy turned to see his familiar swiftly approaching. "Caw!" the bird greeted him upon landing. "Caw indeed," Percy replied, sifting through the bandage wrapped around Mickey's abdomen. It was the same one he'd used back when he still met the agent regularly. Since he no longer needed it, he'd long passed it to the crow to conceal his new core. Not that a beast adorned with an accessory wasn't conspicuous, but it was certainly better than the alternative. Especially since Percy had purposely commissioned for the bandage to be crafted out of a dark fabric to more easily blend in with the bird's plumage. "Where is it?" Percy's heart skipped a beat after failing to find what he was looking for. "Don't tell me you dropped it," the bird protested, pecking his shoulder. It was only a few seconds later that he finally located the small object nestled somewhere between the cloth and the feathers, dousing his rising panic. Percy swiftly clasped the pendant around his neck, brushing his fingers over the weirdly shaped gem that served as its focus. Cut into a perfect cube, the lustrous stone somewhat resembled onyx, though that wasn't quite what it was. Countless tiny lights glittered like stars across its faces, contrasting against the ebony backdrop they adorned. Looking closer, the particles weren't splayed randomly, instead forming orderly constellations. Percy knew those were the runes responsible for the enchantment. It's pretty and useful, but still lackluster compared to what they have in the vault. "I admit rushing to buy the spatial amulet was the right move," Nisha said, having arrived at some point without his notice. He shrugged. "Well, we couldn't exactly carry everything around without it." After awakening the familiar's second core, Percy hadn't really had much else he'd wanted to spend his money on. His only goal at that point had been to amass enough brewing materials to last him for some time. Of course, considering his and Mickey's extreme rate of consumption and his less than stellar yield, Percy currently needed around 20 doses of the regular elixirs per day, which translated to thousands over the course of a single year. Luckily, he'd made plenty of contribution points during the past 9 months, over 8 million in total. Of those earnings, he'd spent more than $1 million on the Enlightenment potions and another $1 million on the amulet. As for the other tools and secondary materials he needed to be able to brew on the run, well, those cost peanuts, comparatively speaking. In any case, that had still left him over 6 million to buy the primary ingredients of the Aurora Dew, the regular elixirs. "I can't believe there are nearly 20,000 doses in this tiny necklace," he mused. While 1 cubic meter of space wasn't that much, it could easily contain enough of the pinky-sized vials to last him for years. Nisha had also pitched in, converting her own share into materials and storing them in Percy's amulet. With these, they could both keep drinking Aurora Dew for the next 2 years. Of course, he'd originally planned to remain in the guild longer. Sadly, that wasn't possible now. As things stood, they'd run out of elixirs right after the lotus bloomed, and depending on how their escape went, they might not be able to return to the guild for more. "Oh well, that's a problem for future, Percy." "Are you sure this is the best move?" Nisha suddenly asked, fidgeting. "For me, yes," Percy replied, sighing heavily. "Coming clean to the Divine Root is admittedly tempting,
But I have other secrets besides the elixirs that I don't want them to learn. Nesha gave Mickey a cursory glance. You mean this orange-cored beast you've somehow tamed? Among other things, he replied vaguely. Even if he could somehow guard all of his other secrets from them, he wasn't entirely convinced they'd treat him as fairly as they claimed. After all, he'd seen the disdainful looks that the people of the Divine Root had given him, and he'd heard the sheer contempt with which Hermes talked about Redborns. The moment they realized how easily the pure mana could be crystallized, he'd lose all worth in their eyes. No, escaping is my only option. Not Nisha's, though. Glancing at her, he pondered the implications of what he was asking her to do. Depending on how everything went, they might end up as fugitives on the run from actual gods. You don't have to come with me. Nisha raised an eyebrow. They're more likely to notice my involvement. I was the one in charge of everything. And unlike you, I won't be able to give them what they want. They'll skin me alive, she said, biting her lip. But Percy shook his head. My mentor knows the recipe. Find him and work together to make a deal with them. They only want the elixirs. They don't really care what happens to you. What Percy had left unsaid was that, this way, he'd lose both his advantage and his means of making money. In a few years, he might be the only one on Remier who couldn't afford the Aurora Dew. Well, me and all the other Redborns. Still, it wouldn't be fair to force his problems onto Nisha. The girl nervously crossed her arms, apparently considering it. He gave her a couple of minutes to think. It was a huge decision, and he didn't want to rush her. I'll come with you, she eventually said. Percy carefully scanned her. Nisha had stopped shaking, her eyes burning with determination. He didn't mind her tagging along. He completely trusted her after working together for so long. Plus, she was useful, not only because of her bloodline and commercial skills, but also due to her affinity. There was one last thing he needed to know first. Why? Nisha furrowed her brow, apparently contemplating the question. Before we started collaborating, I was working towards a certain goal. Though I suppose I always knew deep down that it wasn't a very realistic one, she ultimately said. What changed? Percy asked. She shrugged. Well, I've made more money in the past year than I would have made in a decade. Not to mention, the elixirs gave me hope of catching up to my enemies in this lifetime. Lifetime? Percy failed to suppress a chuckle. If you come with me, I can't even promise we'll be alive tomorrow. Also, the recipe is going public in 19 years, regardless of what we do. She certainly knew he was telling the truth, though she didn't seem deterred. I have a hunch that sticking with you will give me the best chance to get my revenge. That's enough. Percy grinned. Welcome to the team, then. By the way, the bird is Mickey. She nodded. So, what's the plan? Are we going to look for a weak point in the perimeter? She asked. Percy shook his head. Even on the off chance that we get out, they'll spot us. It'll only be a matter of time before they let the people in charge know. And we can't outrun a blue. What other choice do we have? We can't leave through the front gate. Percy smiled. How about below the guild? Nisha tilted her head. She opened her mouth to voice her confusion when a loud noise erupted from a pile of boulders a few dozen meters away from them. There seemed to be a hole in the rocky formation, though it was only big enough for something the size of an apple to squeeze through. The sounds escalated as the stones by the tiny entrance began to shake. A few moments later, a pair of oversized mandibles pierced through, followed by a head, then a torso. Before long, a man-sized wasp had fully emerged, widening the tunnel in its passing. Nisha took a step back, already drawing mana from her core, as a pitch-black bubble manifested in her hand. But she didn't stop there, gathering more as she stared in horror at the enormous bug. "How the hell did a starry soldier end up on the first level?" she gasped. Percy placed his hand on her shoulder. "Stop. The bug is our way out," he said, eliciting an odd expression from his friend. Nisha turned towards the wasp again, her features twisting in incredulity upon seeing the creature wave at her with its shiny forelimb. Chapter 106. Unsettling. Percy removed his robes, carefully folding them before placing them on the ground. Man, I'm so going to miss the self-cleaning enchantment. Unfortunately, he couldn't risk being seen wearing his guild attire outside. Doing so would needlessly increase the risk of someone connecting him to the elixirs. The same went for his old clothes. He was better off masquerading as a commoner to avoid bringing his house trouble. That was why he'd brought 2 sets of plain linen outfits, one for himself and one for Nisha. "How do you even control these beasts? The wasp is a higher grade than you." Her voice rang out from the other side of the tree, where she was also changing. "I'll explain if we survive. No point wasting my breath before then," he replied, as he pulled up the boot on his right foot. "Fair enough," she said, though she caught herself a moment later. "Wait, what do you mean, if we survive? How confident are you in this plan?" Percy shrugged, though she couldn't see him. Neither party spoke much over the next few minutes, as he waited for her to finish. At some point, he remembered the honey roll he'd bought in a hurry before rushing out of the settlement.
Digging through his folded robes, he found the snack in one of the pockets, gleefully biting a chunk off. It had grown cold, but he wasn't deterred. It was debatable whether stopping by Freddy's had been wise, given the circumstances, though Percy had wanted to chat with his pal one last time before leaving the guild for good. While he hadn't dared to bid the man farewell, afraid to get the poor guy involved in his mess, he knew that might very well have been his last chance to see him. And this could be my last honey roll ever. Slowing down to savor it, he looked up at the mushrooms above. They continuously showered the ground level with their wondrous particles. Percy would never forget the first time he saw them, on that fateful night some 3 years ago. No, I'll definitely come back one day. A couple minutes later, he and Nisha stood by the mouth of the tunnel his clone had dug, gazing at the colorful glow emanating from within. Swirling motes of light danced in the air, reflecting off the tunnel's slick walls and casting a mesmerizing, almost dreamlike atmosphere around them. Despite its beauty, Percy keenly felt the weight of the danger lurking beneath them. "Let's get this over with," he silently conveyed to his clone. The starry soldier obediently approached, opening its mandibles wide before suddenly spitting something at him. Percy barely closed his eyes in time to avoid the green goo splattering all over his face. This serving of sludge had nothing to do with the nectar in the bug's gland. Rather, it had come from its stomach. The substance was thick like mucus, sliding slowly down his neck. Its stench, a disorienting blend of musk and rot, hit him instantly. "Ugh," he grunted, resisting the urge to gag as he used his hands to smear the creature's vomit all over his clothes. Undeterred, the insect continued to throw up more of the disgusting substance. Nisha retched, recoiling in horror at the sight.
Percy would have grinned, if not for the fear of accidentally swallowing some of the foul goo. After another mouthful of vomit splashed onto him, he nodded in satisfaction and waved a hand toward the bug, sending it after his partner. "Eek! Keep that thing away from me!" she shrieked, stepping back as the creature advanced. The clone ignored her, closing in against her protests. "Let it do this if you want to survive," Percy said, wiping his mouth on the last clean patch of his shirt before explaining. "The interior of the spire is filled with wasps. This is the only way to keep them from attacking us."
hopefully. He kept that last part to himself. Nisha groaned, wrinkling her nose in disgust as she reluctantly began slathering the vomit over her clothes. She broke the long silence as soon as she was done. "Isn't it forbidden to enter these tunnels?" "Sure," Percy admitted. "But we're already criminals. Or we will be, if people find out what we've done. Also, nobody is going to know about this. They can't monitor all these openings. There are too many. Not that they need to, as entering is a death sentence in and of itself." "Lovely," she spat sarcastically. Percy turned to his familiar. Over the next few minutes, he had his clone cover the crow with the sludge, too, taking the opportunity to strap their old clothes on the wasp's back. The idea was for it to dispose of them somewhere in the tunnels below as soon as they escaped the guild. Before long, he was done, as was the bug. Mickey cawed in annoyance, trying to peck some of the goo out of his feathers. Percy had considered letting the familiar fly away on his own, but they didn't know how tight the security was around the perimeter. Oh well. For all we know, he won't survive if I die anyway. "Are you ready?" he asked Nisha. Getting a grim nod back, he embraced the bird with his left elbow, offering his right hand to his partner. She stared at it for a moment, before reluctantly grabbing hold.
Whatever happens inside, don't let go. The two walked cautiously into the vibrant cave, the starry soldier right behind them. As soon as they were all inside, the bug turned around and lunged at the walls of the tunnel, clawing with its thin forelegs and biting at the surrounding earth with its mandibles. "Now what?" Nisha asked, as the cave's opening collapsed, sealing the way back. "The tunnels on the first level aren't supposed to be large enough for people," Percy explained. As they delved deeper into the hive, the bug kept digging at the walls, collapsing everything in their wake. If anyone saw what Percy was doing to the interior of the spire, they'd have rushed to skin him alive. "I prefer to think of it as restoring the environment to its original state." Which was technically correct. The tunnels his clone was currently destroying were the very ones he'd personally widened over the past few weeks. Naturally, he couldn't have possibly built the entire tunnel leading outside. It would have taken too long for a single bug to pull off in such a short time, even for one at Yellow. Percy's clone had merely expanded some sections, linking the ground level of the spire to the primary network a few dozen meters underground. Most of the tunnels which the group would be using had already existed beforehand. "It's a pity I couldn't get to the Queen's Nest, though." Even though his latest clone had delved much deeper than the worker, he still hadn't managed to reach the eggs. It was one of the reasons Percy wanted to return to the guild in the future, to try again after possessing one of the green bugs. After all, the prospect of a starry wasp familiar was too tempting to give up on. A buzzing noise suddenly filled Percy's ears, breaking him out of his thoughts. They'd reached the first few bugs. There were only 5 drones in front of them, but a quick scan via soul vision revealed twice as many lurking around the corner. Nisha's grip tightened, the girl appearing a little shaken. A few red beasts were nothing to a yellow core, but she didn't have much experience hunting, and the current circumstances were more than a little claustrophobic. "Listen, the farther we go, the more of them there will be. Higher grades, too. Don't try fighting them or running away. If the goo fails us, we'll be overwhelmed anyway." At first, his words seemed counterproductive, only causing the color in her face to drain further. Still, Nisha bit her lip to calm down, forcing a strained smile. "Great. Let's hinge all our lives on bug vomit." Percy grinned too, mostly to suppress his own bubbling unease as he pressed onward, bringing the others along. The drones paused upon noticing them, eyeing them curiously. From his clone's experience,
Percy understood they were trying to discern whether they posed a threat to the colony. No wasp below yellow would attack him unprovoked outside, but things here were different. Still. After approaching and giving them a cursory feel with its antennae, the first bug turned away, seemingly satisfied with their credentials. Its pals returned to their jobs too, back to grazing the concentrated mana off the tunnel's walls. "So far, so good," he muttered, keeping his voice down. The others seemed to have grown a touch more confident too, as Nisha picked up the pace, clearly eager to get the hell out of there before the scent wore off. Sadly, no amount of confidence could have prepared them for what followed. Chapter 107. Hell. Countless legs poked Percy from all sides, pushing him around like a boat amidst a sea of insects. They came in all sizes, from the rod-like limbs of the soldiers pinning him to the ground and bruising his body with each heavy step, to the stick-like legs of the drones crawling all over his skin. Their soft, frequent taps were as intrusive as they were unnerving. He had to lean on both knees and one elbow, desperately trying to resist the weight of the wasps above while doing his best to keep Mickey from getting squashed in his embrace. Ugh! Percy couldn't help but groan in pain as the frightened crow clenched its talons, digging into his flesh and soul both. As for his right hand, it didn't fare much better, creaking as Nisha clasped it tightly, while short-lived but frequent tremors continued coursing through his bones every few moments. It was difficult to make out what was happening around them, as the flurry of insect shadows bled into the dizzying glow of the cavern, plunging Percy's surroundings into chaos. He vaguely spotted his partner trying to shield her head with her free hand, her face a nauseated green. "Hold on!" he shouted, though his voice barely pierced through the buzzing cacophony of the hive. At first, he wasn't sure Nisha had heard him, but a prompt squeeze of her palm soon revealed she indeed had. Percy gathered all his strength to crawl forward, forcing himself against the current. "Should I use circulation?" Even with 2 orange cores and a trained body, enduring the current of bugs without his boosting art was a struggle. The thought of resorting to it was tempting, especially since the dense accumulation of mana inside the tunnel promised to make the act easier than ever. But he shook his head. Inducing such a conspicuous flow of ambient mana risked drawing the wrong type of attention from the insects. Gritting his teeth, he pushed through the river of wasps with brute strength alone, still protecting his familiar with one hand and guiding the girl forward with the other. Inch by inch, they made progress, though it would take them days to reach the exit at this pace. Not to mention, the constant scratches caused by the bug's limbs threatened to tear what little remained of their clothes off, and the soldiers' goo with it. "Shit! If we lose the scent, we're fucked!" he realized, calling out to his clone. "Do something, will you?" The latter had to deal with the rushing bugs too, but his hard exoskeleton ensured he had an easier time. His body was built for precisely this environment, after all. Heeding Percy's call, he dove forward, alleviating some of the pressure with his frame, and finally allowing the trio to move a little faster. With the immediate danger warded off for the time being, the group, 2 humans, 1 bird, and 1 wasp, crawled closer to one another, doing their best to not fall into the same predicament again. Of course, some of the insects still climbed over them, but there were fewer now, as the clone focused on clearing the path ahead. Yet, Percy swallowed hard as a soldier's stinger brushed right by his cheek, narrowly missing his eye. Had it landed a couple inches to the right, it would have skewered his brain, pumping his skull full of acid. At least it wasn't on purpose, he realized in relief. Not that he particularly cared about souring his relationship with a random bug, but had the creature intentionally attacked, it would have meant the rest of its kin were about to follow suit. The party continued like this for several hours, each of them visibly fighting both the exhaustion and to keep the contents of their stomachs from spilling. Percy handled the situation slightly better than his companions, but only because he'd already experienced it many times before, through his clone's memories. Even so, there was a stark difference between merely recalling his clone's second-hand experience, in its native environment no less, and actually enduring it with his real body. Less room for mistakes, too. Eventually, the slope beneath their feet tilted upward, and the density of bugs in the winding tunnel dropped about half an hour later. They were still some distance from their destination, but they appeared to have crossed the halfway mark. Suddenly, Percy stopped.
Nisha flashed him a questioning look, but he ignored her, busy communicating with his clone.
Soon, the bug turned around, spitting a new round of vomit on him. Understanding his intentions, the girl scrunched her eyes shut, silently inviting the clone to renew her cover, too. She appeared to have finally overcome her disgust for the sludge.
I suppose it would be strange if she still cared about that,
he chuckled. Only after the whole group had undergone the process did they resume their journey. Honestly, Percy wasn't sure the substance was necessary anymore, as the entire hive reeked with the foul stench this far in. From what he understood, this scent was how the bugs communicated to one another who was a friend. It doesn't hurt to be careful, he shrugged. In any case, the party of 4 continued their trek through the colorful tunnel, finally able to appreciate the scenery, now that the flood of bugs had grown less chaotic. Percy had witnessed the lustrous deposits decorating the walls before, though they looked twice as beautiful now that he sported a better pair of eyes. Nisha gawked at the sight too, seemingly having set her fears aside. Percy didn't blame her for it either. The view was truly mesmerizing, especially for someone stumbling upon it for the first time. A couple hours later, the traffic of bugs nearly disappeared entirely as the group approached the artificial section of the hive, which the clone had personally dug up. At last, the most dangerous part of the trip was already behind them. Or so they thought. Suddenly, a massive insect head smashed through the ceiling a few meters ahead, the crumbling debris raising a cloud of dust as it hit the floor. The fuck! Percy nearly stumbled backwards, dragging Nisha with him. He coughed, wanting to cover his mouth, but neither of his hands were free, forcing him to awkwardly use his shoulder instead. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the intruder. Luckily, it didn't seem to have noticed them yet, still struggling to dig itself out of the hole. Yet, what little Percy could see was frightening enough. The bug's head was as large as his clone's thorax, meaning the creature's entire body was probably as big as an elephant. A starry night! It was his first time seeing one in person, though his clones had run into a few in the past. Not many, as they seemed much scarcer than their weaker relatives, at least in the sections of the hive he'd managed to access. Only a few seconds later did Nisha spot the oversized bug, Percy feeling her instinctive shudder. Part of him wanted to comfort her, but the priority right now was to figure out how to get past the monster in one piece. Will the disguise even hold? He openly wondered through the cord, letting his clone listen in. I don't know. All the wasps rely on the goo, but the higher grades are smarter. Percy gritted his teeth. Bug or not, he didn't dare underestimate a green core's intelligence. Can you get us past it? He asked again. He'd considered turning back, but there was nowhere to go. His clone had only dug one exit to the surface, and this was the only tunnel leading to it. I can try. Then, realizing they were almost out of time, the night having nearly extricated itself from the hole, the clone spat another mouthful of sludge on each of them for good measure. Next, it turned around to negotiate with its giant cousin. The creature had to scrunch up to fit inside the tunnel. The passage clearly wasn't meant for the green variants. Each of its movements scraped countless ores and crystals off the walls. Glancing at the group, it perked up, noticing something out of place. Not missing a beat, the clone stood before the knight, trying to block its view as he opened his mandibles.
The stench of rot and musk intensified further as Percy's clone released more of it, this time in a gaseous form.
Releasing a high-pitched screech that made Percy's ears hurt, the knight tried to brush the clone aside with its head, though the latter fought to stand his ground. Confused, the green wasp felt the clone with its antennae, probably trying to discern whether he was truly its kin. Though the knight seemed convinced, it still stubbornly tried to look past the clone, clearly sensing something wrong. Percy held his breath throughout the whole ordeal, a quick glance revealing that Nisha was doing the same. Unable to hold on much longer, however, he ended up gasping for air a few seconds later, a whiff of the putrid stench nearly making him gag. In a flash of inspiration, he let go of his partner's hand, much to her surprise, discreetly placing it behind his back, where it was hidden behind the bandage. Luckily, the enchanted fabric was still in one piece, unlike many of the tattered rags they wore. On a hunch, he began gathering soul mana, just in case. The standoff continued for several minutes, as cold sweat trickled down his back. At some point, the knight seemed to back down a little, making Percy think it had finally agreed to let them go. Relaxing, he noticed the noxious odor had, at some point, given way to a different, less unpleasant scent. It was sweet, faintly reminding him of the Nanas. "Shit! Run!" the clone suddenly screamed through the connection. Chapter 108. Starry Night. With a violent snap of its mandibles, the knight tore nearly halfway through the clone's torso, slamming him against the wall. Nisha stepped back, seemingly about to run away, when Percy stopped her. "Don't!" he yelled, not leaving room for debate. Putting aside whether they could outrun the creature, they couldn't risk diving back into the sea of bugs behind them. The knight could easily set the whole colony off. No, there was only one way out, and it was past the beast. The monster lunged past the crumpled clone, its pillar-like legs punching craters in their wake, the rocky protrusions encrusting the tunnel's surfaces barely hindering its advance. Out of time, Percy swung his right hand, launching the parting gift. A faint distortion passed through the air, spinning towards the bug. He'd poured everything he had into the attack, not leaving even a drop behind for soul vision. He'd have used circulation, too, if he'd had a few more seconds. The bug let out an otherworldly screech, even louder than before, as the invisible sickle found its mark, landing between its eyes. Percy counted his lucky stars that the narrow tunnel had robbed the knight of its greatest strength, its agility. He was confident he'd have never managed to hit it outdoors. Not if it was any faster than the soldiers, just as they were quicker than the workers. Missing a step, the monster stumbled on the ground, though its momentum continued to carry it forward at a dangerous speed. Thinking on his feet, Percy shoved Nisha against the wall, leaping towards the opposite one himself, while desperately hoping they'd fit in the gaps by the bug's sides. "Mickey, use circulation, now!" The impact shook him, though he'd made sure to absorb all of it with his body, still cognizant of the crow in his arms. Though that was only the beginning of his struggle, as the knight's limp frame finally reached him, pushing him against the hard stone. Percy instinctively pressed both knees and elbows against the wall, desperate to leave enough space for Mickey. He felt his bones crack as the rough carapace of the giant wasp peeled a layer of skin off his back. "Ah!" he screamed, enduring the pain as he did everything in his power to keep both himself and his familiar alive. Eventually, the wasp came to rest about halfway past him. Its body still pressed against his own, though the weight was more bearable now that it wasn't moving. Well, for a while at least. Suddenly the creature spasmed, sending a wave of force through him. "It's still alive!" Percy realized in horror.
His parting gift had never failed before, at least not when he'd managed to land it. Then again, a 2-grade gap was probably too much for it to bridge, especially without circulation. The creature cried out and squirmed, each tiny movement slamming into Percy with the force of a charging ram. He had no idea if Nisha had survived, but he didn't have the luxury to worry about her now. Taking advantage of the pauses between the bug's pained jolts, he crawled against the wall, ignoring his protesting limbs as he persisted in trying to reach the rear of the creature before it recovered completely.
Just as he was contemplating how to best bypass it, the knight suddenly lashed out with a hind leg, sending him bouncing against the wall and tumbling down a few meters behind the hairy foot. Percy's coughs were wet, and his body felt like it had been stomped on by a herd of buffaloes.
At least I'm alive, he reasoned, finally registering that the bug had kindly helped him around the pool of acid. Thanks for that. Even better, a quick glance revealed that Mickey was okay. Rattled, yes, but otherwise unharmed. It was more than he could say about... Shit! Nisha! Only now did he remember his companion, scanning his surroundings for her. Luckily, he didn't have to look far, as he found her sitting by a wall nearby, having also managed to escape the bug's clutches somehow. He was about to call out to her when he noticed her condition. She had a hand pressed against her right temple, a stream of red seeping through her fingers. One of her eyes was closed, the other sporting a vacant gaze. There were several more cuts and bruises crossing her body, though her blood was mixed with a different liquid, a green one. Wasp blood? Percy instantly recognized it from encountering the substance countless times while hunting. There was no mistaking it, as it gleamed a brighter shade than his clone's vomit. A piercing screech reminded him that they weren't out of the woods quite yet, as the knight had stood up again, and it was trying to turn around. Breathing faster, Percy hoped to activate circulation in time. The boosting art put a strain on one's body, which wasn't an issue for him normally, but his current state made everything a challenge. Synchronization is definitely out of the question, he noted, as he watched the wasp claw some extra space out of the walls so it could turn. As it shifted, Percy spotted some nasty gashes along its side, a bright green liquid oozing out of its exoskeleton. It's injured.
Checking Nisha's core with mana sense, he realized it was empty. She'd probably used everything she had to extricate herself from the creature, wounding it in the process. The bug finally managed to orient itself, its compound eyes locking onto Percy and sending a shiver down his spine. I suppose it'll have to do, he thought, as a silver maelstrom came to life underneath his skin. He hadn't bothered to use his second core, as he knew the pure mana wouldn't even put a dent in the knight's carapace. Plus, Percy's body couldn't handle another round of boosting. Placing Mickey on the ground, he briefly considered asking the familiar to help, though he quickly shot the idea down. While the crow was in a better state than him, it didn't have anything in its arsenal that would make a difference here. It wouldn't even be able to fly properly inside the narrow tunnel. Realizing it was all up to him, he manifested 2 silver sickles, both larger than the one he'd cast earlier. The bug was about to charge towards him, but Percy wouldn't give it the chance to pick up speed a second time. Hurling his weapons, he watched them spin towards his opponent's soul. The knight had clearly learned its lesson, however, jerking its head at the last second to ensure that only one of the constructs landed on its face, letting the other hit its thorax. The projectile definitely looked like it had done some damage, but the monstrosity simply refused to collapse. It lashed erratically against the tunnel with everything it had, limbs, stinger, and mandibles, causing chunks of stone larger than Percy's head to fall all over the place. He had no choice but to jump around while keeping an eye out for Nisha and Mickey both, ready to intercept a rock with a blast of cyan if he had to.
At the same time, he rushed to replenish his soul mana, preparing to hit the wasp again. But the infuriated wasp wasn't going down that easily, it seemed.
Snapping out of its frenzy sooner than last time, it crawled towards Percy, hell-bent on chomping down the annoying pests that dared to injure it.
Percy wanted to run. Unlike before, the exit was behind him. Still, he was in worse shape than the creature. It would definitely catch up. Besides, he couldn't leave the others at its mercy.
"Then, just die already!" he yelled,
launching another sickle with what mana he'd managed to recover. It hit, but the wasp kept coming.
"Die!"
He threw one more, draining his channels out and bringing himself right out of circulation. This one halted the knight's movements, causing it to fall to its side, the impact sending a shockwave through the cavern. Yet the horror wasn't quite over, as the bug's limbs twitched just moments later, letting it resume its unrelenting march.
"Just fucking die!"
Percy screamed between strained breaths, resorting to random blobs of pure mana that splattered harmlessly against the creature. Naturally, they did nothing. Looming over him, the wasp looked like it was about to pounce when someone interfered.
"My clone!"
Percy had written the bonded soldier off, as he was in the worst condition out of everyone in the tunnel. By far. His upper body was barely being held together by a few scant shards of chitin, though that hadn't been enough to put the clone out of commission, apparently. Having waited for the knight to walk right over him, he bit at one of its legs, hugging it tightly. With a pained shriek, he plunged his stinger right into the wound Nisha had inflicted, pumping the monster's carapace full of acid. Screeching in agony, the green bug stomped on the clone's head with a different leg, crushing it directly. It only took a moment for the soul fragment to slam into Percy, flooding his mind with memories. He forcefully brushed them aside, however. This wasn't the time to sort them out. Having exhausted all his trump cards, Percy stared at the beast, his expression grim.
He knew he couldn't retreat another step. Nisha was right behind him.
Tightening his grip around a half-formed sickle, he prepared for his final stand against the bug. Clearly satisfied with its handiwork, the knight tossed the broken clone aside, turning back toward Percy. It opened its jaw wide, sending a spray of spittle at him. Man and insect looked each other in the eyes, both keenly aware that only one of them would survive. At best. Chapter 109. Regal Intent. The knight's mandibles opened wide, preparing to chomp the pesky human in half. Reading his adversary's intentions via soul vision, Percy was ready to crouch beneath the monster at a moment's notice, clenching the half-formed sickle tightly in his fist. Yet, just as they were about to clash, something strange happened. The beast's body suddenly relaxed, its expression easing.
"Now what?"
At first, he thought it was an act, a ruse to get him to drop his guard. But he doubted the creature was that smart. Besides, it didn't really need to trick him to end this. Honestly, his odds of surviving the frontal assault of the elephant-sized beast were abysmal. More importantly, he could see the wasp's bloodlust had all but evaporated, removing any trace of hostility in its soul.
"Who cares?"
Whatever the reason was, he wouldn't waste his chance. Swinging his weapon at the knight's face, he gouged another deep wound into its soul. What was it, the sixth now? An advantage of fighting in close range was that he could more easily maintain his constructs. A chunk of it still crumbled away, but he needed less mana to repair it than to form a new one, soon delivering another strike after the first. No reaction. For some reason, the towering monster that had savagely fought to slaughter them all just minutes ago was now standing motionless,
eating Percy's attacks with no intention of fighting back.
Has it lost consciousness or something? He wondered, as the silver maelstrom finally formed within his torso once more. Yet, just when he was about to redouble his efforts to slay the knight, another change occurred. A spark of intelligence suddenly flashed inside its compound eyes, gazing at him not with hatred or hunger, but curiosity. Percy shivered, leaping backwards by instinct. He knew his best course of action was to continue hacking at the monster, but his body refused to listen, a primal wave of terror coursing through it. Somehow, the bug's pensive look was even more frightening than its previous demeanor. But the wasp didn't stop there. Tilting its head, it unleashed a suffocating aura inside the narrow corridor. Physically, nothing happened. Percy didn't need to use mana sense to see the colorful motes dancing through the air, many of them flowing towards him. The bug hadn't moved an inch from its spot either. Still, he couldn't help but feel like he was stuck in amber as a palpable presence flooded the cavern, holding him in place. No green beast should be able to exert this kind of tangible authority. It felt almost regal. Shit. It appeared the Starry Queen had taken notice of their actions. Percy had no clue why she had stopped the knight from killing him, or why she seemed intent on capturing them alive. And honestly, he wasn't interested in finding out. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his thumb, eventually managing to point it into exactme of the day, eventually the Dorth to which for him. Percy also demonstrate, he fought to twitch his there, and finally she words to having approved in the Veilbland. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them, eventually managing to say that they're believed to know. Percy didn't just seen the south behind them of them, they're following the notice of capture of them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to twitch his them.
Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Summoning every shred of willpower, he fought to Twitch's them. Inside this narrow corridor, usually managing to point it towards his palm. Straining, he pushed soul mana through it, extending a sharp point off its tip. Ah! The pain was immense, but it worked. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his breaths as he formed another sickle in his right hand, still stabbing himself with his left. "Go to hell already!" he yelled, breaking free of the control and dashing towards the creature. It raised two forelimbs to stop him, though Percy saw its reaction coming from a mile away.
He didn't know if the previous damage had slowed the wasp's movements, or if it was the queen's control over her subject that was clumsy, but it worked in his favor either way. Crouching beneath the knight's legs, he slid underneath its carapace as he relied on his momentum to slice a long line through its soul. If a dozen small attacks weren't enough to take it down, Percy would have to go big. The rough floor of the tunnel further shredded his already injured back, but he didn't let the pain dull his offensive. The sickle's edge met a lot of resistance. It was like trying to chop a tree with a rusty axe. But Percy wasn't deterred. He kept flooding his weapon with mana as his core and channels emptied again, bringing him out of circulation a second time. In the end, the construct shattered right around the wasp's sternum. Percy's body skidded to a halt not much further. He wasn't sure if that had been enough, but he knew he shouldn't remain in that spot either way. Kicking against a rocky protrusion, he rolled to the side, colliding violently against the wall. Just in time, too. With a deafening sound, the heavy carapace of the colossal bug fell limp on the floor, countless cracks spreading out from the impact. Instinctively, Percy wanted to hold his breath until the results came in, though he knew the fastest way to check if the beast was alive was to gather enough mana for soul vision. A few seconds later, he had his answer. He finally exhaled in relief, plopping back onto a hard crystal. It hurt a bit, but not as much as everything else. After resting for mere seconds, Percy ignored his protesting body and pushed himself up. There was no time to waste. Limping towards Nisha, he placed 2 fingers on her neck, checking for a pulse. It was faint, but she was alive. Not for much longer, though. Luckily, he had the means to save her. Reaching for the spatial amulet around his neck. No. His heart skipped a beat upon realizing it wasn't there. Shit, where is it? The artifact contained everything. From the 2 years' worth of ingredients he'd painstakingly accumulated to the healing potions he needed to save his partner's life. Hell, without them, he wasn't sure he'd be in any condition to escape the tunnel himself before the Queen sent her troops after him. Percy scanned his surroundings, searching frantically for the pendant. He had to find it, and he had to do it fast. He still wasn't sure what the Queen wanted from him. Perhaps she had seen how useful circulation was, or maybe she just wanted to kill him personally. Either way, the sea of bugs they'd left behind was only a few hours away, and that was assuming there weren't any other nearby tunnels filled with the darn things. It didn't take a genius to guess the creatures were probably all heading their way already. It all depends on when I dropped it. Had it happened back when the wasps were crawling all over them, there would be no retrieving it. His only hope was to have lost it during the fight with the knight. But his hopes of that being the case were swiftly fading as he failed to spot it anywhere around him.
Maybe it's under the remains. The only thing more difficult than walking back to the knight was lifting its oversized carapace. Percy's limbs were already purple and swollen. Even the slightest exertion resulted in a series of popping sounds all over his body. Still, he persisted, knowing he wasn't getting out of here without that amulet. Reactivating circulation was torture. To make matters worse, a single application didn't seem to be enough. Gritting his teeth, he pushed as much mana into his channels as his body could handle, eventually managing to budge the knight slightly. This thing must weigh 6 tons. It took everything he had and then some, only to roll the body a couple inches to the side.
Percy was starting to lose all hope when he finally caught a glimpse of a tiny, dark object about a meter to his left.
Ha 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 ha! He laughed like a madman, his sheer joy giving him the strength to lift the carapace just a little more. "Mickey, grab it, fast!" The bird didn't need to be told twice, eagerly fluttering towards the artifact and clearly happy to finally be useful. Percy hadn't had the time to think about it earlier, but he knew the crow had felt guilty letting him fight on his own, unable to help. Only after the familiar retrieved the pendant did Percy lower the wasp again, falling back weakly. Mickey swiftly brought in the object, as he wasn't in any condition to move. Confirming that it wasn't damaged, he pressed his thumb against one of the cube's faces, releasing 3 brief pulses of pure mana. He didn't know if these enchantments worked with every affinity, but they certainly did with his. The cube emitted a satisfying sound before expanding several-fold, reaching the size of a crate. The same side he had just tapped opened smoothly, revealing a stash of tools and vials within. Most of them contained a turquoise liquid, but those weren't the ones he needed. "There!" he exclaimed, clumsily pulling a handful of green potions out. Sadly, he hadn't bought many of them, only a couple dozen. Given the state of their injuries, he wasn't sure they'd suffice. Nisha was at yellow, and the potions had grown less effective on him too, ever since his second core had advanced. If only I had known, he smiled bitterly. But he couldn't have. Not about the divine route forcing them to leave 2 years in advance, and not about the starry night beating them within an inch of their life. He shook his head. There was no point regretting things he couldn't change, nor did he have any time for it. Uncorking 3 of the vials in quick succession, he quickly guzzled their contents down, hoping they'd fix him up enough to move.
I'll only drink more if Nesha doesn't need them. His wounds itched as the potions took effect, though it was as modest as expected. He did feel a little better about a minute later, however, finding himself able to move his limbs again. Making his way to his companion, he panicked upon seeing how pale she was, her skin cold as ice. Lifting her chin, he helped her swallow potion after potion, only pausing after the 6th one. "Come on," he muttered, biting his lip. Scanning her intently, he saw many of her wounds begin to close, though the healing effect didn't seem to be enough. She didn't regain consciousness either. He fed her another 4 potions, drinking a few more himself. Finally, her injuries faded away, as did his own. She's still not waking up. Turning soul vision on, he examined her again. She was right on the verge, injured badly enough that he could probably possess her if he wanted, though not completely beyond the pale. He did have a few more potions, though this wasn't something life mana could fix. But I can. Pouring all his soul mana into her, he did mend the injuries slightly. Given enough time, he should be able to heal her completely. Yet time was the one commodity they were swiftly running out of. He could speed things up with circulation, but his own soul wasn't exactly healthy either. The night, he remembered. With Mickey's help, the colossal wasp could provide the 3 of them with all the soul mana they needed, and then some. The only problem was getting through its hard exoskeleton. Neither his pure constructs nor Mickey's talons could pierce it. Examining the corpse, Percy's gaze briefly lingered on the wound Nesha had inflicted. However, his clone had filled it with acid,
rendering it too dangerous for the crow. There was the soldier's body, too, but it was a lower grade. It had also died even earlier, and more thoroughly. There wouldn't be anything left. "Mickey!" Percy called to his familiar, hoping against all hope. "Caw?" The bird gave him a questioning look. "I need your help, but you aren't going to like it." Mickey's eyes filled with resolve. He was clearly eager to contribute however he could. Percy's request still threw him off, apparently. "Go into the night's mouth and eat its soul from inside." Chapter 110. Devourer. The crow remained silent, staring at him as if he had lost his mind. "Please, buddy, can you do this for me?" Mickey looked back and forth between Percy and the wasp a few times, seemingly pondering the request. Eventually, he begrudgingly hopped towards the bug, resigned to his fate. Pushing a mandible open with his talon, he crouched inside the gaping maw before disappearing into the dead knight's horrid throat. Letting his familiar do his thing, Percy turned to Nisha again, watching her with bated breath. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long. Soon, a flood of soul mana gushed through the connection, filling up his frame. It was a lot. Too much, even. Without missing a beat, he poured everything into the girl until she couldn't handle another drop. Both his and her wounds greedily drank the tonic as fast as they could, though more kept rushing in, forcing him to spill it out of his pores. It was a waste, but he couldn't help it. The two held steady for several minutes, their frames saturated with mana that slowly but steadily patched them up. "Please work," he whispered, not knowing if anyone could hear him. Well, Nisha seemed to. Her eyelids twitched, and he sagged with relief when she finally opened her eyes weakly. Regaining their luster, her pupils darted around a little before locking onto Percy. She blinked a few times, and her voice was ragged when she spoke. "Have you seen my glasses?" He was taken aback by the question. Instinctively, he shook his head. While the sturdy amulet had survived the violent fight, he doubted the glasses would be equally lucky. They hadn't packed any spares either.
At least we have some extra clothes.
Embarrassed, Percy jerked his head away, only now registering that their bodies were barely covered. Nisha looked confused for a second, though her cheeks lit up with a rosy tint a moment later. Sifting through the cube, he handed her a fresh change, donning another pair of trousers himself. He was out of shirts, however, so he'd have to go around bare-chested for the time being. "Another thing I would have bought if we'd had more time," he sighed. Percy stood gingerly, helping Nisha to her feet. "Let's go. We barely have an hour to get the fuck out of here, if we're lucky." "What about the night? What happened?" Nisha asked, looking around in a panic. She froze when her eyes landed on the giant wasp. It was kinda hard to miss, her body visibly tensing at the sight. A couple seconds passed before she found the courage to approach it and examine it more closely, her poor eyesight likely not doing her any favors. Realizing it was dead, her expression twisted into an odd blend of shock and relief as she turned to Percy, clearly ready to unleash a barrage of questions. "Later," he dismissed with a wave, calling out to his familiar. "Come on, Mickey. You did great, buddy, but we've got to go now." No response. Percy waited a moment before trying again. "Mickey?" The bird finally replied, though he sounded odd. Lethargic, perhaps, or bloated? Considering a distressing possibility, the color drained from Percy's face. "Don't tell me." The familiar sent him a series of images, confirming his fears. He had been eating a path through the wasp's flesh when he spotted something glowing in the darkness. An orb, thrumming in an intense amber color. green through mana sense. Unable to resist, the bird had pecked at it, and it wasn't hard to guess what happened next.
Here? Now?
Percy panicked, though in hindsight, he should have seen this coming. He'd already known the crow would overtake him sooner or later, and Mickey had spent the last 3 years stuffing his face full of orange and yellow cores. Dozens of them per day, even. It would have been stranger if the knight's core hadn't pushed him over the edge. Still. "Nesha!" he shouted, startling the poor girl. "Change of plans. I have to stay here a while longer, but we can't have you wait with me."
What? Why? What?
Percy pinched the bridge of his nose, deliberating over the best way to explain it.
Keep heading down the tunnel until you reach the end. Don't worry about losing the way. It's just a straight path towards the exit. There aren't any more forks. Once you get there, you'll find yourself at a dead end. A dead end?
Nesha asked in horror.
It's not as bad as it sounds. It should only be around a dozen meters from the surface. We never finished digging the tunnel because we hadn't expected to escape from the guild so soon. My plan was to have the wasp dig us out, though that isn't an option anymore. Percy gestured at his broken clone, whose memories he was still suppressing. In any case, you're a yellow. I'm sure you can dig us out with a few spells. Use your hands if you run out of mana. Reaching the surface is important, he explained. What about you? I'll meet you as soon as I can, but you need to get a move on. We won't have enough time to expand the tunnel later, so I'm counting on you to get it done by the time we catch up. The girl stared at him in silence for a couple seconds, letting his words sink in. Percy could practically see the questions bubbling up, but, probably understanding the urgency of the situation, she didn't voice them. In the end, she simply nodded, placing her hand against the wall to orient herself, and heading off. Only then did Percy turn back towards the giant bug.
Well, Mickey, whatever you're doing, just hurry up.
Activating Mana Sense, he examined the dead knight, observing his familiar's advancement. The wasp's remains were now void of mana. Whatever traces had been left in its channels were already gone, its core consumed. The crow was the only thing still visible within Percy's sixth sense. The carapace did obscure it slightly, but a core's advancement was a difficult thing to hide. Mickey's entire silhouette shone in a vibrant orange color. His core burned a shade brighter, filled with strands of yellow twisting and rolling within. More of them appeared each second as they joined and banded together in a familiar manner. Not fast enough. In a stroke of inspiration, Percy walked to his clone's remains, lifting a broken chunk off the ground. The gruesome piece of flesh was tough to identify, but he was almost sure it contained the creature's core. Scanning it, he confirmed the treasure was indeed there, though more than half had already crumbled, the rest of it dim. Oh well, every little bit helps. He shrugged, tossing it into the knight's mouth. The bird complained, of course. He didn't exactly have room for dessert, though he ultimately acquiesced, probably recognizing through Percy's tone that he wasn't in the mood for nonsense. As expected, the extra push increased the pressure in Mickey's sternum, forcing the strands to fuse faster. Percy estimated it would be done in a couple more minutes. Sadly, their time had run out. Everything shook, from the shimmering crystals filled with mana to the colorful ores lodged in the cavern's walls, to the remnants of the two bugs, all the way to Percy's very bones. Feeling the vibrations coursing through him, he could tell the army of insects were already upon them, his body oozing cold sweat. To his horror, he began to hear their wings. There were countless scores of them, their incessant buzzing echoing through the vast cavern and growing louder by the second.
Staring at the wasp again, Percy saw it visibly shrivel and sink, as Mickey had already moved to the second phase of his advancement, his core shining a clear, bright yellow. Honestly, he was tempted to grab the bird right then and there and get the hell out while he still could. No, I don't know what happens if a beast doesn't get the food it needs after evolving. He had no idea if they'd find enough outside. They might even run into other problems there. Unwilling to place his familiar at risk, he allowed him to continue devouring the starry night, turning its flesh into his own. Percy's heart did ache a little at the sight, as he couldn't help but imagine the green clone he could have crafted out of the remains. But that was just a pipe dream. He hadn't had the luxury of taking it easy on the creature to leave enough of its body intact, nor to spend hours using his bloodline inside the hive. Feeding it to Mickey was the best use for it. Shaking the distracting thoughts out of his mind, he took a deep breath and then another, drawing the shimmering motes into both cores as he prepared to fight. The first bugs to appear were the workers. While the wasps grew faster with each grade, that speed was only a factor when they were free to fly. Within the tight walls of the hive, a different dynamic manifested. Nothing above orange had enough space to stretch its wings, so this wave of smaller insects was the quickest to reach him. Gritting his teeth, Percy formed a sickle in each hand as two sets of glowing lines lit up underneath his skin. But he didn't stop there. Now that he'd managed to heal his flesh and soul both, he pushed the boosting arts to their very limits as his muscles bulged and his skin reddened, a twin halo of cyan and silver shrouding his frame. Filled to bursting, he poured even more mana into his weapons, sharpening them and growing them another touch as he stared intently at the depths of the tunnel ahead. Finally, the dense river of fox-sized wasps appeared, rushing him in all their maddened fury, and Percy pounced on the swarm in response, determined to survive. Chapter 111. Slaughter. Percy had come a long way since joining the Alchemists' Guild. He'd learned a lot and honed many of his spells over the years, though if there were two things he'd gained the most experience in, well, it would be brewing elixirs and killing wasps. The latter was precisely the skill he was currently exercising, desperate to survive the onslaught of starry workers rushing him like a torrential river amidst a downpour. Most of them were headed to their doom, of course, but the mad beasts didn't seem to care, heeding their ruler's command without complaint. Horizontal slice, 5 dead. Vertical slash, 3 more. Sidestep and swing, another 2 killed, and 1 attack evaded. There's no end to them. It had already been over 5 minutes since the bugs had reached him, and Mickey had yet to finish mutating. From the fleeting images he sent over, Percy could tell the knight's remains were already halfway eaten, and he wasn't sure the rest would suffice. But he didn't exactly have the time to worry about that, as he was busy trying to prevent the creatures from getting past him. The workers never truly stood a chance against his oversized sickles, the crescent edges slicing the wasps' very souls apart like hot knives through morsels of butter. Percy's constructs were, frankly, overkill for the job, as was his own speed and ferocity, rendering the poor creatures unable to defend themselves. Thus, no single insect posed a problem by itself, though their sheer numbers did. With a diameter of nearly 3 meters, the tunnel was more than wide enough for a dozen workers to arrive at once without bumping into one another. Moreover, they dove upon him in waves, spaced apart by mere fractions of a second, never giving him a moment to catch his breath. At least the dead ones are blocking the way. Percy smiled bitterly. He'd slain so many already that their fox-sized remains littered his surroundings, forming multiple large mounds. It was to the point that some of the oncoming insects had to waste time flying around,
or digging through their fallen comrades, relaxing the pressure on him slightly. Of course, every now and then, one of them crashed violently onto one of the piles of the dead, sending limp frames tumbling through the tunnel. Is it me, or are they deliberately not using their stingers? Given his recent advancement, the upgraded boosting art, and his many years of experience, Percy was doing a decent job holding on. Even so, he couldn't help but notice that he owed some of his success to his enemies not giving their all. Their endgame was to bypass and overwhelm him from every direction, apparently still intent on capturing him alive. Just what does she want from me? The mere thought of being delivered as a prisoner to the titanic monster would have sent a chill down his spine if synchronization wasn't already cooking his body from the inside out. Mickey suddenly cried out. It was hard to make his voice out through the cacophony of the buzzing wasps and the endless rumble of the tunnel. Percy could have sworn it sounded a little deeper and slightly more piercing than before. "Are you done yet?" he asked through the cord, too occupied to turn around. Taking the hint, the crow used the connection to send him another glimpse of the wasp. Only a small chunk remained, though it was the part that Percy's clone had filled with acid. Mickey couldn't eat that, and it appeared the bird still needed some food to finish evolving. "For fuck's sake," Percy spat through gritted teeth. "Just eat the smaller ones. They're all over the place." Intensifying his efforts, he advanced through the chaotic corridor, leaving his cover behind. Slaughtering a path through the workers' ranks, he turned into a violent hurricane of flesh and soul, his weapons unleashed in a lethal flurry against the insects. The incessant buzzing gave way to the rhythmic sounds of dead bodies, some making dull noises as they crashed against stones and metals, a few forming crisp tunes as they collided with the crystals instead. Step by step, slash by slash, Percy pushed back the rush of beasts with sheer grit and force of will, his muscles burning and his bones aching as he left a graveyard in his wake. "Well, what's the holdup?" Fortunately, it didn't take Mickey much longer to complete his transformation. The giant wasp had left him very close, and the veritable buffet that Percy had prepared for him was more than enough to seal the deal. Unfortunately, it wasn't all good news. A fleeting glance revealed that the crow was now as tall as a human. It had already been impossible for him to fly inside the narrow tunnel before, yet now, even fluttering through it was out of the question. "Just run, then!" Percy felt like banging his head against the wall. "Do I look like I can carry you?" The bird didn't sound particularly happy, but then again, he wasn't the one that had to keep an army at bay. Jolting off, the feathery companion disappeared into the colorful corridor as Percy also backtracked, ceding some ground to the insects to keep up with his familiar. Under different circumstances, he might have found the bird's awkward dash hilarious. Mickey actually looked like a giant chicken as he skittered through the tunnel. This wasn't the time to laugh at the crow's antics, however, as another change occurred with his attackers. The second platoon was upon him. Spilling into the tunnel, the drones filled in the gaps between the workers, blotting out Percy's view. Pathetically weak as they were, he knew he could crush each of them with a finger. If only he had a few hundred fingers. This is going to suck. As the cloud of palm-sized wasps reached him, he made the split-second decision to ignore them entirely, focusing his mana sense solely on the orange creatures. Continuing as before, he simply allowed the drones to do as they pleased, many latching onto his body, as a few made their way to his familiar. The bird cried in annoyance, shaking the bugs off with a powerful flap of his wings as a series of amber lines gleamed on his plumage. Percy, on the other hand, was having a tougher time, as he was neither a beast nor at yellow. The blanket of insects crawled all over his skin, inhibiting his joints and trying to slow down his movements. "Fuck off!" he shouted, sending a powerful burst of cyan out of his pores and blasting the pests to smithereens. His pure mana might have not been that useful against the knight or the workers, but for the drones, it was plenty. And thus they continued, a man and a bird, desperately inching towards the exit, struggling to resist the suffocating grasp of the magical hive trying to steal their freedom. How much farther is it? They must have run for half an hour like this, and Percy wasn't sure he'd last much longer. While he'd grown far more proficient with synchronization over the past few months, he'd never fought at such intensity and for such a prolonged period of time. Yet, even more than his dwindling stamina, Percy had another thing to be worried about. The tremors beneath his feet had grown fiercer, indicating the soldiers were about to reach them. Luckily, there didn't seem to be another knight nearby, or it would have long caught up by now. Still, he didn't exactly feel confident handling a legion of the yellow creatures in his current state. Mickey suddenly called out to him ecstatically, sending a vivid image through the cord. It was bright, but different from the magical glimmer of the cavern. Sunlight! They'd reached the exit. Moreover, the fact that the sun could peer into the tunnel meant Nisha had succeeded too, digging them a way out of this infernal death trap. "Hurry up!" Percy said, the literal light at the end of the tunnel renewing his vigor. "We need to get there before the soldiers reach us." Keenly aware of the danger they were in, the two drew on any lingering dregs of strength they'd yet to tap into, hoping to make it in time. But they weren't fast enough. "Shit, they're here!" Percy's heart skipped a beat as the first hint of yellow appeared in his mana sense. Realizing the soldiers would get to him before he made it out, he decided to change tactics. Fighting the workers one-armed, he allowed the sickle in his other hand to transform, taking the shape of half a dozen throwing stars. As soon as they were complete, he launched them towards the bugs, piercing long lines through his enemies and killing scores of them as the projectiles flew into the distance. This defense seemed to ease the pressure on him momentarily, enabling him to manifest a sheet of cyan in his now free hand as he continued to hold off the rest of the wasps with the other. Finally, he flung the cloth of pure mana against the creatures, ensnaring many of them and forcing them to collide before turning the second sickle into another set of projectiles and throwing them too. "Here goes nothing." Having exhausted all the mana he could spare while retaining his boosting art, he turned around, sprinting towards his familiar. Picking the enormous bird up, he slung it awkwardly over his shoulder to cross the last few meters separating them from the exit. Without even waiting until he took his first step out of the hellish tunnel, he called out to his partner. "Nisha! Collapse the entrance! Now!" Catching a glimpse of a dark shape in the corner of his eye, he barely ducked in time to avoid the bolt as it crashed into the ceiling. Cracking and booming noises filled the tunnel, but he didn't even bother glancing back at the aftermath. Leaping out of the cave, he hoped the girl had poured everything into the spell. "What the hell is that?" she asked, pointing at Mickey. Percy didn't register her demand, only now managing to examine the devastation behind him. The bolt of space mana had done its job, shattering a layer of stone off the ceiling and leading to a cascading demolition. Unfortunately, the collapsed stone wasn't going to hold them off for long. He was certain the wasps were already busy clawing their way out. "No time to waste," he told his companions as he scooped a handful of dirt off the ground. "Scrub your bodies with it." Their only shot at survival hinged on eliminating their trail. No way they'd outrun the wasps in an open space. The others followed his advice, even Mickey tossing a few beakfuls of mud onto his plumage. Finishing first, Percy helped the crow speed up the process as he noticed a dark bandage slung over its neck. "Wow, did you actually remember to take it off before advancing?" That was quite some foresight from the bird. Percy had been too busy to think about that, but had his familiar evolved with it still wrapped around his abdomen,
they'd likely be in need of a new one. Mickey cawed, flashing him an annoyed, "I'm not a moron" look. A minute later, the entire group was done masking their scent. And just in time, too. The loose pebbles resting atop the recently collapsed entrance were already shaking violently, intense tremors vibrating through the ground. "Good. Now let's get the hell out of here." Chapter 112. Mutations. The trio ran for hours until they felt safe enough to take a break. And even then, they only gave themselves a few minutes to catch their breath and rub some more dirt on before resuming their journey until nightfall.
Perhaps the green or blue bugs could still track them down. But Percy guessed the Queen wouldn't bother sending her elites that far from the hive.
"Do you see anything suspicious?" he asked his familiar. Ever since they'd exited the tunnel, he'd had Mickey fly lower than usual to ensure he didn't get spotted by anyone on the spire. It wasn't until the colossal structure was naught but a distant silhouette on the horizon that he gave the bird permission to climb higher, acting as a scout. "No." Percy's eyebrows shot up. "What?" "No," the bird repeated. He was sure he hadn't misheard. His familiar hadn't merely transmitted his thoughts. He'd sent an actual word over. Of course, the bird hadn't uttered a sound. It was all in Percy's mind. But Mickey had talked through their connection in a high-pitched, childlike voice. "Can you speak normally now?" "No." Percy frowned. "What words do you understand?" "No." "Yes." "Percy." "Mickey." "Eat." "Fly." The bird kept going for a while, until Percy cut him off. "Okay, I get it. I guess this is something to work on." Mickey's vocabulary wasn't too varied, and it didn't seem like he could form a complete sentence just yet. But this development was still promising. While he might have been able to achieve all this even before the evolution, it would have probably taken more effort. As expected, the promotion had boosted Mickey's intelligence. All advancements did that to an extent, but not as much as other aspects of one's existence. For instance, while Percy's thoughts had grown a little clearer upon reaching Orange, he certainly hadn't turned 3 times as smart or anything crazy like that. Still, as far as he knew, beasts tended to benefit more than sapients in this regard, and he had a hunch his familiar was an outlier, even among them. After all, he doubted other beasts started to speak upon hitting yellow, though he wouldn't rule it out for the higher grades.
Are his old memories beginning to resurface? Percy sure hoped that was the case. This was the first real sign his friend was on the road to recovery. However, it had taken them nearly 5 years to reach this point, so if the past was any indication, it was still going to be a long road. Oh well. For now, let's just teach him a few more words and see if he can actually speak them out loud. I suppose that has more to do with his vocal cords than his intelligence, though. In any case, this wasn't the only change Mickey had undergone during his advancement. As early as back as their escape in the tunnel, Percy had noticed some additional differences in his appearance, besides the obvious size increase, though he hadn't had the time to dwell on them. Now that they were finally free, he could examine them in more detail. "Mickey, come over here." Hearing him, the familiar dove downward at great speed, partly to show off, and partly to simply revel in his newfound strength, as he had been doing ever since they had escaped the claustrophobic walls of the underground cavern. He landed in front of Percy, raising a cloud of dust with a powerful flap of his wings. Percy rolled his eyes at the theatrics as he stepped closer, scanning the crow's body carefully. The color has spread to cover the entire talons and beak. Even his eyes are completely silver now. Just like the last time, Mickey's nature as a familiar seemed to have bled into the rest of his being, furthering his evolution towards this unique direction.
They'd have to test the sharpness of the bird's claws in an actual fight, but Percy suspected they were on par with his sickles now. However, the crow's abnormal soul wasn't the only thing to have sustained some unexpected mutations. Peering closely, he noticed Mickey's plumage had undergone a subtle shift too. The dark feathers were now tinged with a hint of green at the edges.
The difference was minuscule, barely perceptible under the soft moonlight, but Percy knew his friend well enough to spot it. Is it because of his air affinity? Nobody could answer that, of course, as Mickey was possibly the only beast in the universe to have a second core. They were now fully in uncharted territory. Still, it sounded about right. Nothing else could explain the oddity. In fact, Percy had a hypothesis as to why the crow was mutating in such a manner. This must be how affinity fusion works for beast mana. They'd tried to combine Mickey's 2 mana types before, though they'd never succeeded. At first, Percy had chalked it up to the mismatch between the 2 grades, though he was now confident there was more to it than that. Even on its own, the beast affinity seemed to revolve entirely around empowering and transforming its user's body. Perhaps all its fusions involved incorporating other mana types into the body, resulting in mutations like this. Percy felt his speculation was close to the truth, though at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. Whatever the cause of these changes, the most important thing was figuring out how to take advantage of them. "Can you gather some air mana on your feathers?" Mickey heeded the request, releasing a faint green aura beneath the underside of his wings. Percy had watched him perform this skill many times before, but it was different now. Bathed in the air mana, the crow's feathers lit up, apparently resonating with the substance. Activating mana sense, Percy observed a layer of red coating them, sticking to them without dispersing. "Fly?" the bird asked aloud, clearly eager to put his new trick to the test. "Fly," Percy nodded. Taking off, the crow sped through the night once more, climbing aloft with even greater ease as the air in his way seemed to part, aiding rather than hindering him. "Interesting," Percy noted. It wasn't the first time Mickey had used his second affinity to augment his flight, but the effect had never been quite as pronounced. This, in tandem with circulation and the overall boost from the advancement, guaranteed that the crow would be a menace in aerial combat. "Are you two done playing around?" Nisha asked in annoyance, snapping Percy's attention back to her. The girl had remained oddly quiet since their frantic escape, apparently contemplating a great number of things during their journey. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions," Percy said. Honestly, he felt a little guilty over letting her join without knowing much about him. It was true that she'd followed him of her own volition, but in hindsight, he should have probably come clean beforehand. Between Mickey, his clone, circulation, and his second core, there was plenty he'd have to bring her up to speed with. "I do," she nodded, but then shook her head. "There is only one thing I want to know right now, however." Percy tilted his head, waiting for her to elaborate. "Where are we going?" Ah, that. They hadn't really discussed their plans for after leaving the settlement, had they? In Percy's defense, it was a miracle they'd even survived this long. "Well, I did have a place in mind," he said. "It's a small town about 2 weeks from here. I have my reasons for going there. Unless you want to go somewhere else?" "No, that sounds fine. Anywhere is good, as long as I can buy a new pair of glasses." Percy's jaw slackened upon learning what her priority was. "Though I suppose I'd also want that if I couldn't see properly." Shrugging, Percy gestured at her to follow him as he strayed away from the dirt path. The road was easier to walk on, but it wasn't the safest place to camp at night. Moving a couple 100 meters away from the established path, they made their way around a hill, hoping to rest behind it while staying hidden from plain sight until sunrise. "Take the first shift, will you?" he asked Mickey. It was a rhetorical question,
Percy deserved some sleep after fighting a damn army of wasps for his familiar's sake. Picking a nice-looking patch of dirt, he patted it a few times to soften it before lying down. Sadly, they hadn't brought any camping equipment, as the amulet had only had enough space for some food and water. But it was okay. With his enhanced physique, even weathering the frigid midnight winds with his bared chest shouldn't be too difficult. A question occurred to him, and he turned to Nisha, who was also preparing her own resting spot. "I thought advancing fixed things like poor eyesight."
"It does. You should have seen me at Orange."
Chapter 113. Search. "What do you mean you can't find anything?" Deimos's voice boomed, the entire room shaking. The idiot in his grip trembled as he was held by the collar, not even daring to blink as the spittle splashed all over his face. "Sir, we've searched the settlement inside out. We've already interrogated all the registered alchemists, too. Nobody knows anything about this Aurora Dew. Or, well, at least nothing they're willing to share." Deimos felt his blood freeze at the mere thought of returning to his father empty-handed. Hermes might have given the rest of Remior the impression of an easy-going eccentric, but Deimos knew the truth about the fickle god. If he failed to deliver the elixirs, his father might just beat him to death. "Look again. Leave no stone unturned. Interrogate everyone from the most senior alchemists to the lowest red-born trash selling junk food on the streets. Don't show your ugly mug to me again unless you have something useful to report," he yelled, tossing the hapless minion out of the room. The fool was lucky he was still needed. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Deimos stalked out of the temporary lodging which the guild had so kindly bestowed upon him, eager for some fresh air. At least the mana density was rich here. The only silver lining in a mission too troublesome to be worth his time. Walking along the cobblestone road, he inhaled the colorful motes in droves, trying to calm himself down. A few minutes later, he reached a grand building, one of the largest in the settlement, and climbed up its stone steps. Upon seeing him, an attendant in a green robe rushed to greet him, but Deimos just waved the man away. "I know the way." "But sir, the elders are currently in a meeting. I'm sure if you wait—" "No meeting is more important than this. Your elders know that too." Without even waiting for the man to reply, Deimos walked past him, making his way to a large chamber. The door had been left wide open. He could see the 5 old alchemists locked in a heated discussion from here, though no sound escaped, as the room was clearly warded. Another attendant was stationed outside, the man looking at him in hesitation, and probably considering whether he should try stopping him. Deimos didn't care, ignoring the feeble protests as he entered the hall. The elders went silent upon his intrusion, their features twisting into a grimace following his rude entrance. Dressed in their violet robes as they were, it had probably been centuries since the last time anyone had dared to treat them so casually. But he wasn't afraid of the old coots. Their status was no higher than his, given the circumstances. One of them was about to speak, but Deimos beat him to it. "How the fuck have you managed to miss something like this happening right under your noses? Somebody comes up with a once-in-a-million-years recipe, pumping out some miracle elixir within your walls, and you're the last people to find out?" Deimos's voice shot up again, crashing against the warded walls like a tidal wave, as the power of his blessing nearly shattered the soundproofing runes. The elders didn't seem rattled by his outburst, however. Unlike his minion, they merely unleashed a sliver of their own presence, shielding their bodies from the annoyance. Scoffing, the oldest of them, a short man with black hair that had begun to gray around his temples, spoke. "Deimos, have you ever considered that people might be more willing to give you what you want if you ask them nicely?" Listening to the old man's patronizing tone, Deimos felt his rage bubbling up again, but he pressed it down. The only thing that mattered was finding those elixirs, and snapping at these fossils wouldn't help. As I see it, you have exactly 2 options in front of you, he said. Either you find out how this happened, or you figure out the recipe yourselves. And you'd better do it fast, or my father might come here personally and ask all of us, nicely. This time, all 5 of the elders, their leader included, shuddered at the god's mention, their expressions turning grim. The 2 sides deliberated for another 10 minutes before the alchemists assured Deimos they would continue to do everything in their power to get to the bottom of this. He handed them one of the vials that the Talos Patriarch had sent, asking them to work on the recipe. Of course, everyone involved knew that identifying the individual base ingredients from the finished product would be a tall order. That said, it was something they had to try, in case they failed to locate its maker. Once he was done, Deimos returned to his place, finding a blonde kid waiting outside. His features eased slightly, as he knew the boy was the most capable of his subordinates. Hopefully, he'd done a better job than the other morons. Since we couldn't find anything about the elixirs directly, I looked into other strange happenings over the past few days. Jason cut to the chase. And? A popular gambling den closed a few hours after we arrived. It didn't open the following day, and nobody has seen the owner since.
Deimos gave the boy a questioning gaze, unsure what a random gambling den had to do with any of this. Still, he knew Jason wouldn't have approached him with such a mundane detail if he didn't have something more.
The owner was a girl from House Veritas. She's only been in the guild for a few years, but she's made quite some money in that time. Veritas. The name did ring a bell, but Deimos was having trouble placing it. Jason shrugged. I didn't know them either, so I asked around. Apparently, they were affiliated with the Asclepius until they got the shaft, right around when the girl joined. She has a truth-seeker bloodline. Deimos's eyes narrowed at the revelation. Indeed, a girl with a good business sense, the ability to detect lies, and a possible connection to the oblivious agents just vanishing out of the blue was a bit conspicuous. Of course, people in the guild died all the time while hunting. It wasn't exactly the safest job. Still, something told him the girl didn't spend her days on the giant mushrooms, and nobody could have left the settlement the normal way either, due to the lockdown they'd imposed. I trust you've already followed through? The boy nodded, snapping his fingers. Another man in a green robe approached them at the sound. Tell him what you told me, Jason commanded, prompting the guy to swallow hard. Yes. I was on guard duty at the gate leading to the hunting grounds on the day of the message. I remember her going out that night, but I never saw her return. Deimos raised an eyebrow. Are you bullshitting us, or do you memorize the faces of everyone who goes through? Startled, the man took a step back at the outburst. No, sir. I remembered her because I'm one of her regulars. It made an impression because I've never seen her go hunting before, he stuttered, his words an affront to the ears. If he's telling the truth, the girl must be hiding on the spire. Scan every level with the others.
Get one of the elders to help you search the top level, he commanded the young man, pausing and scratching his head. Not that she would have survived surrounded by blue beasts. But look there, too, just in case. I want to know what happened to her, and I want to know yesterday. Jason nodded crisply before taking off. The girl must only be a piece of the puzzle, Deimos reasoned, rubbing his chin. Based on what they'd learned, there was indeed a high likelihood that she was involved with the distribution of the product, but she wasn't an alchemist. She couldn't have secretly been that as well. Whoever came up with the recipe had to be somebody else entirely. Probably one of the veterans in the guild. Maybe even one of those 5 coots themselves. Chances were,
They got rid of the girl and disposed of her body to hide their tracks. Deimos merely shrugged. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Now that we've got an actual lead, Jason will sniff them out with his little trick. Chapter 114. Ripples.
Grandpa, why are they taking you?
Floria cried as the members of the Divine Root placed Braun in handcuffs, escorting him out of the building. The man could free himself, of course, if he wanted, but he didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. The girl just couldn't understand how things had come to this. Hadn't her grandpa been the one who came forward with the information the gods wanted? Why was he being punished? Panicking, she rushed behind them, ready to fight against the powerful mages if she had to. Blessings be damned. Of course, she wasn't stupid. She knew she'd probably get killed too. But how could she just watch them take her grandpa away? A firm hand descended on her shoulder, locking her in place. Floria instinctively tried to lash out, but withdrew her mana upon noticing who it was.
Dad, are we going to let them take him? It isn't fair. They should be treating him like a hero.
Finn shook his head.
This all happened because we went behind the Order's back to buy those elixirs. From me. We're lucky the Divine Root agreed to our terms. They're going to place our house under their protection for the next 200 years. And they'll even spare me, allowing me to reach Violet and replace Father. That way, we'll have a chance to recover. This is what we wanted, what we traded the information for.
But then why?
The girl shouted, her voice cracking.
They can't just let us go entirely unpunished. It would send the wrong message,
her father patiently explained. Listening to him, Floria couldn't help but shudder. She hadn't realized how close her dad had come to being arrested too. Turning back to her grandpa, she noticed he'd been escorted quite far already. She frantically wiped her tears away, trying to look at Braun one last time, just so she could remember him. Yet her vision kept blurring. Floria, your grandpa knew this would happen when he sent that letter. He is a hero. To our family, at least. Remember that. The girl nodded, her gaze still glued to the group diminishing in the distance. Lord Asclepius, care to explain this situation? An authoritative voice asked, the passive presence it radiated, leaving all the others in the room with their heads bowed. Nobody dared lift their eyes. Not the dozens of blues, nor even the handful of violets. None but Lord Asclepius himself, a fellow white. Theseus, we've known each other for thousands of years. I thought we were on a first-name basis by now. I'm here on official business, Machaon. I do need to maintain appearances, lest I wrongly give the impression that I'm going easy on you. Theseus clicked his tongue, scanning the others in the room, setting each one shuddering as his eyes brushed over them. It doesn't matter whether you go easy on me or not, old friend. The answer will be the same. You know how our agents operate. Better than most, in fact. I hope you haven't conveniently forgotten how often the Divine Root employs our services, Machaon replied sharply. Be that as it may, I'm sure you understand how much pressure I'm under to get to the bottom of this, Theseus said. There's nothing we can do to help you. Just like our field agents, the people who registered the mission have also erased all details from their minds. Nobody can recall anything about the one who hired us. How the hell did it even come to this? Theseus snapped. Your agent should have never agreed to transport those elixirs. They should have rejected the mission and reported it right away. Machaon shook his head, chagrin etching his features. How was anybody supposed to know those were elixirs, let alone ones as revolutionary as this? Lacking any other information, our agent must have assumed they were just a new variety of potions or something. Or did you expect them to taste the product, too? Theseus didn't respond right away, considering his reply. He looked Machaon in the eyes, his expression harsh. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether your house is in the right or not. You know that, right? Machaon clenched his fists as he unleashed his own presence, pushing back Theseus's as the two domains collided, prompting the others to retreat a few steps, just in case. The clash went on for several minutes, as neither of the powerful whites were willing to back down. At least, not at first. This is as stupid as it is pointless. Machaon eventually waved in exasperation, withdrawing his aura. Just tell me what you want from me. A scapegoat, Theseus cut to the chase, clasping his hands behind his back. We both know there's no way to identify who employed you, but a head is going to roll today, all the same. If you can't find the specific agent who took the mission, pick a different one. I don't care who. Machaon's eyes widened at the sheer audacity of the request. It wasn't until a moment later that the demand sank deep enough for him to grit his teeth.
Must we resort to such a barbaric outcome? Machaon, I'm not playing games here, Theseus said, his tone leaving no room for debate. Either you sacrifice one of your agents, or it's the two of us who'll lose our heads. This is amazing, Uncle Gareth exclaimed. If we get those elixirs, even I could reach Violet. Aren't you a little too excited for something that would still be over 1,000 years away? Dad shut him down, though it didn't last long. Still, going. I'll reach blue much faster too. Gareth spoke again after a few moments, his enthusiasm clearly not so easy to douse. Silence, Uncle Galahad said. If and when the Divine Order decides to mass-produce this Aurora Dew, we will give priority to the Yellowborns. Whether anyone else gets any will depend on the cost and availability. Hearing them discuss the topic of the elixirs, Elaine gave her grandpa an odd look as he likewise tossed a fleeting glance her way. It hadn't been long since they had allowed her to attend these strategy meetings. Yellowborns were given the privilege earlier as they represented the future leaders of the family. However, she didn't say anything. Today, she was only here to listen. Archibald cleared his throat. Just a reminder that we're here to discuss House Tantalus, not the fancy new elixirs, he said, putting the debate to rest. Uncle Balin slammed his fist down, shaking the long table. He must have held back, too, or it would have shattered to splinters. What's there to discuss? I say we attack them head-on already. Are we afraid of those bastards? The others averted their gazes following his outburst, Elaine included. Everyone still stepped on eggshells around him, knowing the man was grieving. It hadn't even been a year since Hector's death. Calm down, son, Grandpa said.
We'd probably win an all-out war, but our losses would be far greater if we chose that tactic. I do agree that we must also escalate our attacks if we want them to stop. It had already been months since their house had started fighting back, having killed many of House Tantalus's members in that time. That only seemed to pour oil on the fire, however, as their enemies retaliated even more aggressively. Tantalus appeared determined to weaken them, regardless of the cost. Presumably, their goal was to prevent Galahad from consuming a petal. After all, they already had their hands full against Archibald, a violet with a powerful bloodline. They clearly didn't want to deal with a second one in possession of a composite affinity. I bet they'll escalate even more after that announcement, Elaine smiled bitterly. The meeting continued for a few hours as everyone exchanged ideas and plans over how to best defend the western side of the Camelot province from their enemies. River Glane had always served as a natural barrier down the middle, splitting the province in two, but the recent unrest had made the rival house a lot more daring. It wasn't until the meeting was over that Elaine approached Archibald. She waited until they were alone in the room before voicing her thoughts. Grandpa, those elixirs, do you think... She trailed off,
though he clearly caught her meaning. Hard to say. The fact he managed to become a full-fledged alchemist in a few years is impressive. But coming up with a new recipe so quickly, that sounds a little far-fetched. Elaine nodded in reluctant agreement, though Archibald wasn't done. Still, it's quite the coincidence that this happened so soon after he arrived. The old elixirs had remained mostly unchanged for tens of thousands of years. I suppose it's not impossible that he was involved, given his ability. She gasped. Do you think he might be in trouble? How should I know? We aren't even sure it's him.
If it is, it was smart of him to not tell us through the letters. These things are better shared in person. Let's just hope he knows what he's doing. Similar scenes played out all across Ramier, as those involved with the new elixirs tried to hide, and everyone else couldn't wait to get their hands on the miraculous product. Percy would have been shocked had he seen how far his actions had reached. In fact, the ripples extended all the way to a dark room hidden in some remote location where no sound was ever heard, nor any soul did ever visit. It was a simple room, lacking any furniture. The only furnishings were a mat with 2 incense burners smoking on either side. The faintly sweet scent of agar wood permeated the place as a hooded figure meditated silently atop the mat. Had somebody stumbled upon the room, they might have thought the person was a corpse, and not a very important one at that. After all, they were dressed in naught but the cheapest clothes, a ragged outfit of worn linen. It was as if somebody had picked the lowest commoner off the street and left them here to starve, for whatever reason. Yet here, in this room in the middle of nowhere, amidst the thick veil of darkness and hidden beneath the unassuming hood, a pair of lips curled upward. Chapter 115. Clothes. Percy! What is it? He asked, sensing the crow's urgency through their bond. Getting used to hearing actual words from Mickey would take a while. People! He sighed. They were bound to run into somebody sooner or later. It was the downside of traveling along a paved road, especially one leading to a destination as popular as the Alchemists' Guild. If anything, it was more surprising that it had taken 3 days before they encountered any travelers. Hermes' message must have spooked everyone. Percy guessed most merchants would steer clear of the spire for the next couple of weeks, waiting for the dust to settle. Yet some people didn't care, apparently. How many?
3.
On horses?
Yes.
Percy sent the bird his thanks, assuming the trio had at least one person below yellow with them. Ideally, it would be nice to know their exact grades to decide the best course of action, though that might be asking for too much. Mickey couldn't get too close to them, or they might notice something was off. Instead, Percy had asked his familiar to fly wide circles around him and Nisha, scouting the area while remaining at least a mile away. That way he might pass for a wild bird that just happened to roam the region. Back when they'd first headed to the spire, things hadn't been as bad. Orange beasts weren't nearly as rare, nor as dangerous, so one flying overhead wouldn't graze an eyebrow. Now that Mickey had evolved, however, he was more than a little conspicuous. Not to mention, it would be easier to spot the crow's bandage from up close. Naturally, Percy had wrapped it around his familiar's abdomen again after escaping the hive, though it looped fewer times now. Nisha? The quiet girl barely glanced at him as they continued to trod the dusty path. There's a group behind us. Let's find some cover, just in case. Honestly, Percy was confident he and Nisha could handle them. He doubted they were too strong, and if they were unlikely to be bandits. Nobles and Yellowborns didn't need to dabble in petty crime. That said, he'd prefer to avoid them altogether, whoever they were, for multiple reasons. First, he was still half naked, his body covered in dirt and grime.
It made the prospect of meeting people a little embarrassing. Second, he'd rather not be seen anywhere close to the spire. Making up their minds, he and Nisha upped the pace to keep their distance from their unwitting pursuers. They scanned the surrounding scenery for a good place to hide as they hurried along.
Most of it was flat, entire fields of yellow grass stretching to the horizon, though it wasn't tall enough to shroud them properly. Finding something they could work with took about an hour. Straying from the path once more, they made their way to the first hill they spotted, hoping to wait behind it for the group to pass. Alas, despite their caution, or perhaps because of it, they were caught off guard before they could settle in. "Well, well, what has the wind delivered today?" a creepy voice asked. It sounded quite off, as if the man behind it was wheezing. In front of Percy stood a trio in mismatched leather outfits, all of them sporting scraggly beards and grinning with yellowed teeth. The one who'd spoken appeared to be their leader, standing in the middle of the bunch. A nasty scar marred the upper half of his neck and climbed up his chin all the way to his bottom lip. Right where it ended, the man's canine was missing. "How?" Nisha began to ask, though she trailed off as she put two and two together. This was the only place in the surrounding area where one could take cover, so didn't that work both ways? Evidently, it also made for a great ambush spot. In fact, if Percy's guess was right, the other three were probably on their way here, the two groups being in cahoots. "Ha ha ha! I'll tell you what. Hand over that enchanted bandage and the girl, and we'll let you go. We don't get off on killing punks." Yeah, right. Fat chance they were willing to leave a survivor behind, especially once they found out about the spatial amulet hidden beneath his bandage. However, Percy wasn't paying attention to the bandits' offer. 2 yellows and 1 orange. It wasn't that intimidating a lineup. Nisha didn't have much experience fighting, but she shouldn't have much trouble dealing with the weaker guy. As for the other two, Percy felt confident fighting them by himself. Stepping forward, he took a couple breaths in quick succession, building up his reserves. His body was still sore from all that madness in the hive, but he was otherwise uninjured. "Brat, are you deaf? Toss me your bandage, or else," the leader spat. When Percy made no move to comply, he manifested a fireball the size of a watermelon above his palm, trying to spook them. He must have thought it was working, too, judging from the smirk on his face. Percy didn't blame him. Seeing him breathe rapidly, they were probably under the impression that he was hyperventilating or panicking. Well, if the idiots thought so, they were in for a rude awakening. "Let me make you a counteroffer," Percy replied, the calmness in his tone eliciting a frown from the bandit. "Back off now, because it'll be too late once I start." The criminal just stared at him for a few seconds, blinking a couple times. The other two looked at each other in silent shock until one of them broke into a cackle, causing the others to follow. "Start what?" the rightmost guy asked, but Percy remained silent. He already had his answer. "Mickey, keep an eye out for the other 3. If they come this way, kill them all." Percy wasn't concerned about his familiar's safety in the slightest. Following his promotion, the crow might even be stronger than he was. As long as the other group didn't have anyone at green, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Truth be told, this situation felt a little nostalgic. Hadn't they run into bandits on the way to the guild, too? Back then, Percy had relied on deception and sneak attacks to survive. Rick's group had thankfully been weaker than today's enemies. Let's see how much I've grown, then. The bandit's eyes widened as a series of cyan lines flared to life underneath Percy's skin. They were static and orderly, spreading out of his abdomen and reaching every corner of his body. At the same time,
A silver maelstrom raged within, carving violent gushes through Percy's soul, drawing a constantly shifting vortex around his sternum. Panicking, the leader tossed the fireball right at him. Percy had seen the attack coming before the man even launched it. Hooking his arm around Nesha, he leapt backwards, calmly watching the spell blast a patch of grass where he'd previously stood into ashes. Everyone gaped at him with odd looks. Nesha had witnessed his boosting art when he had rushed out of the spire's tunnel, though they hadn't discussed it. Now that it had appeared again, her eyes scanned him curiously as she clearly tried to make sense of it. As for the bandits, they suddenly sported a strange mix between greed and caution, which they had lacked a moment ago. Percy didn't care about any of them, however. He'd already decided to not keep much from Nesha anymore. They were in this together now. As for his enemies? Well, their fate had been sealed the moment he activated circulation, though he didn't stop there. Inhaling again, he pushed his body further, his muscles tensing as they brimmed with strength, his abs causing his bandage to stretch. Beads of sweat popped up all over his reddened skin as motes of mana leaked out of his pores, shrouding him in a twin halo of cyan and silver. "Nesha, take the rightmost guy on. I'll handle the others," he muttered. Though the bandits must have heard him too, as all three began to prepare their own spells. The guy in the middle formed a new fireball, while the other two both produced weapons made of water.
What? By yourself? They're both at yellow!
She was obviously taken aback.
What are you going to do?
Percy shrugged. If anything, this was a good opportunity to test something else he'd been working on. Neither the Starry Night nor the horde of minor wasps had been suitable opponents, but these people were. Breathing deeply, he focused on his mana as the two halos around his frame began to change. Cyan and silver blended together into a single aura, enveloping him in smoky wisps of teal. What else? I'm going to get myself some new clothes. Chapter 116. Mantle. Oversized fireballs and blasts of pressurized water rained down upon Percy, one after the other, keeping him on his toes. The surrounding patches of grass had all been reduced to soggy cinders, his boots leaving dozens of prints as he danced along the sooty mud, dodging the apocalyptic storm of magic. Had it been a single enemy, he wouldn't have had as much trouble evading. He'd already managed something similar years ago in the guild, back when he'd been much weaker. However, the situation that night had been a little different. His opponent had been an earth user, an affinity not exactly famous for its speed. Also, comparing that person to the two bandits, Percy was starting to think that he might have been drunk. I suppose that would explain why he went hunting on the first level in the middle of the night. And that wasn't all. Percy's ability to dodge the spells heavily hinged on reading his target's intentions via soul vision. Sadly, he couldn't exactly keep his eyes on two people at the same time. Still, the situation wasn't that bad. He could easily gain some distance from them if he wanted, as he was much faster, and they had no way of catching up. It was approaching them that he was having trouble with. The two sides were essentially at a stalemate, as neither one could land a hit on the other unless they made a mistake. Oh well, Percy grinned. More practice for my affinity fusion. He'd already grown used to combining his two types of mana, but he hadn't had much opportunity to test that in the heat of battle. And he did need to iron out a few kinks from his new trick. Constantly aligning and maintaining his mana while watching his enemies and dodging their attacks was tough. Yet that was exactly what made this fight so valuable. Sure, he could probably find a way to win without it, but why waste such a willing pair of whetstones? As for the outcome of the battle, he wasn't too concerned. He knew he had the advantage, though the bandits clearly hadn't noticed. Due to his outlandish regeneration, they'd exhaust their cores far before he did. Now it was just a question of whether they'd realize it in time. prompting them to take a risk he could pounce on. Either way, they were screwed. I wonder how Nisha is doing. Retreating a few paces to give himself some space, he tossed his companion a quick glance to check whether she was okay. Not the best idea. So thoroughly shocked by what he saw, he nearly caught a fireball to his face. Yet even that wasn't enough for him to pick his jaw up off the ground. What the hell? Nisha and the final bandit had wound up some distance from them and were just standing around, doing nothing. Forget about fighting. The morons didn't even bother to look at one another, their attention glued to his battle. Mind lending a hand, since you're free? He didn't really need help, but it irked him to see her chilling while he did all the work. If I do, he'll butt in. She pointed at the bandit with her elbow. And the guy actually nodded? It was ridiculous, but it made sense. Kinda. Neither of them felt confident joining the bigger fight, so their fate would inevitably be decided by the victor. Not how I would have done things if I were in her shoes, but I suppose that's why she never got into fighting in the first place. Percy shook his head, returning his focus to his own enemies. The two were nearly out of breath already. They threw each other a quick glance, seemingly communicating something, before drawing most of their remaining mana out of their cores. Here it is, their gamble. Readying his stance, Percy tensed his calves and scanned the two souls carefully as he began to gather the teal wisps into his hand. He was going to meet the all-out offensive of 2 yellow cores with his own. 6 condensed balls of azure shot at him in quick succession, trying to block out all his escape routes. Each punched a foot-deep crater into the ground before exploding in a splash of water. None of them hit, but together they forced Percy into an awkward stance, right as the 7th projectile flew towards him. A spinning blast of fire, twice as large and 3 times as fast as the others. Percy's eyes widened at the sight of the rapidly expanding flame, but he didn't panic. With a swing of his arm, he coalesced all the fused mana he'd gathered since the start of the battle, forming a large teal sheet 3 meters long and half as wide. With a shove, he sent the fluttering cloth to slam around the incoming projectile like a whip, forcing it to explode before reaching its intended target. The shockwave shot Percy back into the mud as the heat scorched a layer of skin off his forearms and chest. Luckily, he'd thought to shield his eyes with his elbow in time. "Percy!" a female voice yelled as a cloud of steam enveloped him. "Is he dead?" the bandit leader also asked, more relieved than disappointed. Evidently, he'd grown more concerned with keeping his life than coveting Percy's secrets by now. Sadly for him, however, he wasn't walking away with either today. "I'm fine," Percy replied, pushing himself up. In their corporeal state, his teal constructs were no stronger than pure mana, which meant they couldn't survive a frontal collision against an elemental spell a full grade higher. However, Percy could still use them to collapse an incoming spell early, lessening the damage he took greatly. And that was just the start. As the steam faded, the bandit's eyebrows shot up at the sight of him standing unharmed, a cyclone of tattered strips of teal cloth spinning around him while inching closer to his hand. Once they touched his skin, they latched onto one another, quickly restoring Percy's latest tool back to its original shape. Within mere seconds, it was complete again, though a little smaller than before. "My turn," he said, with a toothy grin. Springing over the nearest crater, he dashed towards the leader, swinging the teal sheet again as soon as he reached the halfway point. The spell shifted mid-movement, replacing the cloth with a couple dozen throwing stars, their curved blades making shrill sounds as they spun through the air toward their target. "Fuck!"
the lead bandit shouted as he tried to shield himself with whatever dregs of mana he could still summon. It wasn't much. He'd obviously exhausted most of it in his last attack. A pathetic spark lit up in each of his hands, but the man didn't give up, slamming them against one another. Apparently, he wanted to imitate Percy's trick, using a small explosion to block the projectiles. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't meant to be. So caught up was he in this last-ditch effort to protect himself, he didn't notice the blades had gone silent. Through soul vision, Percy watched the lethal stars phase through the shockwave unaffected, stabbing countless holes into the bandit's soul. The man dropped limp in the mud a second later. By the time Percy turned to confront the other one, the poor guy was running for his life. Gritting his teeth, Percy gave chase. Whatever happened, he couldn't let a witness go after revealing all his secrets. Catching up wasn't easy, however. It should have been, but Percy suspected his opponent was using some minor bloodline to boost his physical speed. The two men ran, one hot on the other's tail, as Percy tried to recover some mana amidst his dash. "Mickey!"
How are things on your end?
3 dead. The familiar sent him an image of the corpses. All of them were covered in nasty gashes from head to toe, lying in bloody pools. Only one showed a yellow core within Mickey's monosense, the very same he was currently feasting on.
Just finish what you're doing and go kill the last one. We can't let him escape, Percy said. For some reason, he had a sneaking suspicion that Nisha wouldn't bother chasing him. Turning back to his own target, he tossed a handful of teal daggers at the man's back. But the bandit had seemingly learned his lesson. He didn't try blocking, instead summoning a splash of water beneath his feet and sliding away from the projectiles. Clicking his tongue, Percy formed the teal sheet again. He continued his pursuit, drawing and pouring in mana until it was back to its full size, before swiping his arm again. Once more, the man used what little water mana he'd managed to recover, evading the barrage by the skin of his yellowed teeth. Sadly for him, however, Percy's spell could do more than just turn incorporeal. In his rush to dodge, the bandit had made a terrible mistake. Relying solely on his eyes, he had completely failed to notice a second burst of daggers, these only visible through mana sense. And just like that, he joined his former boss in the afterlife. Congratulations! You have mastered a new spell, Mantle of Deceit, Refined. Nisha watched Percy as he scavenged clothes from the dead bandits, testing them until he found some his size. Whenever he was done with a corpse, he tossed it to his crow to feast on. Suffice to say, the sight was more than a little disturbing, but that wasn't what she was concerned about. She'd known her partner had harbored his fair share of secrets for a while now, but the things she'd seen over the last few days had vastly exceeded her wildest imaginations. From the powerful beasts you seemed to effortlessly command, to the bizarre techniques he had unleashed on the bandits, each layer he revealed was more shocking than the last. In fact, she was pretty sure by now that he and his pet had 2 cores each, somehow. Hell, she'd just watched the duo dismantle an entire group of bandits by themselves. Was Percy really just a Redborn? He wasn't this strong when we joined the guild. Nisha was sure of it. She'd seen him return from his hunts worn out, with barely a couple vials full of nectar. How has he come this far in the last 3 years? But then again, the revolutionary Aurora Dew that had turned Remier upside down, compared to this, it was nothing. Just the tip of the iceberg, a mere afterthought. The realization sent a chill down Nisha's spine. Unbeknownst to everyone, biding its time away from politics and wars, hidden beneath the shadow of the fungal spire, in some corner where nobody ever bothered to look, a monster had been born.